left.
There we go.
Trying to pick you up bubble. I'm gonna stay put for now, but I'd like to come up a lot more.
So we can see that we've reached the seafloor in both the Sirius and D2 cameras. And we're not quite there yet, but we can certainly see rocks. It looks like maybe a talus slope. But again, looking at the Sirius view, it looks like outcrop is very nearby. And we've got some mud covering. And
pulling up a little, Dave.
I'm 27 below you, so I better come up too.
Yeah. I think you're tugging me and pitching
Yeah.
me.
Coming back up
it's
to you.
Copy that.
It's very likely that we are on outcrop because we've hit this face at 1,300 meters. The bottom of the face is at something like 1,900 meters. And so what we're on is a relatively steep face, which is actually the fault,
Copy that.
which allowed Whiting Bank to rise up to the top of the Whiting Bank is at only at about 150 meters. So we have a fault that's almost 2 kilometers high that has allowed Whiting Bank to come up and expose these rocks.
Okay, I have your lights here. I'm gonna tilt full down.
Pushing
Come,
out.
come up.
Yep, I'm close.
Delta is 11.
Right here.
Coming up.
This is lumpy and bumpy.
So definitely outcrop. And again, there's a platy, maybe a platy appearance to these rocks.
I'm going to face the
which is maybe a little different to the
Pretty
carbonate
good,
that we saw yesterday at the top of the dive.
Get an idea of it.
Again, we have this problem. The first thing we see is everything is dark colored. It's all encrusted by this iron manganese coating, which makes identification of the rocks hard.
So co-pilot, our intended direction of upslope is 155.
Okay. Understood.
This is close to where you're at.
Okay, things are getting a little more comfortable here. And I'll go
Bridge, or we know.
And as we zoom in, we can see some
Bridge,
biology to the left.
the RV is on
to
the
the
bottom.
right, sorry.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Our bailout direction is to the north-northeast.
Northeast. Got it.
So we're on a slope. It looks like a talus-covered, steepish slope with exposure poking through, and we're zooming in on our first biology of the day. And I wonder if we have a coral here.
Deck co-pilot.
Go ahead, co-pilot.
Yeah, I'm going to go eat breakfast, and Jeff is going to sit in, but I will tell him that you are ready to commence rinsing action.
Okay, I'll wait for his word.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we were just getting to the bottom when you called. Thank you.
Yeah.
Video, are you with me?
Pilot video, aye.
And we're
Okay.
just waiting.
We're perched. We can zoom.
We're just
Roger.
waiting
Zooming
to
for
zoom
focus.
in. And I think it is a coral, but it's
Seen better days.
seen better days.
Coming out.
It was a
Holding.
black coral, maybe. Let's go.
Some sponge. Lots of sponge. Coming out a bit more. The ophoid associate
Maybe
upper
little
left.
sponges attached to it in places, but it looks as though this one is not alive.
Pilot video, do you feel any current or upwelling here?
I'll let you know when I get my toe off.
Yeah,
the
maybe it's
mountain
coming from us.
Dave, is there something up there to the top rightish on the edge of that rock? Something red?
I don't see it.
Rightish, I see.
Here comes our coral expert, Tim Chang. Thanks for helping there in Woods Hole.
I think it's a smudge on Tim's screen. I don't see it.
Okay.
Oh, there is a little creature.
I didn't think it was a black coral. Can we zoom in again?
Yeah,
Looks
sure
more
we
like
can.
a stony coral to me.
Yeah, come on in,
But
video.
let's see. Looks like it's got some calyces. Yeah. Great. So you can see here, just tell you the difference with the black coral. Although the skeleton looks black, it's just because it's dead. But you can see the little calyces, these little circles along. So that's where the tissue polyps come out of a stony coral. Whereas the black corals, the tissue kind of just coats the axis, and you don't see these like pits where the polyps would be.
Okay, thank you.
Very cool. Little sponge growing on.
I shift my focus further away.
So did we just get to the bottom?
We did. You
Just.
haven't missed much at all.
And the first
Apart from
thing
that octopod, that giant squid, etc.
first thing we saw was this coral. I went right to it. Here you are. You're all caught up.
Coming
Great.
out a little bit.
Usually there's some 3 to 4 foot squid or some strange creature nobody's ever seen before.
It's a co-pilot. Hi, Jeff. How you doing, man? All right. So we can probably adjust the sonars a little bit there.
No problem.
Yeah, this looks like
That's good
Tim
there.
Shank and I were just
Co-pilot there.
chatting in the
Not
event
10,
log that it's
20.
likely Madrepora. So dead
Go ahead,
Madrepora,
Dick.
which is stony coral
Oh,
or
were you calling?
Scarctinian, it often has a
No,
zigzag
sorry.
pattern,
Chris left you latch on.
which is, yeah, so they're called zigzag corals.
Okay.
So
Well, we're
hopefully
just
we'll
standing
find some
by
more
for a
live
bucket
coral
once
as
you're,
we get up.
I'll
Come
cover
out a
it
little
for
bit,
moment,
Shallower.
but-
Oh, I'm all stop on the winch. Go
Okay.
ahead with the bucket.
Did Tim
yeah.
call in too?
Oh,
Is he
okay.
on the line?
Good time.
Said you would call.
I haven't heard
All
it.
right. Well, we'll proceed.
Tim, are you there?
So I had 6 voices in my head there for a moment. Now it's quiet. Video.
Yeah, I think we have this. I'd be interested in wagging left or right to see the slope here.
There was a tiny creature upper right.
There was an ophroid on the rock on the right. I don't see him now.
Let's zoom in max here just for
Yeah.
a second. See that?
Yeah.
It's not okay. Hang on. It's right. I think that's what Tim saw, but I don't.
That looks like sargassum, piece of sargassum.
Yeah, okay, wide.
So there's been a request to zoom in on more of the rocks while we're here.
Rocks.
So-
We got you, rocks. Okay.
So any ideas yet?
You know,
Dr. Cheadle?
first impressions is the
Zoom,
blocks
please.
look more angular with these flat faces that you can see. So they kind of do look different. Again, it's this question that we've had to address on several of our
zoom.
dives is, are we in the basement or are we in the carbonate? We'll know we'll be in the carbonate towards the top of the traverse.
Okay.
We know the carbonate here is at probably at least 650 meters thick because we can see that from the seismic. But we don't quite know how thick it is, and we don't know where the bottom of the dive will land. Hopefully it lands in the basement and we can see the transition from the basement to the carbonate.
Can you pan right?
Coming right.
Thank you, Mike.
So again, as that rock appears, and it's dangerous just to make a deduction on one rock, but you can see the smooth face. It's not pitted like typically we see of the limestone. So, Dave,
Yeah.
I mean, at some point around here,
Still
if you
partial.
could, if you would like to, pick up one of the small, flat-faced pieces and just see if it breaks as you close the manipulator.
I can do that. Oh, there's a tiny
There's
creature.
somebody.
And again, the other thing,
Shrimp, maybe.
as you know, Dave, is if you ever see anywhere where it looks like the manganese coating is missing,
Corner.
please zoom in.
Okay. Let's come wide here for a minute and let
Roger
me
that.
establish some
Just full wide.
perchment.
So for Jason, who's on the event log, yesterday we actually stopped and we, tried to pick up some rocks. And in doing so, what we found was that basically the rocks disintegrated as the hands of the manipulator arm came together. And so in doing that, we could then see inside
Okay,
the rock.
co-pilot.
And the best guess
We are all
was that
set.
what we were
You
seeing
can give
was
it a
carbonate, which
little bump up
was
and down to
relatively
check.
soft,
Yep.
and we could
Hang
break
out.
open. And so my suggestion was at the very start of this dive is to pick up something
Looks
that
good.
we think might be from outcrop and
All right.
see if we can break
Stopping.
it.
You're all
And
clear
if
then.
we can't,
Hauling in.
it at least suggests that it could be basement.
How's it look?
I mean,
It looks
obviously we could
All
get
right, great.
hard carbonate
Dick.
too, but
Thank you.
it's worth an experiment.
Video, are we full wide?
We are full wide.
Up close here. Okay.
Jason's pretty confident that these won't break.
Need more light, even though it's maybe not legal. A little more gain on D2 here so I can...
I can open up for these rocks.
How about
Yeah,
I bring
that's
down
all.
these swing arms? That might make your life a little better.
Okay, we're in close.
Starboard. Upper.
Blowing out those
Yeah.
bright areas, obviously.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to see
Yeah.
into the black here. And when you get a chance, bring up hydraulic pressure, please.
Dave, you're supposed to get some relief, aren't you?
No, I've had breakfast.
So are we
I
going
don't
for
really
a?
Should we be reaching
A
out and
prod
grabbing
and
the
a
really
poke?
hard,
Yeah,
heavy
I
rocks
think
with
so.
that
See what we
arm?
can find.
Okay, we're at a depth of
find out what we've
1275,
got.
1275
It's better
meters.
to reach out with this
Just
one and
arrived
make
to the
sure.
bottom about 10 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago, and have been
Don't you
sitting in the
think,
same
Dave?
spot.
No, I don't think.
Thank you, Jason. Jason suggests
Pretty sure that's
that these might be breccias. Breccias are rocks which are made up of angular fragments of other rocks.
Okay.
If it was breccias, it would be indeed the basement. And Dave, our pilot now, is just going to see if we can pick one up and see
First,
if
we're going to do a little scratching here.
yeah, see if we can remove the iron manganese coating. So again, to explain to the listeners and viewers, one of the things that happens under the seafloor is this black coating of iron and manganese forms on the rocks, pretty much in any depth. And that makes rock identification really hard because all you see is this black color. And so to identify the rocks, one of the things we're always hoping for is to try and see under the black coating. And so Dave is trying to scratch off the black coating on this rock.
Making some headway here. It's taken quite a few digs at it.
That might be enough for a zoom there.
Yeah, let's come on in and have a look at that.
Coming in eye.
Hold there.
Holding.
We're zooming in on the rock, but I also see some sargassum detritus, which is a macroalgae that is found in surface waters and also can grow in coastal areas as well.
So we can see where Dave has been scratching, you can see a lighter color, which might be the true color of the rock beneath the manganese coating.
It's definitely a white powdery substance coming loose here.
So Dave's finding a white powdery substance. as he digs a trench in this rock, which is great.
Nice work. Might be able to get it tighter than that if you want.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
come in.
Come in.
Thank you, Dave. That's great. Now if we
I
can
can't pan from here, so you're going to have to
Okay.
zoom out a little bit.
Yeah.
There we go.
Got iris down to see if it gives
Okay.
me a little more.
Well, it certainly looks like it's light colored underneath.
Hard to tell.
Okay. If you come full wide, please.
Jason makes the point that it's always tricky.
That's
That,
full wide
that not
pipe.
only do you get this manganese coating, but you might get alteration of the rock as well, which will tend to make the rock look lighter. Again, we now know that below the dark layer that it's light colored, doesn't 100% identify the rock. It again eliminates possibilities. It could be carbonate, but it might not be. It could be just a light alteration that's been imparted to the rock. And so now Dave's coming in to see if he can pick up a piece.
Oh.
Very good, Dave.
Very good.
And so typically if we were sampling today, we would then bring this specimen up towards the camera and rotate it several times so we can get a feel for its shape. And Dave's demonstrating that. And Dave did that on purpose, of course, didn't you, Dave?
Well, we still have some teething problems, no pun intended, with our arm here, that it doesn't always
Do what you wanted to do.
it didn't do what it was told
What
to
to
do.
do.
But we're working on that.
So a typical way one might sample is to pick up the samples and then bring them close to the video so we can get a good picture of them, then rotate them so we can get a good feel for their shape, and then put them in a sampling basket. And one of the reasons for getting a good view of these samples when you're collecting samples is that when they come back to the surface, you've got to figure out which one is which. There's no way of writing a label on the rock at 1,300 meters down beneath the sea surface. And so especially if you're collecting lots of rocks, you've got to be able to ID which rock was which when they come back to the surface. Hence why you take good pictures of the sample before it goes into the basket.
Your mic is muted here, Copilot.
And what we call the basket on an ROV, it's a front part of the ROV where there can be several bio boxes or different sampling containers that we put samples in.
Indeed. I think Dave is going back for that same sample. What you can see
No,
in
it's
what?
not the same
Oh,
sample.
it's not the same one, sorry.
No, it fell down between my feet, and
Okay.
I will go for it if I can't recover.
Oh, no, don't. Yes, whichever is easiest.
That one's still attached to the mountain.
There's a couple ones laying on the right there.
Yeah.
Curious.
Ooh, that one looks loose.
There's one. So again, this gives viewers a good feel for how sampling works when you're sampling from the bottom of the ocean. It is a time-consuming process. It is not easy. And I'm sure I couldn't do this. The pilot does have some additional cameras to give him some different views to help. D2 has 10 cameras on it. So if you're looking in from home, you can just see the one view at a time, but the pilot has a bank of several cameras in front of him.
We're going to have to let the dust settle a moment. And
I wonder if any of the stuff off to the left is loose.
possibly. I have stirred things up a bit. Actually, that piece right in front of me looks to be just lying there.
And one of the hard things, of course, is the ROV is neutrally buoyant. And so if anything's too attached and you push and pull on it, all you start to do is just move the ROV. So it's a very tricky game, sampling.
I've actually put my toes into the mountain here and applied a little force.
Okay.
It's pushing me directly into the rock face here. We don't have the benefit of any current to clear this sediment away, so we have to be patient or perhaps move.
Dave, your choice.
It's starting to clear here.
I'm used to this visibility. Feel right at home.
Is this Puget Sound?
Yeah, Puget Sound, Saanich Inlet. Shallow waters of British Columbia.
Or the Ohio River?
They finally put that fire out?
So again, for the viewer,
What fire?
AB launches, GVA Freitas, report to the boat deck. AB launches, GVA Freitas, report to the boat deck.
Okay. All good things come to those who wait.
indeed.
And for those of you just joining us, we're at a depth of 1275 meters, and we're just using the manipulator arm to kind of poke and prod rocks. We're going to pick one up and crush it a little bit.
See if we can.
I'm using our delicate arm to select the rock, and then my co-pilot will use a much more powerful arm to attempt the crushing.
The delicate arms on the starboard.
Yeah, that's what we're using now. This is much more dexterity here. There's the piece that eluded me earlier over here.
I think it's in that chute further outboard.
Yep, it is.
And at this depth of 1275 meters, the temperature is 4.47 degrees Celsius, and the DO is 6.34 milligrams per liter.
So again, if anybody's tuning in for the very first time, most of the seafloor gets covered by this fine, muddy layer which rains out of the seawater, and so we have to be very careful that we don't disturb it. Otherwise, we generate a cloud which obscures vision, which is what we're doing. And so we're just waiting for it to clear. And now Dave has another rock. Good job, Dave.
We have a much firmer grip on it now.
So there it is. Dave is now rotating it so we can get
some more zoom here, video.
A good idea of its shape. We can see some of the mud stuck to it on the top surface.
Ready to come in?
Go ahead.
Thank you, co-pilot.
A little bit less zoom. Just a smidge.
Less zoom?
Yes.
Aye.
That's good.
Roger.
And as I said, if we were sampling, it's really important to get good photography of the actual sample, because somehow we have to recognize this from all the other samples that we might collect if we were doing a collecting dive. That looks a pretty hard rock, guys. Thank you, Dave.
Let's go full wide for a moment.
Full wide.
Let's get it up into the light here. Let's zoom on that.
Zoom in.
So as we zoom in again, I can see with the very high resolution pictures that the white stuff is actually just little bits of mud that are covering the rock surface. Underneath it is this iron manganese coating. So it looks like every side of that rock is covered by the iron manganese coating. Looks like there's a little bit of rust staining on the left-hand side.
So I have a question. If part of that rock was, anchored into the sediment pretty well, I mean, does the manganese coating happen on, would it happen on that side that is buried?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on the manganese coating. I guess I would turn it around and say the simplest thing would be it got the manganese coating and then the sediment covered it up. I mean, the sediment's almost...
So it rolled, it may have gotten in and rolled somewhere and then it anchored into the sediment?
Yeah, I mean, that's not entirely convincing, but that would be my best guess. I mean, somehow we had to make that block. And so once upon a time it had fresh faces. And so if I was making up a story, I would simply say, well, maybe it acquired the manganese coating before it got sediment around its sides.
Okay, wide, please.
Is there a brittle in the background with the
Yeah.
corals? Well, just FYI.
So, Mike, based on the scratch test, it's probably not crushable, but we will attempt a crush if you would like.
Yes, please. I mean, let's do that.
Okay.
Both for fun and for practice. But yeah, they do look different to what we were playing with yesterday. And again, it is so hard. By doing these tests, we eliminate possibilities rather than, necessarily absolutely identifying a rock. If we do a crush test and we find it doesn't crush, we know it was different to what we played with yesterday. And that's important. That helps us. And Jason Chater from the USGS is chiming in on the event log. And he's the expert really in this area. He's written many papers around here and knows a lot more about the geology than I do. And between us, we're trying to pretty much guess what these are. But I think from his comments, we're leaning the same way to guess that these might be the volcanic basement below the platform sequence of sediments and carbonates.
Very cool.
So I must now yield to my co-pilot, who has bigger, stronger arms than I, to... Your microphone is muted.
These young whippersnappers.
This one kind of whips around just to make sure, do you want to put that all the way away so I don't smack you?
I will get out of your way,
That's probably smart.
but I will stand by to assist.
So, Dave, I just had a message from the bridge, and they said you've won a cuddly toy.
So let me have port manip cam on my monitor just for a moment here. Left monitor, just to put myself away. Thank you.
So the ROV has two manipulator arms. One that's very dexterous, that can do very difficult maneuvers quite easily, and that's the one that Dave, the pilot, was using. And the other one is a little less dexterous, but is stronger. And so the co-pilot is now going to try and pick up that same rock and actually see if he can break it. That tells us how hard it might be. If it does break, we get to see inside the rock. If it doesn't break, that's still a good result, because it tells us that rock is quite hard. And again, that was very different to what we saw yesterday when we did this test. Now, the downside of these tests is it takes time. So this will be the only one we'll do today, because we do need to get up to 500 meters. Thank you, Jim. We've just had a navigator change. Brian is coming on, and Jim is going for a well-armed break.
Attention all hands. Safety meeting at this time. Safety meeting at this time.
So now you can see the second arm coming into view, going towards that rock. So
Being careful not to mess up our...
So we've been on bottom now for about a half hour, still in the same spot at a depth of 1275 meters.
Looking at pilot cam, you got to extend a little bit. Oh. I was just going to suggest I'd hand it to you, but...
don't worry, guys, no problems.
Well, why don't you pick the arm up and move it just a little bit left, and I'll get you another rock.
This one, we can crush any old one here.
Well, actually, yes, you could try to...
Open these up nice and wide.
Biting off more than you can chew.
I think I've got it here. Let's just bite all the way down.
So
here
Dave,
and
why
see
is
if
one
this
arm more delicate than the other? Is it designed that way to do
Yeah.
such various tasks?
Yes, it is. The arm on the right side is it's got what's called proportional control, which means if I make a motion with the master that I hold here in the control room, the arm moves a corresponding amount. So it has a sort of a natural extension of your own arm feel to it, so I can very quickly move it into position, whereas the arm on the left side that Jeff is using,
I don't think these are.
it does not have a proportional control, so it's more of a control system like you would have on a backhoe with several levers, and
Okay.
how far you push the lever determines how fast the arm moves, but there's no correspondence between how far you move the lever on the surface and how far the arm moves on the seafloor of the left-hand arm. On the positive side, it has much more power to exert force. So if we were to need to pick up something very heavy or maneuver something with great force, we'd use the left-hand arm.
Okay. Thank you.
And as you see, the arm is stronger than the vehicle, so now the mountain is not yielding, but I'm being pushed around.
So there, I've got a pretty firm grip.
Yes, it's coming loose.
Seems to be breaking slightly.
It's coming free, maybe. You might be able to expose an interior surface there. Got something.
It certainly broke. Good job, Jeff.
Your toe hold might be slipping there, Dave.
Yeah. And I just crept in a little bit.
Alright, I'm going to get out of your way if you want to try to reach for that piece that just broke off.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff. The strong man did it. So we clearly saw that rock break. Didn't crumble, perhaps like we saw it yesterday. Yesterday it basically disintegrated in the hands of the manipulator. But now I think Dave is going to use the dexterous arm to see if we can pick up that broken piece and maybe look at it and see if there's a fresh face underneath it.
Let me give you a better view. Doesn't help you much.
I'm mostly out of your way at this point.
Yeah, just let me get stowed here. You're over there in the murk somewhere. Oh, way high. That's what you want to see. Okay.
So it's a nice view. You can see both manipulator arms, the strong one being put back to its resting position and the dexterous one over there in the top right.
Alright, you can put your Zeus back up here. I'll do it for you. You ready for the Zeus?
Ready for the Zeus, I think. Go back. Oh,
I'll get you back.
I got to get around this rock outcrop.
Yeah.
I don't have much room here. Now we can Zeus it.
Racing, I shouldn't say racing. Moving slowly. There are two cameras over, so you can keep an eye. There's your jaw. Oops. slightly. There's your Zeus.
So the pilot can see something like, and I'm just counting them, 7, 8, 9, 10 small screens around a big screen, which is why you keep seeing the view change. The pilot changes the camera for the one that will help him most do what he wants to do. And so you can see all the views, but there's one big screen, which is the main one, which is the one that you're seeing at home. Thanks, Jeff. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Mike. We're rock smashing.
We're rock
We
smashing.
could not smash the rock. Jeff could not man up to it. But he did dislodge some chunks here, which we're
I don't believe
now.
that your lighting is good.
No, it's not good. But
Yeah.
aha!
Uh-huh.
He did do valuable work.
There's also
You guys all
this
do
one's
valuable work.
probably good enough, but the other half is bottom part of frame to the right of the lower lens.
So what
flare.
we're seeing now, we'll zoom
Yeah.
in to get a closer
But
look,
this one
out
looks
the
really
light.
good.
is
You want me to tap
Dave
for you?
Yes,
picked
please.
up the rock that Jeff managed to pry loose. And you can see it's got a lighter
Standing back.
bottom, but the question is, what is that bottom? Is it actually the rock? Is it mud? Is it just some cement that was gluing that piece of rock to the outcrop below?
I understand you're shilling instead.
Yeah, it's over there somewhere. I'm just getting myself positioned for the parade here. Good to zoom video.
Zooming 9. Holding.
Okay,
And-
I'm going to reposition a little bit here.
That's good.
And the light color on that face at least looks like it's mud. Just
Yeah,
I think it is.
Not much ado about nothing here. Let's
Yeah.
be sure we see everything. Tilt.
Tilting up. Mini Zeus might give a good view of that too. A little bit better light.
Yeah, let's switch to Mini Zeus.
I think we definitely see that there is less
And
manganese
video
coating.
can zoom.
Go ahead and zoom.
Yeah.
Roger that.
So trying another view that's lighter.
Much better lighting.
Aha,
Down,
look at that.
holding.
Okay.
So
in the
that
upper
corner definitely looks like we're looking into the rock, and it's white colored for sure.
Tilt down.
So successful in that we've seen below the manganese coating. It now comes back to the dumb geologist to try and figure out what the rock is.
So we have any more zoom there?
Yeah, that would be great, guys.
Yes. This has
Now
a...
this camera's using digital zoom. I can tell by looking at
Oh,
it.
yeah. Okay. But in the top of the screen, it almost has a crystalline look to it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering whether it is volcanic, in which case it would be the basement.
Okay, let's come full wide, and I'll bring it closer to the camera.
Full wide.
Oh, I think that the pilots did a great job. It comes down to the dumb geologist and whether he can recognize what the rock is.
You want a PTZ on that?
Wait a minute, I'm getting
Well,
into
again,
the
it's hard
shadows
to
here.
do so without a physical sample
That
that you're
looks good.
examining. And
It is very much
Better
so.
over here, though.
All right, that's how far you are, Dave.
But Dave pointed out
Easy.
that, you know, towards the, we can see that light area, which is almost certainly the interior of the rock. And it's certainly not carbonate looking. It almost looks like it's crystalline, which means that it might be an
I
igneous
can
rock.
move over there if you just want to keep it
So
in
a
the light.
rock
Yeah, let
that's
me move it over into the
in
light.
some way formed from a
How
frozen
about
magma.
there?
And we're just trying to get that little bit closer to get the lighting right,
Okay.
to see if we can just get a closer look.
And it looks like you're about a foot away, maybe 18 inches.
I'm going
If I get any
to, once
closer,
we're done,
lose
going
the
to start
light.
streaming this camera on TX1.
Copy. I think that's
That's
the best we're gonna do there.
Okay, and we can zoom when Ed gets.
Standing by.
You can go ahead.
Coming in.
And you can center up that
Copy.
white bit at the top is what we're interested in right now.
Holding.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, not the PTZ.
Yeah.
Not responding. Still not responding.
Here, I'll move it.
I'll get there. I don't
Pretty
think you
close.
should move it anymore.
Okay, Ed.
That's pretty close.
That looks like crystalline something.
It really does.
My controls are a little jumpy here too.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm trying to focus on the near
So
area.
I'm guessing that's, well, I'm not guessing. If it is crystalline, it means that it's igneous rock, almost certainly, in which case it is part of the basement. And if that's true, then this has been a very successful test.
Wonderful.
Let's come out a little bit on the zoom, and we'll look at some other areas just a little bit.
Yeah, just quickly to look at the bottom,
Yeah.
which I think, again, we're seeing less manganese coating there.
Let's hold the zoom there.
Holding.
Is there a bit of rust on the bottom?
Yeah.
I wouldn't come any closer, Dave.
Okay.
Again, I think you can see quite nicely that on the left-hand side, we've broken the rock again. You can see the white coloration, the very white coloration,
for
which is the
Yeah.
true interior of the rock. And then this light surface is the altered surface below the manganese coating. And so this surface is slightly altered. That's why it's yellowish. It's got some pieces of mud on there. But we're seeing the same sort of texture, this crystalline texture that Dave pointed out.
And it looks like Jason Shader in the chat room is also agreeing with you.
So
Do you want me to walk around it?
No.
if,
Let's come out a little bit, video.
Coming out.
I can move it more smoothly with the arm right now.
This controls it.
Maybe rotate the wrist. I might go the other
and
way
so
so
we
it
also
doesn't
can get
fall
an
out.
idea of scale
I've got it.
from the size of the manipulator. And so, Dave, would you say that's about 10 centimeters across?
Let's see. It's out of laser. I'll bring it through the lasers before we
Okay.
finish up with it. What is that on the end? Well, that might be biology.
That's biology.
biology.
Come on,
Get
guys.
closer. Yeah.
Yes.
Stay with the program,
Looks
guys.
like a sponge.
I'm just joking. I'm going to shut up and let biology take over when we've done.
I'm about ready to.
Okay, let's zoom again.
Been
'cause
here
there's
for
right in the
almost an
center,
hour.
Really?
Yep.
There's another exposed.
Yeah. So that's where we're seeing,
Oh, that's digital.
directly inside the rock like we saw on the other side. And I think it's pretty convincing this is an igneous rock. So we're in basement. We proved it. It was a great success. Thank you, guys. Before I get lynched.
I guess we better come wide and find something alive.
So you have to just flick on the lasers just before we go.
Yeah,
and then
right.
You want your
I think this was a good use of
Let me
our
get,
time, though. We learned a lot,
down a
which
little
is
bit.
important.
Well, I
We're
think
also
we're-
trying to understand the geology.
I
of
think
these
we now
areas.
know we're in the basement. Rocks can't fall up, and so we're beneath the carbonate cap here.
Great.
Okay, let's come to Zeus Plus. Let's see if I'm in the field of view. Yes.
Watch leads video. I'm switching TX1 to primary HD camera.
Okay, we need lasers.
Yeah, right there.
Thank you, video.
I don't know if I can get in there, but I will
Oh.
try. Just stay put.
So it's a bit, I don't know, looks like about 15, 20 centimeters long, I'm going to guess. Yeah, but
There you go.
maybe 15 centimeters long. Thank you, guys.
So
That
there it
was
is.
truly good, and I hope that was good practice for you guys. And we did some real science there. I mean, we're both Jason onshore and myself are confident that it's an igneous rock. I think we're 100% confident that it's not carbonate, and so we know that we're in the basement rocks, the Cretaceous to Eocene, 100 million year old to 30 million year old rocks that form the core of Puerto Rico. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. Need Port Manip. Okay. Thank you.
Well, we're at 1,275 meters. We arrived at the seafloor at around 11:30, or excuse me, 11:30 UTC. About 7:30 this morning, local time. Currently, we're on dive 12. We're located about 20 kilometers off the southeastern portion of Puerto Rico. We're surveying Whiting Bank, hoping to get up to close to the top of the mound today to a target depth of around 500 meters. So we have a lot of ground to cover today. We're going to do as many zooms as we can, but we're all going to have to be mindful that one of the goals is really to climb this entire bank up towards the top. It's been an active fishing ground for a while, Whiting Seamount, Whiting Bank, and so there's potential for deep water snappers closer to the top of the mound. So hopefully we can get there. We don't have to come off the bottom until closer to 4 o'clock this afternoon, so we still have quite a long dive today.
So once again, thank you, ROV team. That was great.
That was fun.
And thank you, Andrea, for your patience too.
Yeah, no, it's useful. Hey, that's great. And it gave the pilots some more practicing with the manipulators, which is important before they head on the Hawaiian expedition, the Pacific expedition.
Shillingstead.
So watch leads nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, just on that topic of ground to cover.
Can we get a WAG to show slope?
Yeah.
Got on the transect.
Thank you.
That we have on the map is 1,850 meters long. And we have about 5.5 hours of bottom time left. Is that right?
No.
No. 4:30? No. How much time do we have left?
We have
Close to 8 hours.
Lots of time.
We have lots of time.
Can you snap zoom there, please?
I'm just going to drive up and give you the whole show. You've been quite
Please
patient.
pardon the interruption. Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time. If you would like to continue, press star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
So we need somebody else to call in. Is that true, video?
That's correct. We need a minimum number in the call room. We could have someone in dry lab call standby.
Okay. It's a lot of dead coral on the sediment here to the left. We had a good zoom of that earlier. We believe it's Madrepora. It looks like zigzag coral. But on the right here, what's actually attached to the igneous rock, let's going to take a zoom in and see.
Yeah, I'm ready for a zoom, Ed, when you get...
Please pardon the interruption.
Roger
Your
that.
conference
Zooming
contains
out.
less than 3 participants at this time. If you would like to
Zoom for
continue,
focus.
press star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
Arms are moving around.
Here comes the light.
Cruise focus.
See a lot of serpulid tube worms.
Coming out.
Dead coral skeleton here. Not quite sure what it is. Thinking it's an octocoral skeleton, possibly a plexaurid skeleton. That's good for me, Dave.
Okay.
Please pardon the interruption. Your conference contains less than 3 participants
Some
at this time.
hydroids, a lot of
If you would
epiphytal
like to
growth on the
continue,
skeleton.
Press star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
So a lot of epiphytal growth on the skeleton, hydroids, serpulid tube worms, so it suggests that this skeleton has been here for quite some time.
Okay, I'm back.
Let's come full wide, please.
Full wide eye.
Video, we can have the Inner Space Center calling. Should we do that?
Stand by.
Second engineer, please dial the bridge. Sean, please dial the bridge. 200-200.
I have a shipmate calling in as a shill to keep it alive.
The conference is being terminated.
Well, they're too late. I'll reconnect.
Okay, I'm going to have the Interspace Center call in. So we're just passing over an area. There's a lot of dead coral rubble surrounding
Pilot's video is going to have to
rock
go off
blocks.
comms to make the call.
Okay, gain up a little bit just so I can drive around here and
Roger.
find something good. And co-pilot's coming on with some light.
Stand by.
So pilots, our direction travel is going to be 155, and just let me know when we're ready to move.
Okay, I'm going to work up quite a ways before we have room to advance here. Let's see. Chris?
Sir.
If you put my sonar on high frequency, please.
All right, I'm still here. Survey 2 is
Okay, we're at a depth of 1270.
I'm still here. Survey 2 is going to make the call.
You, Brian?
We're starting
Nope.
our move. We arrived on the bottom about an hour ago and had
No, that's
picked up some
resolution.
rocks and tried to determine what types of rocks they were, which was very useful.
3, 8,
And now we're going to move up, so we're on the northern flank of Whiting Bank.
Stretch that. No, not that. Right click. Stretch it
And
out.
while we're maneuvering, now we've got
adjust
a baseline for what we're looking at geologically.
Right.
The big targets today are now going to be, can we actually see fault rocks? We're diving up an actual fault face.
And drag it
You're
down
looking at the
with left click.
face itself, but with time the rocks crumble away and the actual face gets removed, but there might be some relic fault face in there.
And
So
then
we're
get
looking
yourself dialed in so you can
flat
actually see them
surfaces
out.
which might have subvertical striae or scratch marks on them. And we're going to be looking for the unconformity, which I will bet money that we will cross. So the actual contact between the basement rocks and the platform carbonates and sediments below them lying above. So it's going to be kind of cool. We are almost certainly going to cross this unconformity. The trick is to spot where we cross it.
And Graciela Garcia Moliner of the Caribbean
Oh,
Fishery
that's
Management
garbage,
Council
isn't it?
has just typed in the chat room that this area that we know as Whiting Bank is known in Spanish as La Coronita. And we're 20
Paranoid
kilometers
bottom.
southeast from the southeast
Coral
corner of
bottom.
Puerto Rico.
I guess that's why Nav had it switched to high frequency, because it's not doing you any good at low frequency, is it? Try ranging down. 80 meters is...
That sponge is on a very long stalk, a hexactinellid glass sponge. Looks like it's suspended in the water column.
Is this fish? Zoom,
Yeah,
zoom,
looks like fish.
Zoom, whatever it is.
I'm hearing the word zoom, so I'm zooming.
Yeah.
I don't see any movement on that at all. But that doesn't mean...
Co-pilot,
it's
I think
not.
you need more gain. Or I'll play with it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Can't tell what that is. Tiny. Another dead octocoral skeleton. A lot of dead coral rubble here. Several dead octocoral skeletons. And just to note that the temperature here is 4.45 degrees Celsius. Dissolved oxygen is 6.3 milligrams per liter.
There we go.
So, Ed, how you doing over there?
I'm doing great.
Back with
Survey
us?
2's making the call for us.
Oh, sweet.
Yep, delegate.
Okay. Let me close on this a bit.
And then after this, just to the left, that hard coral on the rocks, I just want to check to see if any of it's alive. I think it's all dead, but
Dave, when you are stable,
I will be in a moment. Just getting a toe hold here. What can I do for you?
So where the conference call has been connected,
Swinging back
has anybody called in on the line?
out a little. It's
Outboard?
blocking a lot of my light there. That far in.
If the Interspace Center can call in, that would be helpful, and
See from
we'll need
Sirius
at least
view.
one more person to call in and join us.
Just a little bit.
Swing outboard?
Yeah, just rotate right. Just yaw. Starboard. Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
And
that helps a lot. Thank you.
okay, Ed, we're good for a zoom here.
Coming in, thank you. And I'm holding there.
Yeah.
So we're just zooming in on a hexactinella glass sponge. It's got a really long stalk. Hi, thank you for calling. Looks like another dead coral skeleton behind it on the right.
Maybe Loftus, report to the bridge. Ryan, report to the bridge.
Okay, we can take more zoom now.
More zoom eye.
I'm actually not sure if I've seen so many dead coral skeletons in one place that are either that are octocorals. That one may potentially be a black coral. We often see dead coral rubble of the scleractinians, but this is quite a bit for a small area, which is interesting to me.
I have a little more zoom left if you want
Okay,
it.
yeah.
Good
there's
on the sponge for me. Oh, is there something inside?
Yeah.
Just peeking
Guess there's
down in there.
Always something inside, but
155 nav.
155.
I'm a little far away there.
okay, let's come wide.
All right,
Oh,
coming
thank you
out.
for the sonar adjustment.
Ah,
That's good. And then to the left, there's a patch
Yeah.
of dead coral.
hold the zoom there.
Holding the zoom.
Thank you if somebody else just joined in to our conference line.
What was my gain at now?
Hi, Andrew. It's Catalina. I heard you guys are having a hard
Oh, I
time
don't
keeping the
remember.
line going.
Yeah, thank you for calling in, Catalina. How are
Sort
you
of a-
doing?
You can zoom back in.
I'm doing
Sort of a
well.
weird
I can
system.
stay logged in
Say
the
again,
event
Paula?
that you need that.
Zoom in.
Roger, thank
Hi,
you.
Catalina. Thank you for calling in. It's just the geology
I
is
get really
so,
strong returns.
so
but
boring. Nobody
that
wants to
is
call
the
in.
topography.
Mike, I don't believe that for a minute.
Kakalina. Hi, it's Dave.
Hey, Dave. How are you?
I'm happy to be in the chair.
Okay, so we're looking at a dead scleractinian here, but there looks like there's live polyps. I'm not quite sure what that is. It's not the same species as
star on there? Yeah, I
scleractinian.
think there is.
Can you zoom back in on that one more time, Dave?
Yeah, come on in, Ed.
Coming in. Brittle star top frame now and continuing in.
All right, I'll come up here.
There he is. That's a full zoom. Is that one? Yeah, I think it is.
So we're looking at several brittle stars, Ophiocanthid brittle stars.
maybe two.
Oh, there's a little hermit crab on the left, upper left. But I'm not sure what the white is. Looks like another coral, but I can't really tell yet. I was just chatting with
brittle on
Santiago
top.
Herrera in the chat room. I'm just noticing, for me, I've never seen an area so small that had so many dead octocoral, black coral skeletons so quickly during a dive, and he's just commenting that on the Louisville Seamounts, he also had observed a high number of dead octocoral skeletons.
Something moving there. Center screen.
Yeah, I see it. Maybe a small shrimp.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. That a brittle star arm?
Just at the top of the coral, to the left of the upper brittle. So if you go left from the upper brittle and down, we need
Okay,
Tim
if
Shank
you can
with his
pan down, and then
equalize.
I'm good to go.
Looking down.
Thanks.
Big. Hold fast. And
Oh,
wide,
that's
please.
Down. Coming wide. That's full wide.
Thanks, Ed.
Sure.
We're out of here.
We're up and moving.
Thank you.
So Dave, before we get the ship moving, I think your co-pilot would enjoy a little stick time before the end of the cruise.
Yes, I'm
Stickopathes black coral.
guarding here.
We didn't want to say anything.
Well, you needed to say something because I would have just kept on going.
Doing a pilot change. So the Louisville seamounts are in the southern Pacific, off of New Zealand, and those seamounts is they're an area of active fishing, heavy fishing. I believe they probably trawl in that area or have in the past. No trawling, to my knowledge, occurs here, but this seamount, at least near the top of the seamount, is also actively fished. But mostly they're using vertical long lines to fish for snappers.
Pilot video comm check.
So, Andrea, will we see any whiting here?
Hey, all cameras full wide, no gain.
The fish?
Roger, thank you.
No, we shouldn't see any whiting. They're more northern species. Too far south.
Presumably that's how it's got its name.
Yeah, and maybe that's a common name for something else.
Yeah.
So common names are often interchanged. An example in the southeast U.S., there's a red drum, which is also called redfish or puppy drum, all the same species.
Right.
So.
All right. Okay, Andrea.
Great.
I heard black coral, stickopathes.
No, I was just making a comment. We can continue up.
Okay. Now, do you want to do ship move?
Sure.
155.
155. Maybe we'll try 50 meters and see where that puts us.
Okay.
Bridge, ROV nav.
ROV nav, this is Bridge.
Yeah, bridge requesting a ship move. 50 meters. 155 degrees.
Yeah, before you do that, Dave.
0.2 knots.
Can you go all the way up with my uppers?
Roger that. Thank you.
Had him
Thank
down
you.
for that coral for you. Or a sponge, sorry. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so we're at a depth of 1269 meters. We are starting our ship move to move up slope. We have a lot of ground to cover today.
Port. Copy.
So,
Got it.
So we're just going to want to do quick snap zooms unless we come to an area that's really has a lot of obvious life.
Let's test this quick snap zoom theory.
Oh, cool purple star.
I've heard it many times.
Yeah.
Go ahead, video.
All right, quick snap
Quick
zoom.
snap.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay.
There we go,
awesome.
and
This
we're
is
moving on.
A slime star.
Okay, come wide video.
All right. There we go. Quick snap zoom.
Do we want to go back in, Andrew?
Would you like more of
Go
that?
ahead back in.
All right.
Well, we have time anyway right now.
Waiting for the
Are you
ship
guys
to
picking
move.
on me?
No, we're testing the snap zoom theory.
We made an observation.
See the innards right
We'll
now.
stay on
Right.
this. We have a little while for Sirius to
Pending
catch up.
ship move. What's our depth? 1200.
1270
Roger, thank
is our
you.
depth. So we're looking at a slime star. We have seen this on.
About 4 minutes. There we
That's so
go.
cool.
Oh,
So it's
That's cool.
Death Star's opening.
yeah. So it actually brings in water. It's kind of you can see the structure underneath, but it's kind of in this mucus-filled sac. It brings a lot of water
Drifting
in.
away very, very
It's got these
slightly.
very
Yeah, I'm trying to
long
push back in, sorry.
modified tube feet on
Just hold there.
each end of
Roger.
each arm, on the end of each arm. So I think we saw this in Mona Canyon or maybe on
Another interesting one.
Pichincho
bottom right
or
frame.
platform area in Mona Passage. So our first echinoderm of the day,
Ed, you're falling
the
into
sea
the
star.
trap.
We're looking at its aboral
Quick zoom.
side. So
Go ahead.
the anus
Right.
is on this side, where the oral side is
No, we're bouncing
attached
a bit
to the
more.
rock.
We're
I'll stay out
way
here.
at the end of the tether there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
So
fight
that's
it.
good for me.
Little family photo here with the
Okay.
brittle and
Yeah, you can just frame it. I can't.
With a long
Yeah.
brittle
Can't
star
fight
on
that.
the right.
okay. I can come out if
Welcome
you
if
want to
somebody
start.
joined the
moving
channel,
on.
then.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Co-pilot watching. Can we put the lasers on too as we move?
Lasers coming on.
We're just shooting the Sea Star to tempt Christopher Ma out of his den.
So, Chris, just to help in terms of the geology, just if you ever see a different color to any face, the black stuff we can just keep going. But if you notice a light-colored face, then it'd be great to get a snap zoom.
Understood.
Can we get a snap zoom on the white branching coral coming center screen?
You got it. Go ahead, video.
I'm I'm in position now, and there's in. Iris down a little bit. Might be a fish passing.
Okay, it looks mostly dead. Oh, there's a hermit crab. I've seen a lot of hermit crab associates on corals this expedition.
And lots more
which I
zoom
really don't recall seeing as many
yeah,
in other areas of past expeditions.
Hold there.
Let you come up into it. If
So
you want.
I'm going to probably be looking for white corals just to give you guys a heads up. That's indication that it could be live. So we'll definitely want to take a look. This does look to be all dead, but.
Okay, Andrea,
All
that
right.
sounds good. Just call him out. We'll try our best.
Thank you.
Coming out.
It's a little jumpy on you today. Is it?
Yeah.
Looks like it's not a Bursingid or a crinoid.
Oh, okay. Coming up.
Closing with you.
Roger that.
So we're seeing lots of iron manganese coated angular clasts, which I think is the basement breaking up. Just below those piles of clasts, almost
Wanna go
certainly
snap zoom there,
is
video?
the bedrock.
You see
Here we have a Cerianthid tube anemone. Another Cnidarian. You can tell Cerianthids, they have this inner ring of tentacles surrounding the
Yeah, you
mouth.
can hold there. I'm walking around.
This one, I believe we observed this yesterday as well. So that this species could have quite a large bathymetric or depth distribution.
Keep coming if you got it. That's good right there.
Beautiful shot.
It's a little heavy here. Okay, you can come live video.
Coming out.
Hi, did someone just join us?
Coming up.
Yeah, hi, this is Michelle Scherer.
Hi, Michelle. How are you today?
Good, looking forward to the dive.
Yeah, can you add a little bit now on why you're interested in this area and how it's important to local Puerto Ricans?
Sure, I'd be happy to. This is one of 3 contiguous seamounts off the southeast coast of Puerto Rico, which are actively fished for deep water snappers. And very little is known about the habitat that these fish are using. So everything we learn here will be new to describing that essential fish habitat.
And how long have fishermen been coming here to fish? Do you know?
I believe that the deep water snapper exploration started in the 90s,
Okay.
and it's really picked up since the year 2000, maybe.
Keep coming.
It's picked up in the past 15 years?
Yeah, there's been much more effort in the deeper waters in the recent past.
Is that because some of the fishing methods have improved, technologies have improved, or is that due to, you know, fisheries becoming more depleted in shallower coastal zones?
I think maybe a combination of both.
So pilots, we have
Ability to
15
find
meters or
these
so left in that move.
particular spots. Some of those shallower tips are
Comfortable
really,
if we just continue?
so with nautical
I'm coming up
charts now integrated with GPS and fish finders,
Bridge, RVNav.
Right.
there's a greater chance of staying within that zone.
RVNav,
which
bridge.
Without that would practically be
Bridge, could we add 100 meters to this move? So it would be another 100 meters, 155 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Sure, no problem. Another 100 meters, 155 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Thank you.
Oh, C-star, ASR, you can, yeah. Well, I'm glad you joined us, Michelle. Look forward to today's dive, and you know, hopefully, can get to the shallower depths. We're gonna try to move quickly, not too quickly, but
excellent. I'll be standby here.
Okay, thank
Object
you.
top left.
Just want to
gonna
say
frame.
hi, Michelle, as well. It's
Got a
Mike
wag
here.
left.
Hi,
Just
Michelle.
Take a peek.
Hi, Mike.
More left.
Yeah, that's lateral.
There you
over
go.
there. Where? Oh, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment here. Oh, I don't know if somebody keeps pressing a button. It's kind of happening repeatedly. And if you're not speaking, if you could put your phone on mute, that would be helpful too. Oh,
That's out of spite.
If you can hear me, just put
Okay,
your
go
phone
ahead.
on mute
Coming
and
in.
be aware that somebody keeps pressing a telephone button.
Hold there.
Holding iris.
Tilting out.
So we have Stichopathes on the left. Again, another dead coral. Looks like, I'm not sure if those are dead black corals or
I'm not sure
octocorals
that
that have
one's
been
dead.
encrusted with a lot of epifauna, but it could be a live
I think this is
piece
alive
here on the right. Oh yes, absolutely.
Just hold
Looks
there.
like
sorry.
it
Yeah,
could be
holding. I
Lophilia
wanna have a
pertusa. See if or Madrepora, one of the two. Kind of difficult to tell. Really large polyps. There are squat lobsters embedded on the right.
I think we're doing pretty good here if we're not really being dug again.
Go ahead.
Want to come out?
Oh, I thought you said you wanted to go back in. Sorry.
No, I said we're doing okay for you not being.
Oh, I just had a lot of momentum left and
Yeah.
had to swing it back right.
So I can go in. That's full
good.
zoom.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see if we
Nice
get the whole thing.
squat lobster, a different squat lobster than I
There we
think
go,
we've
it's
seen
the whole
so far on this
thing.
expedition.
Is that on the
There's
left?
Something on the left. It's got a red center. Is that what
Yeah.
you're looking at? Yeah. Let me just hold there.
Yeah, so that's a type of black coral, whip coral.
Let me go in there, Ed.
If we get a zoom in, we can tell if it's in the genus
Behind the
Stichopathes,
stick
if all
there.
of the polyps are on one side. If they're all over, it's in a
Background.
different genus.
Oh, sorry. I was going for red.
Yeah. I think we're going for that thing on the right now.
Okay.
There's the base.
Yeah, Santiago, I agree. These are
All right,
octocoral,
Chris.
dead octocoral
Okay.
skeletons.
Yeah.
And they're just colonized with a lot of epifauna. They're sponges, hydroids, serpula tuberums in some cases. So that indicates that they've been dead for
It's
quite
really
some
heavy
time.
Today.
Yeah, it looked like you were floating down. there for a
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah. Z-Buzz at 23 might be a little bit of a.
Oh.
That's too much Z-Buys.
Again, another pile of dead coral.
I even doubt it. Back. Yeah, it's usually at 20.
Can you pan right? There's a coral coming off of the block, going out of screen, lower right. Looked a little different.
Yeah. White.
There's an off-white up there on the.
Coming center, lower center now.
Lower center.
On
Start
the-
in video.
On the rock on the left. It's out of screen now.
Oh.
It's white. Come down.
So if you pan down. Right there.
Ah.
Has a look of life to it. To the right.
To the right.
Right edge of the screen.
Clock directions. There we go.
You are on it.
Go ahead.
Coming in.
It's alive.
Well, this is interesting.
We don't have much time here.
No,
We
you're
can-
you're behind already.
We're behind already? Okay. So looks like a scleractinian, but I'm not
So
quite
much
sure
for the
what it
snap
is.
theory.
Definitely different. Unless it's just a skeleton colonized by zoanthids. It's kind of difficult to tell.
Okay, come on, video.
Coming out.
Thank you.
You're okay. Just up and
There
right.
we go.
Are you not on heading?
I'm on heading.
155 is the heading.
So we have to just catch up a little bit. We're a little
Need
behind.
to get way over to the right.
Getting a good view of the geology, though.
We just saw a little streak in the mud there, which was a rockfall. So just a tiny rock, you know, kind of what we'd
Looking
expect,
right
but
at the face.
clearly showing you that this
Climb.
rocks are falling
brother.
down this slope.
Again, a lot of hard substrate here that's exposed. It doesn't seem like it has a really thick sediment cover.
Sorry, no, I didn't realize that we were.
And obviously, a lot of corals have colonized the area in the past and have thrived by the amount of dead corals that we're seeing. On the right, there's some live coral as well.
Square block. Oh, yeah, it's
We
right
can
in
see
front of
some fabric in the rock. You can see the planar layers. I'm not going to call this bedding as such, but
We go snap zoom on white middle rock.
there's
Roger. Coming in, holding.
planar layering that's dipping to the southwest.
Yeah. Seen octopus eggs that look like that before. Okay, come on.
Coming out. There's a sponge ahead on the right. Just slightly right of
gotcha.
12 o'clock now. And snap on that from here.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's dead.
Looks like a dead sponge on the left, right between the lasers. And the lasers are 10 centimeters.
Yep, got it.
Okay, come on.
The other one. There you go.
Buenos días.
Buenos dias, Graciela. How are you today?
Muy bien, gracias. And you?
Muy bien.
Buenos dias, Graciela.
Hola, Mike.
So, Graciela, we've been on bottom now for about an hour and 20
pink.
minutes. We started at a depth of 1275, and now we're at a depth of 1,230 meters. We did a little bit of poking and prodding at rocks to try to understand
keep
what
going
the morphology, geomorphology is of this area. And we've come up with what's been really striking to me and several of us in the chat room is there's quite a bit of dead coral here.
Wow.
Have just seen one small piece of live coral, dead scleractinian stony corals, but also a lot of dead octocorals still attached to rocks.
Yeah,
half of the skeletons are there. Sometimes it looks like the skeletons are intact, but they're covered with epifauna, hydroids, other organisms, even some tube worms, suggesting they've been dead for quite some time.
Yeah.
It's really kind of interesting.
Just going out of the bottom right of the screen, you can see those trails which are formed by little rocks just falling down the hillside. It's showing you that there is
snap white when I get over
activity
there.
on this slope.
Just going to turn not lateral. Go ahead.
Zooming in on a sponge, a live sponge, glass sponge, and then you can see it's a stalked sponge. And there's zoanthids, these colonial anemones that colonize a lot of different dead skeletons and even sometimes live coral skeletons and sponges. Often these are symbiotic associations that are specific to certain coral species. It looks like there's a squat lobster on that.
I think it might have been an ophryd.
Squat lobster on that sponge.
Okay, but I was just talking one of the commercial fishers from the area from back when, before there was GPS and things. So they would be trying out different places. He says that he probably did fish this area to about 400 meters or so for
snap zoom on the white rock.
So there was a bit of fishing activity in the 70s and 80s, but mostly trial and error, trying to find
I think it's just
yeah.
Thank you, though.
Like a crack, sure.
So there was some fishing
great.
in the 70s and the 80s?
Yes. So there will be large vessels from the west coast that will come and fish this area, as well as fishers from this area of Guayama and Salinas.
Dead.
And it was an active fishery then, but remember that it was based on triangulation and trying to find out, the best depth for fishing. And they told me, he also told me that there had been some anchoring in the shallower parts of these seamounts. So maybe some of the coral debris that we're seeing is from that kind of activity.
Yeah, it's a very good possibility.
Urchin.
Yeah, you want to go snap zoom on his rock, and there's something green, I think, lower left.
There's a large
I'll try
sideroid
not to
spiny
lose it
urchin.
here as I
Some
come up.
sponge colonization here.
Just hold there, and I'll walk over to the urchin.
Catching up to you quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
I'm not feeling super comfortable with the speed and trying to do this. I think we need to.
Can we slow ourselves down?
We can slow ourselves down. We just need to discuss with watch lead.
Yeah, I think we're moving too fast. But I thought we were still on
Bridge, ROV
ROV bridge.
Yeah, bridge. Can we slow our speed to 0.1?
Yeah, sure. I will slow us down to 0.1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nev.
So did Michelle give a little briefing in Spanish already, or?
Not in Spanish, yeah. You
I got a snap zoom
can
here.
give one in
Right,
Spanish.
Lasers. Can't tell what that is.
Okay, so while you're slowing down, I'll do that.
Okay.
Sí, buenos días. Estamos en el área que se conoce como la Coronita en español, o el Whiting Seamount, a una profundidad de 1.230 metros ahora, pero la zambullida empezó en 1.275 metros de profundidad. Esta mañana, alrededor de las 6:30, 7 de la mañana, se estará zambullendo en esta área durante todo el día, hasta aproximadamente las 4 de la tarde. Los geólogos aprovecharon y estuvieron una hora, además de el entrenamiento de los pilotos del D2, del D2, que estuvieron manipulando el brazo para sacar y poder mirar de cerca las piedras que constituyen esta área. Es probablemente un área original de la piedra que conforma la plataforma de Puerto Rico, roca ígnea, por lo tanto, creada a través de algún proceso de magma, y es lo que están tratando de observar ahora, a ver si va a haber alguna falla que puedan ver. Toda esta serie de rocas que están viendo tienen una capa de hierro y manganeso, que es una cubierta natural, además de una cantidad de sedimento que están viendo en la pantalla ahora mismo. Lo que se ve parecen caminos deslizándose por el talud, es lo que Mike estaba diciendo, que son derrumbe pequeñas piedras que caen y dejan esta cicatriz, por decirlo así, en el sedimento. También se ha visto mucha cantidad de coral muerto, y estuvo Héctor Vega al teléfono con nosotros hablando sobre la pesca en esta área, especialmente pesca de cartucho, pero una profundidad mucho menor de 400 metros, o sea que esa profundidad bien. Hay mucha coral muerto, pero también hay diversidad de esponjas y de erizos que se han visto, así como también estrellas. Así que van a estar concentrándose en la geología y la biología de esta área. Y también Bob Castro nos mandó una información sobre el área, un área activa de pesca, y él fue el que nos dio la información sobre el nombre en español de la Coronita. Okay.
Thank you, Graciela.
Gracias, Graciela.
Okay, you can come on.
So we're just zooming in on a nematocrinid shrimp, and it looks like there's another sponge stalk on the right. We don't see the top of the sponge, but so it's a dead sponge stalk colonized by zoanthids.
Coming up. Yeah, good call, Nav.
So we still appear to be in this massive angular outcrop with the talus around, and here we're seeing the outcrop actually poking through. Guys, can you just pan up a little bit? That looks slightly different. The block in the middle of the screen at the top. Keep going, don't worry. So there's a cool sponge.
Come in video.
Crusting blue sponge. Got another dead octocoral on the left.
More zoom if you want it.
Yeah, go ahead. Where was the geology, Mike?
Don't worry, I think it was my optical illusion.
Yeah, it's a cool color though.
Yeah.
Eyes kind of go to colors that are different. We often don't see this light blue color in the deep sea. We often see reds, purples, white, dark black and gray, silver, but it's light blue. Definitely different.
I will let my cohorts handle that.
Hey, Dan.
Coming out.
So talking geology for a second, one of the things we're seeing are these vertical joints. You can see them especially well in the Stereos view. You can see them in the D2 view, Davs. You can see those cracks, those planar cracks which are steeply dipping. These are the basement rocks, joints within the basement rocks, probably formed during deformation or maybe even during cooling. As the rock cools, it contracts and it cracks. Rocks also crack when they become unloaded. These rocks might well have been a couple of kilometers down beneath the surface of the Earth at one point, and they're now at the surface of the Earth. And as we release that pressure, they crack.
Got a snap on middle coral coming in.
Coming in, holding.
So another whip coral, black whip coral.
Coming in.
Hold there.
Holding.
Just try to get the whole thing. We can do a quick detail zoom if you want. Quick.
Roger. Coming in.
Yeah, that's good.
So for those of you just joining us, I know a couple people have just joined us in the chat room, including Scott France, Amanda Demopoulos. We also have Michelle Taylor, Michelle Scher, Graciela Garcia Moliner, Tim Schenk, Santiago Herrera with us this morning. We've been on bottom now for about an hour and a half. I started at a depth of 1270 and have come up to this depth and immediately notice a lot of dead coral, scleractinian coral rubble. 95% of it, 99% of it has been dead coral rubble. But what's also interesting is that we have seen a lot of dead coral skeletons, most likely octocoral skeletons, some on the seafloor laying on the sediment, but also several attached to the rock, to the hard substrates. And a lot of these corals were colonized by quite a bit of epifauna, including hydroids. Yeah, could you pan left, pilot? Thank you.
Little fish just took off to the right.
Colonized by a lot of hydroids, even some serpulid tuberns.
Yeah, pretty quick though. Okay. He's probably got a sight. We might wag over there when we're done with this.
Yeah. Sounds good.
This rock looks different to me.
Okay, you want to try to fill frame with lower coral first?
Lower coral first. Right there.
So this is a potentially live piece of coral. Zoom in and get a better look. Really interesting growth pattern here. Some of the areas, the polyps are all bunched up.
Oh, maybe they're closed.
You can keep coming, video.
And again, here's some serpulid tuberns. You can see the plumes or the fans sticking out of the tubes. Those are used for both filter feeding and gas exchange or respiration. I'm not sure if any of these are alive. There may be a few live polyps that are attracted in, but oh, yep, there's some here on the right. You can see some live polyps, live tissue sticking out.
Real soon now.
Okay. Gotta go, Andrew.
Okay, thank you.
So if you want to just wag right as you head up, see
that.
if our fish friend.
Yeah, I don't see any
like
serious.
a 10, 15 centimeter fish.
Okay.
Bridge, RV nav.
A lateral.
RV nav, bridge.
Yeah, bridge, is that ship move complete?
Took off.
15 meters left of the ship move.
Okay. Thank you, bridge.
No problem.
So we can see this nice vertical jointing trending approximately east-west.
Yeah, it's okay.
Watch leads, RV nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, I think we ought to perhaps revisit our plan for this dive.
Okay.
In this topography, I think we've moved about 125 meters, and it's pretty uncomfortable, and I don't think we're producing the kind of stuff that you guys want to see.
Yeah, it seems like we're going too fast.
Yeah, and we're moving. We're already down to 0.1.
Okay.
So, which is still even moving consistently at 0.1 is, in my opinion, too fast to be able to really characterize things. So, what I might advocate for is going slower, doing slower short moves, and being able to get some more time. And then, if we want to try to see the shallower into this, maybe doing some concerted characterization at slow speeds, and then, you know, saying, all right, now we're just going to move 200 meters at 0.2, 0.3, and make that move, and then slow down and do that again, and rather than trying to, I don't want to get to the end of the dive and realize we're still at, you know, 800 meters deep if that's a real priority to see the shallower part. Than trying to, I don't want to get to the end of the dive and realize we're still at, you know, 800 meters deep if that's a real priority to see the shallower part.
Okay, go ahead, video.
So making short moves, moving a little slower, and then assessing a little later whether we want to jump off and go shallower.
Drift over.
Right, we don't necessarily have to jump off, but just, you know, just move quickly and safely to shallower depths. If we move at the speed that we need to move to, the slow speed we need to move in this terrain to really give it its due, we're going to be far, far short of the 500 meter contour.
Co-pilot lasers off.
Well, let's slow down now
on.
and see how much we can cover in the next couple hours, and then assess again. I know we do want to make it to the top, but if that means jumping off and you know, whatever to get there, we can assess that a little bit. But
come in.
I say for now, let's definitely slow down.
Yeah, we've slowed down
and do the shorter ship moves.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I apologize. I think we were a little optimistic in our dive plan.
Yeah.
Well, the
okay,
actual
so we're just zooming in on
cover
an
is
anemone here.
large, but it's
a great image of a
the slant
another
rain.
cnidarian. Again, all cnidarians have nematocysts, or actually cnidocytes, many of which have nematocysts, or the stinging cells.
Yeah, that's very
beautiful,
nice.
really long
That's
tentacles.
Keep coming out.
Okay.
Not an enemy.
Nancy Bias is happier.
That's
for
full
this expedition. I don't believe we have seen this species yet before.
Yeah, I was just testing something. There's a protostar at the edge of that.
There's a circle. That's weird.
a lost wedding ring, right?
Is that a ring?
Go ahead in. I think
it's Mimi's
ring. Is it a
ring.
crinoid? It's Mimi's ring.
Let's see, where is it? Is that a xenophytophore on the left?
Yeah.
On the left.
Yes,
wow.
but that wasn't what we were looking at, that round thing in the upper right.
Watch lead, which one do you want?
No, I'm just talking out loud sometimes, sorry.
That's okay. Well,
so yeah, go back into the crinoid or Bersingid. I wasn't able to ID that.
Okay. Go ahead and video. Then we'll go back into Mimi's ring.
Yeah, so it looks like a crinoid here or a feather star. So it's interesting. Crinoids, again, are echinoderms related to sea stars, cucumbers. What's interesting about crinoids is that we're looking actually at the oral side, or the mouth side, where many of the other sea stars and things that we see, we're looking at the aboral side. So crinoids, this is the oral side.
Okay.
And they actually have the anus and the mouth
coming
on the
out.
same side of the disc, and their gut is U-shaped.
Andrea, can you make an ID from that, or no?
I think that's okay for me.
Okay,
for now.
let's at least
so do you see
look.
that circular golf ball looking thing on the left?
Yeah, xenophytophore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what that was?
That's a dead cup coral, looks like.
Yeah.
Or is
It's like a dead cup coral.
With branching
sponge stalk or something.
stalk. Yeah.
Coming out to show the stock.
Yeah.
So xenophytophores to the left are actually unicellular. They are protists.
Copy. Hold there. Hold there. Let's go back in on the xenophytophore.
On your command.
Go ahead in.
Holding.
Sorry. Lost my toe there.
I can come full wide if you want.
Just hold there.
So they're single-celled. They're eukaryotic. They have cell membranes and they have organelles.
Yeah, thanks.
Membrane-bound organelles.
In a box can.
Yeah,
brother.
you may want to scoot over to your right to pilot.
Okay.
They
Dave,
can
can you
get
tell me
very
when
large.
you change heading, please?
Xenophyphores often found in
I am
the deep
being
sea.
heaved around quite a lot.
Okay.
My set point is about 150.
More dead coral.
But I'm
Geology. Any
left of that
interesting
right
geology
now.
observations here?
Well, again, just what we've been seeing for the last few minutes. This is a massive outcrop, and you can see these vertical joints, which are trending approximately east-west. Again, definitely not the platform sedimentary rocks. We're in basement.
No fish yet today on this dive, which is very interesting to me. I mean, we're at a depth 1,100 meters. I would expect to see some common fishes like the cinegrabs
move to get over to our heading.
different acromatids, even some holosaurs, and we haven't seen a single demersal
Figured
fish
out
yet
why
on this
my
dive today.
heading was
Of course,
doing
maybe there's
poorly.
one
I
right
lost a
now.
thruster.
Yep, going off the screen.
Back.
Our first fish was tiny, possibly in Cuskio.
This guy is following us here?
Yeah.
Is
Go
it?
ahead, video. We don't have much time.
What was that, co-pilot? You had a thruster issue?
Yeah, it's been
Keep coming.
resolved.
Did you get him? Oh, our first holosaur.
Oh.
Very nice.
Wow, where'd he go off to? Exit stage right.
So just talking, the plane of face that's just going out of view to the left is actually parallel to the slope. And that may be some sort of fault trace that is part of the fault system that formed this seamount.
Go ahead, workshop. Aft. The overcurrent fault. Sirius aft thruster.
If you want to wag right just a little bit,
Another
a little
pile
more
of dead
dynamic to
coral.
have that depth.
And we
There you
haven't
go,
gotten
just
an estimate
don't
of the
go too
bottom
far.
currents
Well,
here, and I'm
out
not sure
there
what
now,
the surface
Chris.
currents were
Okay.
yet today, so we'll try to get that from Nav and pilot when we're ready.
So, pilots, the ship is stopped.
Okay.
We're going to slow down to 0.1 to do 50-meter moves. Be a little less white knuckle.
I think it'll be a lot less now that we are aligned and ready to go.
All right.
Can I ask a question, Nav, watch lead?
You may ask a question.
Did you get an estimate of the surface currents this morning? And when possible, can we get an estimate of the bottom current here?
We can do a bottom. This would be a good time to do a drift test.
Yeah.
The surface current was about half a knot from northeast to southwest. Just sort of course estimate.
Do you want to do a drift test here? Kind of.
Yeah, we can do a drift test. It doesn't look like there's much current. Drift test done.
Drift
Thank
test.
you. Negligible current.
Yeah, not much. See a sea star top left video. Try to
Yeah,
hit.
there was no current when we first set down either because the sediment cloud took forever to go away.
And we're at a depth now of
snap zoom on that video.
1158.
That's pretty dark. I can't get light up there.
So we have
Blow
another
out
sea
the
star.
sand to get them,
Yeah.
or crop it out.
Do we know what that is, watch leads?
It's fuzzy.
Yeah, fuzzy slime star. Fuzzy wuzzy. That's full zoom.
Okay. I'm not hearing anything.
Wow,
so.
that's pretty. I'm sorry, I had stepped out of the room real quick.
That's all right.
Beautiful.
Okay, come on,
Some
video. I need to
different
set
sea
up
star. I
better.
have not seen that yet.
Start
Looks
to
like
leave.
it may be related to the slime stars.
On a partial?
Negative.
Still bouncing.
Bridge, RVNAV.
Oh, VNAV, bridge.
Yeah, requesting a ship move 50 meters, 155 degrees,
Okay.
0.1 knots.
Co-pilot, can you tilt my starboard up
Roger
or
that,
somewhere
RV
down?
nav. I have a ship move, 50 meters, 155 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Good copy.
You can start NVIDIA.
Coming in, aye. Holding.
Roger. It's an awkward angle. And
Oh, I see. We're still zooming in the sea star. It's just a
yeah, we started to
above.
pull out.
Can't believe it came down.
Yeah, can you tilt up for me, Dave?
I can do that. Stand by.
So this is a different species yet, I believe, than we've seen on this expedition.
If you get in tight, can you blow it out video? I'm not sure how much that helps, but
I don't recall seeing this on
do
previous dives.
starboard
Looks similar
left,
to the
that might
slime
help.
stars that intake a lot of water.
lower starboard.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and
my
it's
iris
got
just
the
jumped.
long
okay.
extended tube
Gonna
feet
bring you
at
some
the
light
ends of the
in.
arms, but it's definitely, it looks like it has more spines. Really spiny. It's
Thank
really
you, Kappa.
beautiful. Very cool. I'm
This-
amazed at all the different patterns that we can see on these sea stars. Some of them look scaly, more spiny. I was making a comment that they looked often like
Copy.
pieces of art.
Do we know what this is,
No,
Andrea?
no idea. I don't think we've seen it yet. I'm not sure if Chris Ma is watching yet.
I was just going to say, I wonder if
Scrambling.
Chris is watching.
Right. This is good bait for him.
Now that I look at it, it is not like the slime star, so it doesn't have that big that casing. Really spiny.
Spectacular.
Well, if that's good for you, science will.
That's
come
as tight
alive.
as I can get.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the best we're gonna get. Thanks for moving the lights there, co-pilot.
Coming out. Ooh.
So just maybe recapping the geological context again, we're diving on a wall of Whiting Seamount. This wall is actually, or was once, a fault face,
T-mark.
which controls the overall topography. And you can see that we're seeing this angular debris. It's quite a steep slope. We have seen evidence for small rocks falling down here, but this is basically almost a 2 kilometer high fault face, and we're almost certainly in the basement. At the start of the dive, we actually did some sample testing and broke a rock to see inside it beneath this black iron manganese
the right.
coating. And we're pretty sure that it was an igneous rock, possibly even a plutonic
Can't
rock,
describe
a
it.
rock that froze from a magma below the surface of the Earth.
So I have a question for you, Mike. Just thinking about all the dead coral here, and there's a lot of different reasons why, there could be so much dead coral, and kind of just chatting about it in the event log. But I'm curious, how movable are these rocks that we're seeing? Are they easily slid downhill? Are they easily moved, I guess? Are they more anchored in? I do see a lot of soft sediment, but in other areas we've been to, we've seen quite a bit more sediment, suggesting more sediment flow, more debris flow from upslope, and it looks a little different to me here.
Yeah, what we've definitely seen is occasional white vertical trails, which are clearly very recent, smallish rocks falling downhill. It is an unstable slope, but it doesn't appear to be a lot of activity at the moment. It's just steep enough. It has collapsed in the past. All these little blocks of bits that have fallen off and fallen down. But there isn't a lot of big activity going on at the present day.
Okay, thank you for that.
Again, the rocks pile up at their angle of repose, and we've talked many times about the big earthquakes that occur, every so often, every 50 years or so. And if a big earthquake occurs around here, it's going to shake this stuff, and we'll get stuff falling down.
Can you zoom coral on top?
Top
Thank
coral.
you. Looks like a live octocoral.
Get a little
Maybe
closer
our
and get it in
first
the light.
live one of the day.
Just briefly to finish that off, a good example of that is a recent Nepal
Okay, video.
earthquake,
Coming in.
where folks might have noticed there was a big avalanche on Mount Everest because Mount Everest was shook by the earthquake.
Coming in.
Okay, we just had a pilot nav change. Brian Bingham in the
full
pilot
in.
chair. And we're zooming in on an octocoral. Pretty sure it's a bamboo coral, although I don't know. We need to see the nodes, the black nodes and inner nodes. Yep, there we go. A good view. So again, this is an octocoral. They have 8 tentacles in the polyps, which most of them are retracted. And call these a bamboo coral because they have these dark black proteinaceous nodes and inner nodes made of calcium carbonate in between.
No,
I think this is our first live octocoral for today. Several dead skeletons, but
tilting up a little bit.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right.
Holding.
Possibly an ectomyces species. And ectomyces, I think, are characterized by having volcanically shaped polyps.
Feel like we got that.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Volcano-shaped
Full
polyps.
wide, please.
Did you say volcanically shaped polyps?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, geology constant biology.
Yeah.
We have a ship move. We're going a little slower. We're going to try to
can we
get a little more time.
Get a pan on the left. There's another possible live coral left.
Pan on the left.
Oh,
I see it over there in the darkness.
Actually, it's right below.
No, it's on the front of the rock,
it's
bottom
out of your
frame.
screen,
Oh, that one looked pretty dead.
Down
Is it all
slope
dead?
side, looked
Okay.
very dead to me.
You see a live one in the...
Yeah, I would be surprised if that
yep,
was
that
alive.
one does look all dead.
I can snap in.
So what could
Let me get a little more light on it.
through this area?
I think there's a live one behind it.
Yeah, with the 2 branches.
Oh, over on the left. See the one on...
Yeah, there's one
Oh,
just
there
to
may
the
be a
right,
live one on the top.
2 branches.
All right, we can snap in on this guy.
Andrea, what could kill a coral just sticking out from its rock happily there?
Well,
Obviously,
there's
it
some
wasn't
live parts on the
trawled off.
bottom of that. Do you see those?
Yeah, it looks like the tips are...
Yeah,
I think those are
look like
serpulid tuberums, all the white.
But
Yep.
bottom left.
Glass sponge on it.
Yeah, right down in there.
Whoop, sorry. No.
I'll hold here. I'm on a partial.
All right, go in and see if we can get it.
Yeah, let's try this.
Yeah. So those are the serpulids. You can see the one on the bottom branch has its feathery plume sticking out.
Those polyps aren't...
A couple on the top too, and of course those are used for both filter feeding and gas exchange. Oh, there's some live polyps right there. Good eye. Is that where you guys were referring to?
That's it.
That's all video.
Nice work, video. That looks like a stoloniferous octocoral overgrowing this dead octocoral skeleton.
Oh yeah, that's the one with roots, for lack of a tendrils.
Okay.
All right.
Feel like
Full
we have
wide.
that.
Yeah.
Full wide.
Getting a little behind already. And there's one up
There's
to the left.
Yep, up and to the left, and a little skinny one off to the right.
And there's ones to the right as well.
Right or left?
Well, right is closer to you, so going off screen.
Oh, right and left.
Yeah. So tilt down, I'll get you that one.
All right, let me come down a little bit if I can.
That should be good in there.
All right.
Partial.
You're a little far out.
I think we're just characterizing at this point. That's alive.
I see live polyps.
I'm still
Looks
pushing.
like a bamboo
partial.
coral, yeah, a whip bamboo coral. Polyps are all on one side, maybe an anemone about a quarter of
as you
down
wish.
from the tip.
Okay.
Tilting up.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Try to get the base. Nope.
Nope.
Yeah,
Occluded.
good job.
And coming out.
So
all right.
a lot of live
left,
polyps
and then
on
we'll
that, but towards the base, it was
Full
you could see the
wide.
clear bamboo skeleton. And then we're going to move to the
I
left.
think it's up.
It's right in there.
In here?
No, I'm going to come in and up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's up
Get it
top right. Another dead coral on the bottom left. I don't see anybody
Another
home.
possibly a bamboo coral. Something
Okay,
different
video.
though than
Go
the
ahead.
last
Behind
two
it,
bamboo
perhaps.
corals that we just observed. here we go. So this actually is not a bamboo coral. I've seen this a few times. Once before, Santiago and I were commenting on it earlier. If you zoom in, it's difficult to tell whether these are zoanthids overgrowing something. Possibly a sponge. Oh, yep. I think you're right, Santiago. Possibly a sponge.
Got a little perch here.
Santiago commented earlier that could have been zoanthids overgrowing a sponge. I think he may be right.
Dave, you want to tilt if he needs to?
Sure.
I think I
have it. Tilting down.
Really hard to tell.
All right, maybe 10 more seconds. And then we need to
Shoreside
go.
says, can you go up to the top too? Maybe there were some polyps sticking out that were not retracted in.
I don't see any.
Come to the left.
No.
All right. Let's go up the hill.
For white.
Thank you.
Kind of Tyrolean here.
Yeah.
Quite the hill.
So Brian, just for info, for geology purposes, the two things really we're looking for is if you happen to see a broken face, as you know, or the other thing is we go up, we might reach this unconformity. And in which case what we might expect to see is some sort of sub-horizontal beds cutting off the top of these more steeply dipping beds we're seeing now.
Okay.
And so that would be like a major target if you happen to see it. And that would represent the transition from this basement into the sedimentary platform sequence at the top.
Looks like we might be on a ridge sticking out.
Look at that.
Oh, beautiful. We have a lot of reflection in the camera view.
Just tilt it down
noticing.
just a smidge, Brian.
Oh, just
and one more smidge will get rid of the little
the ones in the top.
Still got them.
Okay, we're picking up more live corals here now. 1, 2, 3, and this may be the fourth one that we have observed. Octocorals, that is. We have seen a couple live whip
I want to snap on that real quick video, and then
we'll.
And we're at a depth of 1,143 meters.
Upper left.
Upper left.
Oh, actually, it might all be dead, and those are anemones. So another
crinoid maybe?
bamboo coral, but it looks mostly dead. There's another crinoid on the top. Some of the pink polyp-looking structures are actually, I believe, anemones.
Okay, coming out slow. Well, slow-ish.
Slowish eye.
To a full wide. I think we've got one of those branching ones in the background before.
Yeah, we gotta. We'll get it on the way.
Yeah.
And then, oh my gosh, there's target-rich environment, as Dave would say.
Target-rich.
Andrea, pay no attention to the branching corals. All right.
More wonders await.
Oh, bump.
Another live coral. Those look like stalks, sponge stalks covered with zoanthids.
All right, we're gonna come up and out. And see if we can get a little more happy place.
There's a fish or something there on the right.
Yeah, I see him.
That might be a holothurian. It's a fish.
It's officially a fish.
Is that a fish?
It is a fish.
Did you say officially a fish, Dave?
Officially.
It's a fish.
I see a live sponge with the stalk covered with zoanthids. Only a few of those today. Most of the stalked sponges we have seen have not had the tops on them, just then the sponge stalks with the zoanthids.
Okay, video.
Coming in. Oh, that's weird. Is that a bump on the side?
Oh, it's got a parasite or something on its side. If we can get a zoom in on that for sure.
Go ahead, video.
Looks like it's underneath the skin, though.
Yes.
Maybe an isopod or something underneath. Which is kind of strange. And then we are looking at a type of ophidiid cusk eel. Looks like there's a large parasite on its side, but it looks like it's underneath the skin.
He looks
However,
not
it
too
looks
happy
like it has
about it.
segments.
That should be a good
I don't
zoom.
know if Amanda's watching.
See if you can
Okay, tilt down. Hold position, just tilt.
sneak around to the other side.
Let him come through. That's a full zoom. Gonna brighten him up a little bit, slowly.
Just trying to conceal.
Coming out slow, just to reacquire, holding. Still partial.
Co-pilot, when we pull out, can we get the lasers on, please?
I do believe they are on.
Okay, thanks.
No, they were not, but they are now.
Just hard to get from this angle.
See if you can sashay right, as they say, Brian. And
Oh, he's moving. Oh,
he's helping.
Coming
Oh,
in.
perfect.
Bridge nav, is the ship move complete?
What in the world is
RV nav,
that?
this is the bridge. Yes, the position move has just finished.
how are we doing,
Okay,
Dave?
thank
I think we should.
All right, try to snap it, and then we'll.
That's full zoom.
That's full zoom. All right.
Roger that.
All right, full wide, please. Video.
Yeah, it looks
Full
like it is
wide,
on the outside now that we're getting a better look at it, now that we're pulling out.
Now that we're leaving. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, got him.
Coming up and out.
So just a comment on the geology. There's just a hint we're seeing horizontal or gently dipping stuff. You can see, you can maybe imagine seeing in that outcrop. It's sort of gone below us now, but more horizontal or gently dipping layers, slightly dipping from the left to right. Looking down, you can see as we pass over it, the cracks are sort of from the dipping from the left to right. And so we could have entered into the sedimentary sequence. This is not totally unlike what we saw towards the top of the dive yesterday.
I'm going to jump over to this other ridge, get centered up.
More sponge stalks with zoanthids. That's been a pretty fascinating dive so far today. We're at a depth of 1,126 meters.
Indeed.
1126. A couple different fish species today. The last one we were observing was a cusk eel, and it had a large ectoparasite, likely an isopod on the outside. We're this great imagery, getting more information on the prevalence of ectoparasites, what types of hosts they infect.
Pilot's nav.
Go ahead now.
Often these
Ship move
ectoparasites
is
can be
complete.
sloughed off from trawling operations. So we don't really have a good handle on how many and what types of ectoparasites inhabit or infect different fish species. Several sponges colonizing the hard substrates here.
So we're just heading, current heading, same speed?
I'm good with 0.1. You happy with that, Dave?
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'll call in another ship move then.
155.
So we can see these clear joints forming the layering in the rocks, dipping to the right. Again, my hunch would be we're still in basement. I'm hoping we'll see a dramatic change when we go into the sedimentary sequence.
Bridge nav?
OV nav, bridge.
Could we get another move? 50 meters, 155 at 1/10 of a knot?
Roger that, ROV nav, 50 meters, 155 degrees, 0.1 knots.
Thank you very much.
Okay, more of these sponges. Several of them are just the stalks with the zoanthids or the colonial anemones inhabiting the sponge stalks. But we have one live one here on the left. It's a glass sponge, hexactinellid.
Well, we got
Or
time video. You want to?
dead coral,
Looks like
in the
there's a
background.
squat lobster or something on it.
Oh yeah, you see that? Good eye. Oh yeah,
On there?
great eye, Brian. So we have a squat lobster on this sponge stalk.
Crustacean.
Likely Munidopsis species.
See if I can get him.
Try to
We also
partial wide
see
video.
many different squat
Partial
lobsters in
eye.
deep sea environments. Some can be found
Holding.
on surrounding sediments lying on the seafloor, inhabiting the seafloor, while others are found living on up off of the bottom on coral colonies or sponges, such as
All
this
right,
one
let's see
that
if
we
we
see
can
here.
manage that.
Some are fairly species
Coming in.
specific. We see certain squat lobster species inhabiting certain species of sponges. Getting a closer look now. Looking at the, being able to look at the rostrum helps to give an ID, or helps to at least put the ID to a genus level. And the rostrum is this pointy protuberance between the eyes.
I think we're falling away.
Yeah.
You could put a toe down. You're not far off. The nip cams are good for that.
Coming out a little bit.
What is that on the sediment? Is that just a piece of rock? Is that a...
I don't know, is
All
that-
right, let me
is
see
that
if I can get
broken
set up a
hold
little
fast?
better.
Yeah, that's... Yep. Probably what it is.
Huh. That's-
And come out.
Yeah, come out.
So
There's a rock right there.
you can get your toes in.
Yeah,
There we go.
thank you, Brian.
That was great. Happy with that.
All right, video's happy with that.
Yes, I think we have a ship move.
Yeah, we get
should
ship
start
moving.
feeling soon.
Brian, were you thinking that was a bit of broken rock, that white thing? Is that what you were?
Oh, the white just to the right of the sponge.
Behind it and to the right,
Yeah.
just past that rock.
Yeah. Just
And we're at a depth
just,
of
uh,
Just
1124.
zoom back in for a second.
Let me just snap, okay,
Okay.
pilot?
Yeah, I'm going to walk it in a little.
It's
Yeah,
just put it in frame edge, right?
Yeah, right there, yeah.
Keep it in frame edge.
Alright.
There's two of them, whatever they are.
Oh, it's something that fell on the rock.
There's a brittle star between the lasers.
Brittle star on right laser.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Brian.
Some kind of something.
Old coral, maybe.
Yeah.
Holothorian.
Sargassum.
Yeah.
Biogenic. Not interested.
Okay.
All right.
It's all interesting.
How far into the ship move are we, Nav?
And the temperature here is 4.7 degrees
not
C.
quite sure.
DO,
Looks
dissolved
about
oxygen, is
5
6.0 milligrams per liter.
I wasn't quite sure where we should go. Sorry.
Is that a holothurian, a sea cucumber on the
Sorry
top?
about that, pilots. We're about 13 meters in.
I don't think so. I think it's a bent
Okay.
over stock.
Again, you can see the nice layering in the rock.
Oh, maybe on the top right.
Dipping to the southeast.
Here's a rock.
Again, more of these dead sponge stalks. Some live sponges here as well.
What was the prevailing theory there, Andrea, on what would kill all this?
Well, we have a couple different theories. There could have been a strong, turbidity flow or some strong current that came through. A lot of sediment smothered all of the corals, killing them in place. There could be some fishing activity at the top that may have damaged some of the corals, and they have fallen down, but that wouldn't explain why we see so many still attached to the rocks. So likely something has come by and smothered the corals. Now, whether there's events that occur that bring really low oxygenated water into the area or extreme temperatures, not so sure yet about that, but we'd think that if it all came from above, then all of the octocorals would also be dislodged from the rocks, but we're seeing several attached, so that provides some evidence that something has come through the area, or changed in the area at least.
I mean, I guess, clutching at straws, but it did look like we saw a broken off holdfast. I mean,
yeah,
maybe
we have seen some.
Maybe there was a lot more stuff, and these are just the few that managed to cling on, and everything else was just taken off.
That's another good point. We in the beginning of the dive, we did see several dislodged octocorals as well.
Yeah, actually, I remember a dive we did, I believe it was dive 4, where we saw a vast amount of coral debris at the bottom of a seamount.
Yes, so that was...
if this is what a higher level of something like that might look like.
Yeah, so I think that was both of our dives in the Mona Passage, the platform and the Pichincho dive. Again, two areas that are actively fished, just noting that observation. We saw pools of coral rubble, so depressions that aggregated a lot of coral rubble. Kept expecting to find a lot of live coral when we got to the top, and we really didn't see it. We saw some live coral colonies, but not as much as I was expecting. I think we'll probably find the same here as we get closer to the top. There may not be the big live coral colonies that I would hope for. We'll keep our fingers crossed.
So again, we're progressing upslope through this iron manganese coated rock, angular, jointed. You can see the joints dipping to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Different sets of joints, two different directions we could see there. Likely still in the basement, hunting for the start of the sedimentary sequence. Here there's the definite hint of layering, dipping into the face from upper left to bottom right. But again, this massive angular outcrop, which looks quite different to the carbonate. I should say that it's a little more tricky as well because beneath the carbonate are some clastic rocks. Clastic rocks are sandstones and marlstones, finer grade rocks. So it's not just even as simple as finding the contact between the basement and the limestone. There's some other sedimentary rocks in between. And another complication is the thickness of these sedimentary units varies depending on where you are. It's thicker in the northwest. It's most thick in the northwest of Puerto Rico, offshore, where we were diving earlier. And again, that thickness is controlled by the underlying geology, but it makes it that little bit harder as well. We don't quite know how thick these units are until we find them.
Can you zoom fish on the left? So it's kind of at the bottom of the screen. If you actually pan down, you'll see it. There it is.
Got him, I'm ready.
Center, lower center. It's in the center of the screen now. Unless I'm seeing things.
I got him.
Oh, you do?
Got him.
Okay. So we're going to zoom in on a fish here. And I just want to clarify what I said. I said this is an active fishing area, and it is, but it's only at shallower depths to depths of around 500 meters. And they're not trawling the bottom or
sneak up on him.
dredging the bottom. They're using mostly vertical long lines, so lines that come down and fish mostly in the water above the seafloor. However, sometimes these long lines can get swept by currents and other things, and they may drag their gear along the bottom. So it's possible that some of that it could, I'm not saying it's definite, but it's, it could break up some of the coral, and then that coral could be transported downslope.
All right, video, I lost him.
Yeah,
that was a holosaur. But again, that doesn't explain why we would see, again, these dead coral skeletons that are still in place, still attached to rocks.
That's where I got to go anyway.
So, pilot, you're in
I'm in a little slot.
ROV nav, this bridge.
Canyon. It's 50 meters wide. And
go ahead, Bridge.
Coming right up.
We are getting ready to come right 5 to 10 degrees in order to provide a little bit of a lee for the small boat launch that we're doing.
Copy that. Thank you.
Small boat.
This would be a pretty dramatic feature if we lit the whole thing up at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aerial photography would be great here.
And we're at a depth of 1,107 meters.
Dramatic view in Sirius at the moment. You can see the slabs dipping down slope. That might actually be part of the rock face.
Potentially a live coral. Can we take a closer look?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, pilot.
Okay, video. Let's go in on that.
Coming in.
Dave, I don't know if you copied the bridge, but I just want to let you know.
Again, it looks like more of these zoanthids covering possibly a sponge. Not sure yet.
Copy that now.
Try to get the attachment here while it's in frame.
Nav this bridge. We're about halfway through our heading change. Do you see any negative issues?
I think so. I think this is another
nothing so far.
Instance of zoanthids as colonial anemones covering a sponge. If you look closely, you can kind of see a hole at the top of each of the branches.
Thank you.
Might be able to come in a little closer here and see if I can get some of this.
Looks like there was an associate.
It'll bounce back.
Yeah, it's a really good view. You can see kind of the top, the hole in that sponge skeleton. And is that a hermit crab?
It looks like a squat there.
Oh, so Amanda has collected
Maybe
this and said that the skeleton is hard. And Amanda, have you collected that from the Seamounts and the Anegada Passage? So maybe not a sponge.
Okay, coming out.
Coming out.
Guess this one is still a mystery. Got a large holdfast.
So Jason Chater from USGS, who is the expert on this area, has been typing in the event log, and I'm just catching up on his messages. And he's been, confirming what we've been saying, that this is a fault face, or was once a fault face, and a big one, with at least a couple of kilometers of slip on it. He's making the point that, or 2 points really, that as this fault face is exposed, and at least something like 1,700 meters of it is exposed, it crumbles. And so we're seeing the relict of that cliff face, and hoping that maybe we'll actually see a remnant piece of the fault, but quite likely not, because that scarp crumbles and falls down slope. The other point he made, which is a good one, is the fact that we're seeing all these fractures and joints going in many different directions.
Pilot, can we zoom on the coral in the upper right?
Upper right, the white branching coral?
Yep, thank you.
Is consistent with it being a fault. The rocks are smashed up.
It's one that's right on the lasers, yeah?
Center screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The rocks are smashed up. They've been
Center
deformed
upper.
by a fault. A fault is never a single plane. It always consists of a damage zone, maybe tens of meters wide, of bigger and smaller fractures. And that's some of the fracturing we're seeing.
All right, video, see if we can do that.
You got it. I see polyps.
Okay, looks like another bamboo coral species.
You tilt up or lift up.
Maybe something different.
Trying to walk it over.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, we're getting a close-up view of another bamboo coral. I think it's another genus yet, something that we have not observed yet today during this dive. We're at a depth of 1,102 meters.
Okay, I'm going to rise a little bit, see the rest of the organism.
Looking for any visible associates. I'm not seeing any. See just a small portion is damaged right in the middle.
Looks like a couple of barnacles there.
Oh yeah?
Maybe. Oh, yep. They're just closed.
Do not see them yet. Oh, yep, now I see them.
And reopened.
Yep.
Is that full zoom video?
On the tip.
That's full zoom there.
Ah.
So a lot of people may think that barnacles resemble mollusks. They have these shells, so you could think that they look like clams or other types of bivalves or something, but they're actually arthropods. So they're more closely related to the squat lobsters and things like that, and pycnogonids and sea spiders than they are to mollusks.
Okay.
They are crustaceans.
We got that video?
Got it. Let's come out.
Coming out.
Thank you.
You're making it look easy, Brian.
I don't know about that.
It is full wide, pilot.
All right, we get some branching bits here.
couple more wispy
Coming
bamboo
up a little
corals
more.
on the left. Another stickopathy. So picking up
Oh,
more
look at that
live
fish.
corals.
Holy cow.
Oh, good.
Frogfish.
Oh, this is awesome.
Oh, those guys.
This is a goosefish.
Those are fun.
Really cool.
We had a family of 3 of those
Good
last
eye,
year. Remember
Brian.
They
This
do
is
not
exciting.
spook easily. You can
Oh,
get
that's the
very
kind of fish I
close.
like.
These are, this is a Sladinia Schaefer.
that? They'll let you come in.
They actually have a really interesting life cycle. Where, I don't know if some of you have heard, some of the deep sea angler
you,
fishes can
co-pilot.
have the males attached to the females. So tiny males will attach and then
Video you want to go in
attach to the
partial?
females
Yeah.
and
He's got his
provide
lure out.
Yeah, he does have this
sperm to the
2
females.
lures.
And this has also been observed in this species as well. Very cool. He does have, you can see the Elysium, which is the long lure at the top.
Yeah, come out a
between
little
the
so I can
eyes,
see all
functions as a lure.
of the appendages.
I'm just going to let it drift around and
Yeah, sure.
You are almost going to get a toe hold here in a minute, so just let it come.
So again, this species can have really extreme sexual dimorphism with tiny males attaching to females.
We just turned him off to get the shot. We lased it first.
And this has been observed in situ
Bridge
in
now.
other
Are we done
areas.
with this move?
So these are pretty rare sightings.
Can you say that again, Nav?
Are we
They are
done with
found in the
current
Gulf
ship
of Mexico.
Yes, we are done with the current ship move.
Roger that. Thank you.
Again, I don't know if any of you recall on our Pichincho dive, we saw the Chonax, the
Been
gaper,
good
the
for some
sea
detail
toad.
if you got all
So
bite
close
in yet.
relative.
I don't have
They're
a
in
toe
an
in
order
yet.
called
Nice eye
Lophiiformes, so they
movement.
have these pectoral fins that
think
allow
that-
them
Yeah,
to quote
just
unquote
ever
walk
so
along the
slightly.
surface.
Make contact. Left and ahead a smidge.
So they've been reported off of
Yeah, hi,
Florida,
Andrea.
in the Gulf of Mexico, and off of northern coast of South America. Hi, Michelle. How are you?
Pilot Nav, we are done with the current ship move.
Good. I feel it's asked me to translate since it's such a fine.
Yeah, this is a great find. So Sladinia Schaefer's eye.
A little bit more ahead.
Estamos viendo lo que en inglés se conoce
You should
como
be
un
feeling
pez
some contact
ganso.
soon. You've got
Es
your
de la
left-
familia
Left
de
toe
los
in.
peces
All right.
sapo.
Thank you,
Aquellos que
Dave.
tienen
Give you a little tilt to see.
You want to tilt that?
esa
Yeah.
antenita en
I'll
el
just try to hold
frente
it.
que la usan
Estoy
para
on to the right a
carnada, para
little.
traer otros pececitos para podérselos
That's
comer.
good.
All right.
Just
Y
hold that.
I'll
también
just try to
estaban
hold it, and you and Dave.
All right.
expertos
I'm going to try and get all the way and get some focus on this.
la reproducción sexual es muy espectacular porque el macho, que usualmente es mucho más pequeño, se adhiere a la hembra para transmitirle su esperma para poder fecundarla. Y esto lo está viendo a una profundidad de 1000 metros en lo que se conoce como el Bajo Whiting al sureste de Puerto Rico.
Looks like you'd just take off running like an ostrich if it
Yep,
wanted
so
to.
this is a type of goosefish. And it's known from this depth range too. Right now we're at
Oh, here
1,100
comes some
meters
food.
in the Gulf of Mexico.
looks
It's been recorded from similar
That was
depths.
wrong. I'm sorry. Wrong stick.
I wanted to see it.
I wanted to
Well,
see
So
some
you can see
predation
now
there.
it's sticking its lure in front of its mouth, so that
Setting
serves
up
to
Yeah.
attract
cereals
prey.
can.
He's
It's got this
looking.
really wide mouth, can engulf prey. There's a swimming holothurian leaving the camera view right now.
Shoot.
Can take a little zoom on Sirios as well.
Roger, zoom in on Sirius. Something like that.
Yeah, you can see the scale of this thing. It's
I
big.
can't see the.
So again, been recorded
Thank
the continental slopes off Colombia, Venezuela, South Carolina, off of Florida, and the Gulf of Mexico, and now we have a record off of Puerto Rico.
Anyway, get more of the mouth centered.
Coming down.
Try to
Because it looks like it has rays of.
It's got a really interesting
unfriendly
reticulated
devices
pattern.
at the front.
Ooh, great view. Good close-up. You can see all the cirri, or these little structures kind of sticking off the skin of this fish.
Oh, lost my.
That's all right, just
So
push
there,
it.
yeah.
Did it come out?
No,
That's all
they
right.
got it.
Okay. Watch lead video. Is this one of the species that feeds just by inhaling or pulling in a large volume of water and the prey comes in with it? You know, the volumetric method of...
Likely, I'm not sure off the top of my head, but that is possible.
Looks like the jaws probably open
They're
quite
huge,
large.
yeah, they do. Yep.
Should have put some bait in the
Coming
box.
out just a little bit. Yeah, I was hoping our holothorian friend might have headed the other direction.
So we're just getting really great close-up imagery of this goosefish.
We get a good view
Or
of its port eye.
Other name, I believe, is called a Schaefer's anglerfish. Slidenia Schaefer's eye.
Coming out just a little bit. See if we get the whole thing from this side. This looks like about our best shot right here. Let's just hold this for a little bit.
Okay.
Zoom creep. There we go. Look like he's coming up, or is it just our move?
I was trying to center him up a little bit.
If you get any closer, he'll start pushing you away. They're territorial. I set Little Herc literally right down beside one and nudged it, and it pushed back.
Pushed back.
Pushed back. There were 3 of them.
Yeah, I remember those, Dave. That was in the Gulf of Mexico. They were big. They were as big as Little Herc almost.
Yeah, they were bigger than this guy.
Yeah.
But of the similar size.
All right.
Yeah, so again, these may show extreme sexual
All right, have we harassed
dimorphism.
this one off?
So these, all of the very
we've
large
just
individuals collected have
sorry?
been
We've
females,
just observed.
and smaller males have been
Yeah,
collected,
sorry.
but also have been observed direct observations with a smaller, likely male, although it wasn't collected, sitting on top of
Clear for
the
lasers.
presumably large female. And we also see this type of sexual dimorphism in
lasers
other
are
types of anglerfishes
Taking
as well.
ours down
Pretty
to
cool.
see 'em better.
Great find. Good
There
eye,
you
Brian
go.
Bingham.
He one fat fella.
Did you not hear me, Dave? Probably a she, not a fella.
Oh.
Oh, that's right. The fella is.
It's just one fat lady just doesn't
hanging on.
really.
So we have the lasers on for
one big
size.
mama.
That's fine.
One big
mama,
mama.
yeah,
There we go.
I stand corrected.
So how long is it? About 20,
2,
30, 40,
3,
50
4.
centimeters total length?
47.2. That's my guess.
I like the Sirius view. That really.
Yeah, that's still partial.
Come on in some more.
Yeah, coming in on Sirius. And, whoa. Just let this bounce settle out.
Hey, Jim.
Brian.
Might just come out enough to show all of D2.
It was
It
quite
should settle
calm
here at
until
some point. Yeah,
we zoomed
it'll
in.
settle at some point. He's not going anywhere. She's not going
She's
anywhere.
Not going anywhere. She's fat and happy.
There we go. Want to push on that, or are we
Yeah.
good?
There's a great view in Sirius as well. You can see the anglerfish awesome in the Sirius view. Get a good idea of scale, how
just too much
large
zoom.
this big fish is looking at this Schaefer's anglerfish or goosefish.
Just see if it settles here.
say meclizine?
Yeah.
That's just come out. That's
all right.
That's.
You know, if I zoom out, it's going to settle.
So it's interesting. We the observations of this species have also been in hard bottom habitats mostly. Some associated with hydrothermal vents, cold seep areas, and even coral mounds. But mostly on hard bottoms in this depth range. Really cool.
So, the next watch is here.
All cameras are full wide. Video's doing a shift change.
Mike, I got really excited when I saw that fish.
I saw.
So Brian has been doing occasional moves.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
we've
impressive.
settled on the
I've
plan of doing 50-meter moves at point one. Our initial foray into trying to go farther and faster was unsuccessful.
Okay.
So I've been talking to watch leads. They're going to wait an hour or two and just sort of see how it goes. Because the idea is to get to 500 meters by the end of the dive, and it's like a mile away. So
video's back.
Yeah. So we're not getting anywhere close to it. So just work with them on the trade-offs between going slow enough to characterize things and then also being able to make the
lipping ahead or something.
Yeah, that's what I suggested is maybe do a few ship moves and then climb for a while, and then do a few small ship moves and then climb if they want to get to 500.
Yeah.
It's been pretty.
So when you say climb, you mean just like jump away from the wall? And
well, you could do it. You could do it in contact, but you can't stop.
Yeah.
You can't stop and zoom.
Yeah.
It's a standard trade-off.
So go 0.2 or something.
Yeah, 0.2 or even 0.3.
Steep enough that that's pretty fast.
Yeah. And in here, we're kind of in this. If you look on the sonar over to the right, there's a pretty good cliff. So we're kind of in this slot in the canyon.
Okay.
So.
It's funny. It actually almost looks like the opposite on the. Oh no! Sorry, we're going down.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, and we're just doing a pilot change. Depth is 1,100 meters, 1100. Just got done videoing, imaging a great goosefish, Sladinia. We're just kind of hanging out here while people move in and out of their seats and before we move up slope.
Guys.
Thank you.
So each watch change we get at the moment is the last duty on the ROV for that particular watch for this trip. So everybody's kind of shaking hands as they leave as we pass on to the next watch team. So thank you all, guys.
Mike, before they leave, can I also say something from people in Puerto Rico about the pilots and the crew that's changing now?
Sure, of course. Go ahead.
I've been getting messages saying that they've done an excellent job, that they congratulate them, that they feel that they've been diving down below with them.
Thank you. That's great.
I'll fix it.
Yeah, these guys have a lot of fun. Including the start of this dive where we were moving very quickly.
Ship's doors open. The ship's doors open. Please come settle any outstanding tabs. The ship's door will be open for the next 15 minutes.
Okay.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, maybe you could orient the three of us on where we are in the evolution, what you're trying to do.
Okay, well, we're moving upslope, but we started moving too quickly, so we slowed the ship down to 0.1 knots, but that was still a little too fast, so we're doing short ship moves. So what Brian and I had discussed, and Mike as well, that we'll make some short ship moves, and then maybe at a certain point we'll move a lot faster. So we'll try to, right now we just want to keep it slow, and then maybe again assess an hour from now where we are, and maybe we'll pick up the speed. We do want to get shallower today, but we realize we're quite far from the top of the mound. So, does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, so do you want me to yell if I think we're not going to make it to the top?
Well, we'll check in an hour from now where we are, and then maybe decide to move a little faster for a little while, and then slow down again if we come across another really great patch. But let's, for the next hour, continue at the rate that we're going.
Okay. Okay, I found the
shoulder's pretty far down, too.
So what I see is new transect endpoint is up near 500 meters.
Let's stow that in case you come in on a tight spot.
And horizontally, kilometer and a half.
Yeah, keep coming in. Gets the light of the little swing arm from getting shadowed by the arm by bringing it in, right? And you'll notice that you're floating off the wall.
Yeah. All right. Does the arm look okay there?
Yep. Looks good.
Hydraulics off.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. Push it back toward the wall.
And I'm about 30 degrees or more, 40 degrees left of track, so I'm going to spin right as you go over to meet me.
Okay.
Get back facing the wall.
And
Nav,
what's our
what's going to be our direction of travel?
155.
155, okay.
155.
Sorry, did you say 155? I said 155.
155.
Yeah.
Good copy.
So sorry, from the back here, is it Dan as pilot?
Yes, it is, Washley.
So Dan, just to try and help from a purely geological perspective, what we're looking for is if you happen to see a different color to a face of the rock, you know, a rock that's been broken that we can see through the manganese, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for.
Okay.
And then as we go up, what we should come across, and it might be really dramatic, is the contact between these basement rocks and the overlying sedimentary sequence. And so in a simple world, we might see a horizontal line, which is like the boundary between this stuff and the bedded sedimentary rocks above. So those are the two main geological targets we're looking for.
Okay, copy. Keeping the eye out. So co-pilot,
I've got another 20 degrees right, so keep coming over.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the outside of this outcrop here.
All right, I'm at 150. Facing the wall, but we have a pretty good wall-like feature to starboard as well, as you can see on sonar.
So Watchley, Nav?
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, by my calculation, to make the endpoint by 4 o'clock, we need to move at an average of about 0.13 knots.
Okay, so so for now we'll just keep it slow, make very short ship moves, 0.1, and an hour from now maybe we'll pick up the speed a little bit or make longer ship moves, whatever, to make a little more ground. Kind of do that sporadically throughout the dive.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Pilot, I'm going to come up a bit.
Copy.
And I'm pretty much on, my heading's on ship track here, so.
Okay. So get around this feature and head up from there.
Yeah. Is our ship currently moving, Jim, or are we still stationary?
We're stationary.
Stationary. Okay. Seems like we're in marching configuration.
So that flat surface we're looking at, there's a possibility that that actually is part of the fault system. It is dipping in approximately the right angle. It's kind of dipping to the northwest, and we can ask the question of what made that flat surface, and one possibility it is part of the damage zone in the fault.
Would you like to get a closer look?
If we can quickly zoom in, again, we should, keep moving. But if the thing for zooming in, if we saw vertical striations, then that would kind of confirm it. But
okay, go on in video.
Deploying upper swing arms. Bigger view from above.
Okay, and we have either a bracingid or a crinoid, kind of hard to tell from this angle.
What are we centering up on?
But a squat lobster on this mystery zoanthid. I'm not quite sure what this is yet. It has been collected on seamounts in the Anegada Passage, and it was noted that it was a hard skeleton. Initially, we thought it was a zoanthid covering a sponge.
Watchley, would you like to get a closer zoom on any of those?
Yeah, please. After
I know,
Mike is
I'm
done.
fine. Andrea, take over.
Okay.
Okay, well, let's go in.
It might be is that a bivalve or a brachiopod? Yeah, let's get a zoom of that. So definitely crinoids, feather stars, as we take a closer look. Again, feather stars are related to other sea stars. They're echinoderms, spiny skin. They have all these long pinnules coming off of each of their arms. And they use the arms for feeding. They can produce mucus and capture food particles and transfer the food particles down the arms to the mouth. So in these feather stars, you actually are looking into the mouth, and that center area is the oral side. But I'm curious, the bivalve on the right, if that's a bivalve or a brachiopod. I'm wondering if anybody from shore side can help me with that. If you could pan right and down.
Yeah, let's pull back a little bit video.
It looks dead, but I'm not quite sure yet what that is. And then again, we have a big squat lobster, that bright orange squat lobster.
Yeah, you can zoom in.
On this unknown animal on the right.
Drifting away from the wall. Let's pull back video.
What?
Thank you. I'm sorry, what was that, Andrea?
Should we be doing
So-
roof, you guys?
Yes.
So on the coral looking thing, the branching thing, there's a squat lobster, so we want to zoom in on that.
Bridge nav.
And yeah, I'm finally getting some suggestions from shore that
Hey, now
that
this
could
bridge.
have been a
Yeah, I'd like to do
brachiopod.
roof, please.
So
50
brachiopods
meters,
are
bearing
in a
155,
different
0.1
phyla. They are
knots,
not
please.
mollusks, although they do have shells like
Copy.
other clams and things.
Will do.
So again, we're getting a close-up view here of this unknown cnidarian. We have a squat lobster sitting on this cnidarian.
Ready for Maxim?
So there's been some discussion whether this is zoanthids
yeah, go ahead.
covering some type of
Maxim.
coral skeleton or sponge skeleton, or whether it's maybe a scleractinian itself.
Sorry
I
about
don't
that
think
video.
it is. I think they are
It's all right.
zoanthids.
Can you
but
float us back
hard
in?
to tell what it's colonizing.
Nav this bridge, just an FYI, the winds
All
are
right,
picking
yeah,
up a little
thanks.
bit. We're up to 18 knots.
Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah, we noticed a quite large holdfast, Michelle, on the last one. So we can, as we come out, we can pan back down. That looks like another Munidopsis squat lobster, that orange one on the right.
Okay, I'm going to pan left toward the base.
Thanks,
Let's
Dan.
zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, there we go. Just to the right.
Okay, drifting away here. Okay.
Okay,
we pull
thanks.
back, full wide.
Guess that's all we're going to get for now. Maybe we can send that around to a
Full
couple
wide.
people. I think we also have a collection of that. We haven't been able to ID yet. Collected from Seamount in the Anegada Passage. And I was just noting, too, that we have seen those potential zoanthids colonizing in a different form. So it looks like there's different morphologies, this branching pattern, almost looking like an octocoral, and then also a bushy morphotype as well.
Roughly.
Yes. Yeah, we're doing a 50-meter move.
Copy. Thank you.
Science, as we've gone over the seafloor, we've seen a great deal of manganese coating on a lot of these rocks. Do we know where that comes from?
It comes out of the seawater. It's pretty ubiquitous. I mean, it doesn't matter whether we're in places like now where we're on continental crust and we're in relatively shallow water, or whether we're in the middle of the oceans on mid-ocean ridges in much deeper waters. It's continually coming out, and it's obviously one of the banes of the geology, and it means you can't see the rock underneath. But it's a chemical precipitate that forms on these rocks. One of the interesting things we saw, I think, in dives 3 and 6, was that in the limestones, you could actually see horizons that seem to have more of the coating than other layers. And so obviously there's a bit of chemistry going on. It depends on the chemistry of the rocks as well.
Thank you.
So lower right, there's a fish going out of view.
Okay.
So right, lower right. So to your right.
Hold on 1 sec, sorry.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you were just going the other way.
Okay, all right. Was he stationary or swimming?
Kind of stationary. It was just a quick zoom. It's a different holosaur than we've seen today. So try to get an idea on it.
You can frame it up.
Thanks, Pat.
So likely this is an Aldrovandia species. Again, holosaurs you can ID to different genera based on the presence or absence of scales on the head. In holosaurs, there's a Ophiomusmin-like brittle star on the left. Holosaurs have, I believe, diverged fairly early in the evolution of fishes. They actually also have a leptocephalous larval stage, which eels in the order Anguilliformes also have. And these leptocephali are, we call things larvae. Maybe some of you are familiar with larvae on land with insect larvae, so a form that is different from the adult form. And these larvae, leptocephali larvae, are very different. They can be transparent, very thin-walled, and they can spend days, months in the plankton in the open ocean. And if you could get any closer to the head, and then I'm good.
Okay, zoom in. Further. More. And frame the head if you can.
Okay, thank you. Looks like it's a scaleless head, so it would be in the genus Aldrovandia. And I think we have seen this throughout the expedition so far. We're at a depth right now of 1,095 meters.
Okay, let's pull back full wide. Thank you.
To just come back to the iron manganese story, of course, in the deep oceans, some of these the layers can be, centimeters thick, and you get iron manganese nodules. And of course, the fun part of that story is that mining the iron manganese nodules was a cover story for the Howard Hughes and the US government building the Glomar Explorer to actually go, and the cover story was to mine nodules, but what they were actually trying to do was to recover a Soviet submarine that had sunk. Iron manganese is certainly at the moment not worth mining, but actually mining
Got a red
activity is
object coming
occurring
to the
today.
left.
In Indonesia on the seafloor, where hydrothermal deposits are producing economic minerals.
And it can be very damaging to the life at the seafloor, and there's a lot of efforts to kind of curtail this mining that's occurring in the deep sea. Taking areas that are animals that are long-lived, that take a while to reproduce. It's really becoming quite an issue in some areas, and even mining areas that we don't even know yet to what lives there. So,
indeed.
So explorations like this are continually important. That we need to, understand what lives where, document better the diversity on this deep sea floor before we start carelessly taking too much, I guess, in my opinion. What is that? Plastic?
Yeah, piece of trash.
Going wide.
Thank you. I'm assuming it's just the current pushing me away from the wall.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting pushed down and back.
Oh. So that's what I'm afraid of.
So Chris Kelly is just mentioning that the big theme for the next Okeanos project will be called Capstone, and there'll be a lot of manganese crust communities.
Cool.
And so after this dive today's our last dive of the exploration of deep waters around Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. The ship is going to sail towards the Panama, go through the Panama Canal, and then it'll take them about 27 days to get to Hawaii. And then this team and the ship will be exploring waters around Hawaii and other areas in the Pacific as well. And whoever's on the phone, if you could just maybe mute your audio, because I'm hearing myself talk in the background. Thank you. Could you take a snap zoom on the whip on the left, coming on the top of the wreck?
I'll certainly do my best.
Video. Can you take starboard robo and point it at the orange bucket of the washing machine?
Sure, stand by.
So it's interesting, we've come up slope a little bit. We're at a depth of 1,088 meters. I'm not seeing the piles of coral rubble that we observed in the beginning of the dive. We saw a lot of dead Spartinian corals. Only a little bit was live. I'd say 1% of all of the coral that we saw.
That's not a problem.
And several dead octocoral skeletons as well, still anchored to hard substrate. Some were dislodged, but many were still anchored to hard substrate. But we've come up only about 100 meters or so, and not seeing the amount of dead coral debris as we observed a little deeper. So this is a black coral, only a little bit of live tissue at the base there. Good job, guys. Some serpulid tuberms again with their plumes hanging out for feeding and respiration. Thank you. It's good for me.
Full wide.
Yeah, hazarding a guess about the corals, and it really is just a guess. We are seeing these subtle variations. Here, for example, we're in a talus slope. There's less outcrop. Some of the slopes might be just that little bit more unstable than the others. The corals find, somewhere that's just a little bit more stable, a little bit more protected, and they can grow. And elsewhere, it's just a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah, it's just, again, really interesting to me. I keep coming back to the fact that we saw a lot of dead corals attached still in place, And they may have been broken up off on the tops a little bit, but strange.
So at the moment we've left true outcrop for a moment, though I suspect it's below this mud and talus, these loose blocks that is forming the slope at the moment.
Kind of pointed upward like this so I can see upslope, or can I tilt the camera down to maybe get better lighting on
It's maybe worth again just talking about the bigger picture. We're on Whiting Seamount, which is off the southeast coast of Puerto Rico, and it's part of the eastern part of the Puerto Rico Virgin Island microplate. We're actually on the microplate here, but that zone is a zone of rifting, of stretching, that has broken up these blocks into seamounts. And this is just one of a sequence of these rotated tectonic block seamounts that extend from here to the northwest over to the UK Virgin Islands.
moving really slowly up the slope, just so you know.
Ship move will be done another 10 meters or so.
Nav, watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Yeah, I think we could do another ship move. How long are the ship moves that we're making now?
That was 50 meters. That's what Brian had been doing.
Okay, roger.
Yep.
Do another one. Pilot, co-pilot, I'm going to do another 50-meter extension on the move.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, another hollow soar.
Bridge nav.
Nav this bridge.
Could we extend this move by another 50 meters, please?
50 meters, 155.1 knots.
The dissolved oxygen has come up a bit in the temperature as well.
Right?
Dissolved oxygen is now
Thank you.
5.87 milligrams per liter. Actually, it's gone down, excuse me. Temperature is 4.96 degrees C.
So again on this talus slope, and we can see the outcrop just in the top right of the screen as we come back into outcrop. You can see the big slabs of rock dipping down slope. That's the real basement.
Can we get a zoom in on the coral skeleton lying on the seafloor?
Sure.
Center view.
Okay, going in video.
I wonder if this is the mystery Nidarian that we have seen a few times.
Got plenty of time, Dan, to get in there closer.
Branching pattern looks similar.
It's full zoom.
I think it is. Still not sure what it is, but. Can you zoom to any of the tips? It's because we had noticed, oh, there's some live polyps there on the left. Yes, definitely is. Great. So here's another view. I know Chris Kelly, we were chatting online about it. Can see that the polyps here in view pretty well. Okay, thank you.
Let's pull back. Thank you. to zoom in about center screen.
A few sponges colonizing these rocks. Oh, what's that? Cup coral?
Cup coral.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Mike.
Good idea.
I'm still slowly catching up on the geology.
Geology is easy. It's so, I mean, you can't say much.
So we do have a live scleractinian here, a solitary cup coral on the right. Can you guys pan right?
One moment.
Okay.
Just,
Have an accumulation of some pteropod shells, shellfish. Great, beautiful view of a cup coral. See Cheryl Morrison's online on the chat room with us. Maybe she'll be able to help us ID that cup coral. Maybe Desmophyllum or Dendrophylidae, maybe.
just trying to set my toe down in that rock. I don't think I'm quite there.
I have a question. From a geological perspective, what would be the substrate that would be most viable for biology to grow on?
Push forward, it'll stop sliding down.
Well, I'll take that from a biology standpoint, and then Mike, you can add, but from some of our other work in canyons, submarine canyons off the northeast, and continually throughout this entire expedition, we're seeing geology and biology. There's quite more of an interplay than I think we've completely realized in the past. So definitely it needs to be stable structure. Something that's hard and likely not going to shear off. Maybe soft, chalky material does not seem good for colonization of sessile organisms. What's peculiar to me is that some of these areas, like today and yesterday, that we're seeing what appears to be fairly stable and around for a while, there's not more colonization. However, if this area is moving quite frequently and there's these talus slopes, and accumulations of rock falls, then I could see it being a pretty unstable environment and not very suitable for biology.
Indeed. I'm not sure I can add much more to that, Graciela. You know, a lot of it just makes sense in the sense of hard substrate that's not bothered by too many disturbances, whether it be collapse or currents.
Oh, yeah, something interesting in view.
The Sirius view is quite spectacular at the moment. You can see the very steep face to the right of us. We're just swinging around to have a look at it.
Just come straight up with that.
And here's the massive outcrop that's the basement.
Go ahead, survey one. Yeah, we're coming up right now to try to
Depth 1065, 1065 meters.
It's quite spectacular topography at the moment, and the ROV team needs to be very careful.
Is the ship moving?
Yes, we're
just getting a little close to this wall on my starboard. We might want to bump east a little.
Bump east.
So I see a lot of striations in that, or maybe they're not striation, maybe they're horizontal lines. What is that? Could you explain that?
Again, it's hard. I mean, so if we see plane of cracks, we call those joints.
The way through the move,
and here I would just call those cracks. But Jason earlier made the point that if we're in a fault zone is never a single fault. It's called a damage zone, which might be 10 to 100 meters wide,
20 meters,
depending on how active that fault is. And so, you know, what we could be seeing here is a lot of those cracks are actually the, if you like, the feather tip of the fault that controls the whole face of the mountain.
Okay.
Well, you just
so hang on with this then?
Yeah, hang on with this.
So that's a good point. You just called this a mountain.
Right,
trying to maybe find something similar on land that people may be more familiar with in terms of size.
Well, in the U.S., it's really quite easy. The so-called basin and range. So Nevada is the prime example. And if you drive east-west across Nevada, you go up a range and down into a basin, and up a range and down into a basin. And so you could think of this mountain being a range, and we're going up the fault slope to that that range, and behind us would be the basin. And that's an absolutely perfect geological analogy. Both were formed in the same way by stretching the crust and having the crust break along these faults, which causes the ranges or the mountains to poke up.
Yeah, you can get out there towards the wall.
Great analogy. Thank you, Mike.
Get a good view. Just keep coming up.
So that was Mike Cheadle, marine geologist. He's a professor at the University of Wyoming.
You've got plenty of room above you, so you can bump up quickly.
And that was Andrea Catrini, who's a marine biologist at the USGS.
I'm turn my heading a little to my
So this is quite incredible, guys. Just look at this slope face.
Wow, it's amazing.
So it's striking northwest-southeast, and it's almost a sheer vertical face. And look, we can see some sort of change there. You see the sub-horizontal stuff at the bottom and then the tipping stuff above. That's clear structure within the basement. That's spectacular. Absolutely spectacular.
Just follow along that.
Do you want to take a closer zoom on any of that, Mike? Do you need to look closer at any of the...
I think we should leave the pilots to their...
the biology? Can we pilot zoom in on any of those colonies, the one on the top and then the two going off screen?
Okay.
Got a little time.
Got a little time? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do my best.
Okay. Doesn't have to be perfect, so any quick snap zoom.
Quick zoom video.
It's fine.
You can stop coming up.
I know it's not going to be the best shot.
Okay, so it's that same morphotype that we have not identified yet. That's good. Three of those colonies, and then the one up
pull back
to the top might be a bamboo. Yeah, that one. Looks like that may be a bamboo coral.
Over there a little bit, or should I surround that?
Go ahead. I'm going to keep coming up as you rise.
Can you get that one? Center.
He's going for it.
Yep.
Zoom in.
Settling.
Great. So another bamboo coral. I do believe we have seen this at least once during this dive.
Let's pull back, and I'm
going
to try to get a little bit closer.
Couple black corals, whip corals, as well.
Just so you know, I'm looking at you.
Wow, quite a face, quite a vertical face here. We must have hit the high slope areas that we mapped.
So just a comment here. This is the real difficult terrain for the pilots. This extremely steep slope, and we have to move really slowly and carefully, because the last thing we want to do is either back into or accidentally run into this steep slope.
Perfect.
But it is the most steep topography I think we've seen on the cruise.
Well, I think there were some very steep slopes maybe in Mona Canyon.
Yeah, you've got plenty.
But definitely for this dive.
4 meters off the wall right now.
Okay. I think these...
Still a little underneath. You want to get up and push ahead. So.
Okay. All right, I'll do that. And are we on the same bearing, 155?
I'd turn my head right about 10 degrees to keep the wall in view, so you can just sort of do the same thing. Alright, pilot, I'm just going to turn my heading towards the right a little.
Another bamboo coral, looks like.
Now you've got it lit up.
Okay.
Are we in a good position to zoom in on anything else, or are we a little behind, pilot?
Yeah, you can grab a view of something. What are you trying to zoom on?
She probably wanted that coral I just passed.
Yeah. It's okay.
You can jump down if you want real quick.
I think I'm quite a bit above it now.
Right now, the steepest part is at a bearing about 185 nav.
Yep.
So we might want to think about, rather than sliding along, sort of just facing that and going. Maybe it's off our track, but it'd be nicer for Dan.
Okay, well, another 10 meters, we're going to come to the end of this move.
Okay, so then we'll let that settle and decide.
And then adjust the heading, yeah.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. Well, I'm just going to keep Dan centered on the slope for now, and can grab some of that. But Todd's.
Okay, we're at a depth of
Jump in
1,029 meters. We
Make
have
it a good
a
one.
nice glass sponge in sight here. Chris noticed a Bathypathes black coral. I missed that.
It's right near his toe right now. It's coming
Oh,
bottom
yep.
screen.
Okay, so a new black coral for the dive today. Again, I just want to comment that we are not seeing the amount of dead coral that we observed at towards the base. Well, we were at 1,300 meters, not really at the base, but on the lower flank, I guess, of the north side of Whiting Bank or Whiting Seamount. A lot of dead coral, and it seemed to have disappeared as we've come upslope, at least on this transit.
Okay, can we zoom in video? Jeff, can you take control of my camera?
Got it. Up a little.
Yep.
It's about tilting out.
Is that a sponge, the white?
Yeah, nice stop.
Kind of interested in what that is. So it looks like we have a Bathypathes black coral.
You can go tighter video.
Black corals are Antipatherians. They are in the group subclass Hexacoralia, so they have 6 tentacles or combinations of 6 tentacles in their polyps. Again, I've mentioned this several times throughout this cruise, but if you're just joining in, we call them black corals because of this black proteinaceous skeleton that's underneath the live tissue. And black corals are often used, often harvested for jewelry. So in some areas this is managed well, and other areas it's completely illegal.
Okay, can we pull back?
And I was actually in a store in San Juan while we were a week in port and came across this art gallery, which is really beautiful art gallery, and looking at some of the jewelry they had and saw red coral jewelry and black coral jewelry. So I'm not saying they got their corals from around here because I think it's illegal to harvest black corals in this area, but interesting nonetheless.
Can we zoom in on
Indeed.
this?
Wow, this is interesting, really wispy. Likely another bamboo coral. So, yes, a bamboo coral. I'm just noting here that all of the polyps are growing on one side of the branches, so you don't see them surrounding the branches. They're all facing the same direction as well. And some on the left are retracted or closed in.
Ship move should be
Let's pull back.
completing.
That was my fault.
Really
pilot.
long branches. More wispy looking than other bamboo corals that we've seen during this dive today. Now we're at a depth of 1,028 meters.
Yeah, it just popped up. We got another face coming. So
Coral diversity is pretty high today. A couple days ago we were at a depth of 900 to 825 meters and we observed at least 26 species of corals. Maybe we'll get up to that number again here today.
Stand by. We're going to do a quick pilot change.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stan.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, ship's settling, so we're gonna reacquire and figure out which direction the most steep of the face is and go that way.
Thank you, Todd.
I'm gonna come to my right.
That was Jeff, but you're welcome.
Oh,
Mike.
sorry. Sorry.
It's actually more southwest than south. That's okay with watch lead. Be safer for us. If we take a more watch lead, co-pilot.
Co-pilot, watch lead.
Just it's getting Sirio squared up to the main steep slope of the wall, and it's more southwest than south. Is that all right? If
Yeah.
we start heading in that direction.
I mean, basically, we just want to go up slope.
Okay, great.
Go for zoom.
Well, this is the just the intermediate steep part here, so we're going to go up this and probably have to change heading again as we
Indeed,
go.
exactly.
We'll just keep it all safe.
Yeah. Understood.
So we want to let this move settle out. The ship's definitely come to a halt.
Yeah, I think we're certainly settling. I don't feel like I've moved in a while.
So we're looking at another spectacular coral.
Going, Jim.
So we could do
Start
something
a new
like
move.
225 or
Little
230
hermit
or
crab.
something along those lines. Be good for us, I think.
50 meters, 10th of a knot.
50. That's
Yes.
up to pilot.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. 50, 10th of a knot. Be
Bridge.
ready to stop if this changes. on
Bridge
us.
nav.
Go, Nav.
Here, I'd like to do a new move, please. 50 meters, bearing 225, 0.1 knots.
Okay, science is good. Let's come out. I'm going to scoot up.
50 meters, 225,
Thank you, guys.
0.1. Copy.
Thank you.
Beautiful shot of the coral again.
Andrea is awful quiet back there. She must have left the room.
Oh, those are cool, jutting out like that.
And some sponges and another dead coral.
Coming up with you.
Yeah, I'm going to scoot out there.
Roger.
And then we'll have
So
more
again,
time.
we're in this steep terrain. You can see the outcrop, angular, jointed, smashed. Likely the damage zone to the fault that controls the overall topography here. We can see this apparent layering dipping steeply to the bottom left. It's hard to tell exactly what that is. Could be some original layering within the rocks. These rocks are likely a mixture of volcanics and plutonic igneous rocks. Volcanics could well be bedded, forming the layers that we can see.
Andrea's voice telling me to stop because she's not there.
Yeah. Might as well stop and get a zoom for her so she can see it later.
I think she's already seen one of these.
Oh.
But we're nicely out in front at the moment. Before
Yeah.
the ship starts moving, shall we have a zoom video?
Definitely. Let's take a look at the hold.
So
fast.
again,
That's
we've
something
got
we
more
haven't seen
coral
a lot of
here.
yet.
I can't see that one. It's behind on the other side of that rock. I'm drifting down. Just hold.
Hold
Let's just
for the hold fast.
All right. Ready for partial?
go for partial. Yeah, as a pilot, it's very disorienting when you change the focal distance often. Even if it's drifting off screen, if you can hold it, I can use my whatever depth perception I have to try to keep it steady.
So would you rather me hold a flat focal
So again,
length
we've
while
got
you
another
fly?
beautiful coral with it looks like a little.
More length of time at one focal length. Yes. I'm not sure if I'm describing that well or
No,
not.
I perfectly understand.
Okay.
We're very often dealing with a very shallow depth
I
of
guess
field.
I'm
so-
sorry. I should say zoom. When you change your
Okay.
zoom distance.
That's very different.
Yeah.
No, that's the focal length.
The focal
It's
length.
the same thing
controls
as the zoom.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You said it right.
But changing the focus is fine.
So we're just getting a close-up zoom here. Is that a hermit crab?
Okay, video. Well, it's
In or out?
1 second. I thought I was steady on that. What we think is a hermit crab. Let me Try to keep it centered.
There's a fish down.
Oh yeah?
Where do you see it?
Through
Behind the coral, yeah.
Oh,
the
there's two
coral
hermit
down to the
crabs
right.
there, I see now.
Should I chase the fish?
Yes, please.
Come out full wide, please. How are we doing, co-pilot? You okay?
Yeah, you're looking good. Got you at 50 degrees, but the wall is 22-ish away.
I'm not seeing the fish. Do you guys?
Yeah, it was in the crack. Swimming away. Where did it go?
Did you guys...
I looked away from the screen.
Did you zoom in on that at all?
There it is. It's
3
on the
o'clock.
rock. Just right of center.
You'll see it when
About
it
to
hits
hit the
the
sediment.
Do a partial zoom, maybe?
Right
Okay.
there. Yep.
Okay, partial zoom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there it is. So we're zooming in on a cuspeel.
Okay, let's go tight on him, on his head. I'll try to frame it up if you can
Oh
hold that.
no, it's a rat tail, not a cuspeel. There may be an ectoparasite right by its pectoral fin.
Coral.
Wide?
Wider, please. Jeff, just let me know when I need to move.
Just starting to catch up to you. I'll let you know.
Yeah, my port manip was getting kind of close to that big coral on my left, so I needed to reposition. Okay,
Is its mouth open?
Tight.
Oh yeah, it just opened its mouth. So it looks like possibly a small naphid parasite. Very long filaments on the pelvic fins.
All right, on that note, let's go.
Okay, time to go. Full wide.
Okay, thanks. Okay, new fish species for this expedition.
Punching up
Don't believe
fast.
we have observed that one yet.
Roger. Got a big delta. Moving off. Okay, coming up with you.
Well, that rock has several more sponges colonizing it. Again, that strange coral on the right.
I need to push out, Andrea. Sorry. Rather steep terrain here. I don't want to get left behind and come up against a wall.
So flying over the rocks here, suddenly they become more fractured.
There's 035 on the delta.
Again, this could be variations within the basement, or could be an effect of the fault itself.
More sponge colonization here. There's something hanging on that coral on the right, I think.
Okay, partial zoom, please.
It's like a brown spherical object.
Hold.
If you pan up.
I'm gonna float it into center screen video, and then we'll go tight. Stand by.
No, I think it's a sponge, but.
Stand by, please. Okay, little bump here as I settle my toe in.
Need help with the camera?
Yeah, you take the camera. Go ahead in video.
Pushing up a little. Holding.
It's very bizarre. Yeah, it does. There's some zoanthids on the top. Tiny hermit crab on the left.
That's a weird one.
It's a very weird sponge.
I'm going to back out of here if you can come partial. Got sort of that rock in between my feet. So awkward spot to be in.
Did you push up against the nose of the rock?
Can try that. Do you want to take another closer look at that video? I mean, Andrea?
Yeah, if you can.
Okay, stand by.
Kind of, if you can scoot around to the right and look at the top.
Just starting to catch up to you. Got some time still. Do have something pretty hard coming here, it looks like.
Yeah.
What?
Bit of a vertical feature, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh my, comment.
So some returns behind it, though.
Oh, there's a brittle star in the
Off to
background.
the left, yeah. I think this is the tether.
Okay, take camera, please.
Yep. Got it. Bump up.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can pivot to the right easily in this.
So we're at a depth of 997 meters for those of you that may just be joining us. And good time to say thanks
Okay,
to all
Jared,
of you
if
that are
wanna
in the
go
chat
ahead
room
and keep it
today.
framed. I'm just going to continue to rock it a little bit to the right. And I may or may not lose my toe hold as I
Well, it
pivot
does look
around.
like there's one central opening on the right and several pores across the entire surface.
Nice.
But
Alright.
new
That
for this
flashing toe
expedition, and
flat faces.
nobody in the chat
I'll
room
go with
seems
that.
to have an idea of what the
Meters
sponge
away.
may be.
I'm looking at you, 65 degrees.
Full wide, please.
And pilots, before we leave, there's another strange sponge. Oh, yep, it's the white one in view on the right. If we could do a quick zoom of that.
Make it quick.
Okay, snap zoom as it goes into center, please.
Popping up. It's getting close. Couple seconds. It's falling off as I rise. Delta 18.
Again, if this is on a fairly long stalk, this is another type of sponge, a hexactinellid or a glass sponge.
Pilot.
So these
Okay, let's
animals
go.
can filter large
White.
amounts of water. They filter water in through their pores. Use flagellated
Good.
cells to move the water and capture food particles. And these are transferred to other types of cells called amoebocytes. Food can then be digested, and then the water exits through a central opening, or the osculum. Okay, so that is probably a saccocalyx sponge hexactinellid. Thank you, Chris, for that ID. Okay, more sponge colonization here. So, pilot, do we have time to do a snap zoom?
Snap zoom.
It just came off screen. If you pan down, it's this white coral. There it is.
Try to square it up.
It's on the left, yep. And there is a dislodged coral here.
Co-pilot, you still happy with this
Okay, video.
direction for the
Let's
next
see
one?
if I can hold that. Go ahead in.
The last one was 225. And we're just coming to the end of this move. Should we add another one?
Looks good on sonar. No
huge walls a minute.
Bridge nav.
Go nav.
Yeah, we'd like to extend another 50 meters on the same bearing, 225, 0.1 knots.
Got it.
Roger that.
Okay, video, I'll try to hold that steady if you want to go tight. I'll rock it back to center.
That looks good on my way here.
Okay, so it's really important to sometimes zoom in closely. Some of these corals can resemble styloster lace corals or scleractinians or even octocorals, corallium. So if we get a good view of the polyp, we can see that, one, this is not an octocoral, more than 8 tentacles in the polyps. I'm thinking this is a stylaster, but I'm not positive. I think we've questioned this throughout the expedition so far. All of the polyps are on one side. Beautiful, thank you.
Flying in the lake bar.
So we still are on two sides, whether this is a styloster, lace coral, or a scleractinian. Oh, yeah. Oh, wonderful. So another macraurid or another grenadier. And so, great. This is, it looks like a different species from the last one.
Take him while you got him.
Pretty large head. Not sure what genus this one is.
Starting to get above you.
Very cool. So, a colleague at De La Roa Verone who studies macraurids. She studies phylogenetics of rat tails and grenadiers, and she was just kind of chatting with me and noting that, you know, these are found at very great depths. Grenadiers and rat tails, they are mostly exclusively deep sea species. They're found from the Arctic to the Antarctic, so from the poles, and they are some of the most abundant deep sea fishes. And there are important commercial fisheries for grenadiers, including the round-nosed grenadier, Coryphaenoides rupestris.
It's tough to keep up with.
On camera.
So Cheryl Morrison from the USGS just confirmed that that last white coral was likely an Alipsamia rostrata.
Okay, one last shot of him. Let's do a video.
Got your camera. Want anything?
Do it.
Up at all?
Up a little. He's really unhappy with us right now.
All right, pilot.
All right, let's go. So pilot says we're getting left behind.
Thanks, great job, guys.
Andrea, why the erratic behavior from the fish?
Likely from the lights, probably confusing it, throwing on these bright lights.
Current ship move is
225.
We want to get back on the south-southeast track, slide along this.
We just extended the move at 225. Do you want to try to turn
I
towards
think,
our left?
I mean, the watch leads don't seem to care what direction we go as long as we go up.
Okay.
It's easiest to go up along the strike of the slope, right?
Yeah, it is starting to come up now that we're rising. It's starting to show up towards my port.
Okay, well, that should be the general. That should be the general trend.
Maybe
so.
275, 280.
We
Start
are
heading south again soon.
So here we're starting to see a different change of the character of the rocks, I think.
To go yet on this
You can see if you look at the screen, you can see it dipping towards the left. It does appear to be layering. It might even be conglomeratic. We can see kind of rounded lumps in the middle of these layers. I'm just
I think we're going to find
sort
we're
of
going up
starting
and
to
right
guess here, but there again, you clearly see this apparent layering dipping towards the left. And so this could be the start of the sedimentary rocks. We could have traversed across the unconformity into the sedimentary rocks.
And I think we might have just picked up our first Paramaricia octocoral. It was a bright yellow coral that went out of view pretty quickly. So keep your eyes out for more yellow corals.
How about this purple?
Oh, the purple one is
Potentially
new too. Yep.
In case my daughter's watching, she loves purple and pink. We'll have to stop and see this coral.
That's right. Your daughter's class has been watching us as well.
Her first grade class at Fishing Cove Elementary School.
Well, hello if you're
Rhode
watching.
Island.
Glad that they're watching and joining us. Hope they're learning lots of things and just seeing some really cool, fun animals in the deep sea. Okay, so it's interesting. We've come up to a depth of 970 meters. And picking up some more octocorals here now. We observed this species the other day, I believe, at the mound south of St. Croix, the Pinnacles. This could be potentially a Victogorgia. There's an Astroschema snake star brittle star wrapped around it as well.
I think a pretty stable video if you want to go tighter. Take my camera, Jeff, please. Got it. If science wants to go up or down, you can do it.
Let you settle. Bumping down a little.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. So really beautiful purple color. This is an octocoral, likely in the genus Victogorgia. And we're kind of looking at the underside of the brittle star. And, you know, I was talking a little bit earlier about how the crinoids that are the feather stars, they're also echinoderms. So the snake star or brittle star is also an echinoderm. And the feather stars look into the oral cavity, but they actually have a U-shaped digestive tract. So their anus and their mouth are actually on the same side of the disc. Where here, this ophiuroid brittle star, I believe only have a mouth, so they have an oral side. They do have an aboral side, but they actually don't have an anus. Kind of interesting morphologies differing between all the various echinoderms.
So everything it eats just further extends its arms or something?
So it just pools in the arms. No, it's released through the mouth.
May tilt up a little for you, pilot.
It's actually a nice shot for
All right,
the contrast.
Yeah.
That's good for me, guys, whenever you're done videoing.
You say when, Jared, and we'll...
Yeah, just getting a little bit of beauty right now.
Yeah, that contrast is nice.
Just a couple more seconds. And we're good.
Okay, blasting off.
Thanks, Todd.
Fish just scooted by. I'm not sure I'm gonna
Another
catch
fish
him.
scooted
Quick
by.
fish. Yeah, it's fast.
I'm sorry, but I really ought to scoot.
It didn't have an eel-like tail. It had a normal tail.
So again, forgive me, pilot. Again, from purely the geological perspective, if you see a broken face, that would be very helpful. I'm getting twitchy because we're probably getting close to this unconformity, this boundary between the basement rocks and the sedimentary rocks above. And we've just started to see these thinner, maybe bedded dipping rocks, which could be the start of the sedimentary sequence. So if you see a broken one, just zoom in if that's possible.
Okay, roger that. Now, how much more do we have left in this move?
Probably 20 meters.
Why don't we kill that and head back to the southeast, because it's really sloping off in the wrong direction now.
I'll start turning towards my port.
Let's just
Nav.
it here.
Yeah, let's stop the ship here, please, and we'll be moving more southeast soon, but I'll give you another move.
I'll center you up, and as we
Stop the ship.
settle, I'll
Thanks.
turn in my port.
Yeah.
Keep you in view.
I might even have to go back downhill here just to stay
We'll just
in front
saddle
here.
left. That's pretty much the slope right there, so I think we'll stay at this, almost this depth and saddle towards me.
Okay. At this depth, you'll come to a quick stop.
Yeah.
So back to 155.
Let's see, what's the...
Here, I'll just
140,
maybe
maybe.
a face real quick and
Currently.
see what the sonar thinks.
Sure.
Try to keep you in view at the same time.
That's fine, no problem.
So maybe something like that. What do you think?
So the D2 heading or the Sirius heading?
Sirius heading. Maybe I'm a little to my starboard from there. Maybe 175. How's that look to you, pilot?
Are they matched to each other? They
Well,
really have an
he has a
offset.
magnetic reference, so I wouldn't totally trust it.
Yeah.
But you're facing, certainly facing off.
Come out to like 30
Okay,
meters
another
on
now
altitude.
up Sammy. We got a
30?
confirmation on that. That solves a lot of the debate in the chat room. But we're still not sure what this branching coral is, zoanthid or covering something or scleractinian. And the more I see it, I mean, there are definitely a lot of different shapes and sizes.
Sirius is still moving.
You're rising up.
Southwest, right?
Kind of leaning more towards a possible
you're coming up
scleractinian,
right
but
back down.
I'm not so sure. I don't know. Keep going back and forth.
I
I don't know if Cheryl Morrison, if you've paid
Where we
any
were
attention,
before
if
is
you
probably
could
about
chime
right.
in on the event
155?
log and add your thoughts, this mystery
155.
coral.
Yeah,
We agreed.
I think that'll work.
And I should just mention that Graciela not long ago just sent an
Bridge nav?
abstract from the University of Puerto Rico. They've been out here and actually dredging these rocks and recovering samples.
Yeah, let's do a move,
and
please.
done much more detailed
50
work.
meters bearing 155.
Sorry, I can't quite figure out the
0.1 knots.
authorship. To give a call out, maybe Montgomery or Morlock.
50
But
meters,
those guys have
155, 0.1.
picked up
Roger.
some samples by literally dropping down a wire net and pulling back some of these rocks that we're seeing now. And they indeed
Well
recovered
stretched out, ready for a move.
volcanic and
We already
igneous
dialed in.
rocks, plutonic rocks, similar to what we
did.
thought we
All right,
saw
great.
earlier today, and indeed some limestones. And they've dated those limestones as being the lower part of this platform sequence of Miocene age. And I'm just beginning to wonder if we're into those sedimentary rocks at the moment because of this
Sure looks like it.
apparent, more thinly bedded dipping layering.
Dropping a little for you.
They dredged round about
I
where we
feel
are
that
now. They
bounce
dredged
a lot.
from 980 meters to 1150 meters. So, in fact, just a tiny bit below us. We just come above us, above where they dredged, but they recovered some of these rocks.
Are you zooming in on the pink?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome, thanks.
Go ahead in video. Take my camera, please.
Got it. Tilting up.
Beautiful cup coral here.
I'm going to rock it to the right. Just hold that soon for that field of view. Do you have any more video? Sweet. I'll try to rock it a little further right. Bring it to the center.
Okay, this is a solitary
Okay, Jeff.
cup coral.
Coming up.
Maybe a flabellum, which would be something we haven't seen yet during this expedition. Let's see what Shoreside
Not sure
says.
about that 155 move.
Can confirm. Again, you see these really thick tentacles.
We would have liked a little more to the starboard.
Doesn't seem like it has a very long stalk, that it's pretty short and squatty.
gonna turn a little off the track, keep you in.
Yep.
Beautiful. And again, the structure that you see, if you look at all of these tentacles, the little tiny dots that you see, kind of that are more opaque than the translucent tentacles, are actually the nematocysts, or bundles of these stinging cells.
20 degrees off track. Yep, that's good.
I'm happy with that. Pilot,
Okay.
pilot video,
Let's
thank
go
you.
video.
I have a lot of tethers, so. Just starting to feel the move.
So once again, from the geological perspective, you can see this apparent layering, which my hunch is that we're actually in the sedimentary sequence. But we're hoping that we can find
ROV nav, this is Bridge.
a broken
Good, Bridge.
surface.
Yeah,
where we
just
can zoom in
confirming
and maybe
that
get a better
our
idea of the
bailout
rocks.
position is north-northeast.
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, why don't we change it to north?
Bailout position north. Copy.
Yep. Thank you. Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, I just did some calculations. If we were going to make it to that 500 meter point, we need to average about 0.17 knots now.
Okay.
So we had discussed maybe doing a fast hop. Is that
Yep.
something you
I
still
think
want to?
I think we're at a good time to do that. Maybe I don't know what are we moving at now? 0.1.
We've been moving at 0.1. Yeah.
We could try. Do you want to try for 0.2 for a short ship move or a longer ship move at the same speed? I don't know what works better.
Well, the length of the ship move doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I think in order to, if we want to be able to move along like we've been doing, again, we need to go ahead and move, a couple hundred meters at probably 0.3 or something. Just sort of scoot along. Is that
Yeah, but this is terrain. I won't be able to stop at all.
Yeah.
Right. No,
That's
It'd be
too
a race
fast.
uphill.
Let's try it just for 0.2 maybe. See
Even
where
that,
we get.
Even that will be.
Yeah,
That's
I
too
think,
fast? Okay.
I think if you want to be able to stop, we're not going to make the top. That's the challenge. I mean, right now, if we average 0.17 knots, we'll get to the top. So we really need to be able to go, 0.2 most of the time between now and the end of the dive, or 0.3 for a while, and then stop and move slowly again. It's just math. I don't.
It does flatten out more toward the top, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll probably get less interesting toward the top, I suppose.
Yeah.
So we can keep on going like we've been doing for another hour and revisit it, or we can do a fast hop where you don't have the option to stop for a bit.
Yeah, let's revisit it in another hour.
Yeah,
I
so-
haven't made up my mind yet.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
Thanks.
the same we've seen at Grenadier.
I'm going to confer with shoreside scientists as well.
Yeah. Anyway, but keep in mind an average of 0.17.
Yep. Thank
and
you.
We're not doing that.
Okay.
We have fishtail center screen video. You want to go in? He's hiding in that dark area right in where that rock is.
Yep,
Good eye,
I
Jeff.
see.
Nav, can you zoom it out on HiPAC?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
curious where
Yeah.
the 500 meter.
Actually, right now it's down here on the. This is our 500 meter original ending waypoint. Do you see where I am?
Okay.
And this is where the ship is.
And what if you
It's 1.3, almost 1.4 kilometers right now.
1.4 kilometers to that? Okay.
Is that
What if you just moved to like more just straight up slope and it seems like we're going at an angle to get to that point.
Well, it's going to vary a bit, but if we went
in terms of
the 500 meter point is about the same distance over here if we go straight up slope. So it's not going to make much difference to the speed we need to move to get to 500 meters.
Okay.
I was looking at that, but this structure means that we could get up high faster, but we're still we're still fairly deep in here.
Okay.
700 meters or something.
I think I'm going to let him go.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks. Yeah, we're going to talk about it for a minute. Okay, we're at a depth of 956 meters, 956.
So again, we're traversing upslope in this very, very steep terrain, which means that it's slow going. We have to be careful with ROV. It's very difficult to see backwards, or even that well to see sideways when we're always looking forward. And so we're traversing up this eroded fault scarp of Whiting Seamount, looking at this stage geologically for the unconformity with the carbonates. And I'm just hunching we're very close to it. We've seen this change in character of the outcrops, and I'm thinking we are very close to where we go from the basement across an unconformity, which is the geological word for essentially a gap in time to the younger sedimentary rocks above. But we're hoping to get some definitive evidence, some spectacular pictures of that boundary.
If it ever feels like you want to shimmy to your left, that's the ship move. But I've been keeping my heading here because that's where the slope has been.
And walking sideways this whole time.
Yeah.
I like doing that. I don't have to just go uphill, right?
Yeah, no, it's
you cover a lot of ground that way.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure that we are on the same page. You remember I'm off track a little. That's all.
That's totally cool.
Yep. Didn't want you to get disoriented.
Okay, shoreside, I kind of wrote in the chat log, but we were just conferring with Nav, and Mike and I were discussing. So we're still quite far from the top, and to get to the top, we would have to go at a rate of about 0.17 knots. I am inclined to stay at this slower speed for now. We're just getting into the depth zone where we were the other day, south of St. Croix, where we saw 26 different species of corals. So I don't want to zip through this area where we can't stop, slow down, and look. And it's also interesting, potentially from the geology standpoint. So I would like to still stay slow, and then maybe around 800 meters or 825 meters, then maybe pick up speed and go up to a shallower depth.
Joy lock button needs to be like right here so you can reach it.
We've also got a fish in the top left.
Oh, another fish on the left.
All right.
And we have a Bersingid sea star, again, this globular demo sponge in the center screen. Several different sponge species today. And another fish that we haven't seen yet.
I'm going to go for the fish.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Bridge nav.
Now, Bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like there's about 10 more meters to go in this. Does that sound right?
Yes, 11 and a half.
11 and a half, great. Could we extend it by 50 meters, please?
Sure, copy that. So 50 meters at 1550.1?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, video. You
Sure
can
looks
start
like
coming in partial.
an ophidiid cuskeel.
All right, hold there.
Something else that's different than we have seen yet today.
Let me get stable here.
And these are extremely hard to identify in situ without a collection. You generally have
Right,
to
come in
count
tight.
all of the dorsal and anal fin rays. Look at structures inside the fish. But this could help. We could likely get this to genus with this close view.
Gonna frame up.
Go ahead.
And I'm not seeing any obvious parasites. And we're doing a watch change here, a lunch relief.
Come in tight on the head again. Yeah, hold that. All right, lost him. Do we want to come back to the sponge?
No, that's
Okay.
fine.
There is a
Continue.
white coral to my left. I'm not sure if you've seen that yet.
Yes,
Correct?
we have actually.
Okay.
Not that individual, but I think we have a good idea on that now.
Copy.
Nav, can you confirm we're going 155?
And can we get the lasers back on?
Lasers coming on.
Josh,
Yes.
two comments from geology. First one, again, usual thing. If you see a broken face,
Correct,
something
155.
that will give us a view underneath the manganese coating, that would be a high priority. The other thing is, when you get a chance, zoom in on the texture of one of these boulders. We haven't done that for a while. Again, you know, playing this game of trying to tell the rock type by looking at the texture which shows through the manganese, if that's possible. But you know, whenever there's a lot of rock out there.
Yeah, copy that, Mike. How are we looking on time here, co-pilot?
Well, I am starting to catch up to you. My camera angle is 60 degrees, and we're actually moving 20 degrees to the port of my heading.
Okay.
I'm kind of splitting the hill and our heading, or bearing of direction. So you're always going to be drifting to the right of my screen.
All right, why don't we come in here, video? And come in tight. Try to, yeah, try to hold that. Come out partial, please. Gotta get used to the current. All right, come on in.
Nav had put in a 50
Thank
meter
you.
at 155.
Thank you, Josh.
So
Thank
that's
you,
still going to take you into the wall.
Thank you,
Be
Josh.
advised.
Yeah, so we're like
Thank you,
come on
video.
out, video.
Thank you, guys. That's great. I just need these kind of snap views just to see if I can see the texture.
So our heading is 155?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was
155, which is not going to take you parallel to the wall. So you guys will have to make some vertical.
Yeah, we're about, what, 45 to the wall? Actually, in HiPAG, looks like
Both
the
your-
general contours are about 155.
Do you know why they...
Actually, in HIPAC, looks like
both
the
your-
general contours are about 155.
Do you know why they... Do you know if they had both sonars at 725 for a reason?
No.
Okay. See if we can... Ah, that's probably why. They weren't
Nothing shows
picking
up.
anything up on 385.
That's weird.
They're at least getting the wall on high frequency.
ROV team, I mean, yeah, essentially we just want to go uphill, so you guys pick direction that's easiest for you guys.
Snap zoom here. Video.
Watch lead, nav?
Nav, watch lead.
Are you wanting to go directly uphill or along?
I mean, basically, you know, uphill. I mean, the overall plan was just to get to 500 meters, whatever way, seeing the geology and the biology. So, I mean, please guide us for the best way safely for the ROV.
Okay. Roger, thank you.
Come on out, video.
Co-pilot, let me know if you're going to want a heading adjust. I think we will.
Yeah, I think so. Can you zoom out a bit on HIPAC? Just curious.
It sounds like HIPAC has not been very accurate.
Yeah.
So far on the
you can see all
slopes.
the
Yep.
little gullies. So. Yeah, let's just do each move kind of to the local. So I'll probably, how much is left in this about?
Probably about 30.
Okay.
Yeah, 35.
Well, in a couple minutes I'll turn like 20 degrees to starboard and then for the next move. do
You
that.
got it.
Video, is
Coming
this
back in.
darker than normal? Or is, I'm just wondering if this is, our light pool seems to be swung out a little bit far. I mean, I can give you more light, but I've also been running the iris a little bit low just because we have such a sharp contrast between the sediment and the rocks. So if I give you more light, see how it blows the sediment out? Yep, copy. I was just curious. Yeah. Just seemed dark, that's all. It's going to be a little dark. It's tough to expose for both. And if I blow over 100 IRE, it basically becomes non-recoverable data.
Wall's coming into your 12.5 meter mark on sonar.
Just switching up.
Yeah, it's like...
I think you're going to want to turn and face the wall here, Carl. Come up.
Well, we're still moving in this direction. So.
Yeah, but the most important thing is what's on your right.
Sort of a bowl-like feature.
That's interesting. Okay, I'm facing 190. The sonar, it looks straight into the wall.
Yeah, I'm going to bring the ship to a stop and change its heading. I don't like that 155 move.
Sounds good to me.
Let's do a quick zoom on this. It's probably a sponge.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Nav Bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, the slope has changed on us here, so we'd like to cancel our current move and put in a new move, please. It'll be 50 meters, bearing 190, 110.
And just go from this point here?
Yep,
Okay,
from this point here is fine.
Sounds great. Thank you.
A little gastropod. So we've got a little gastropod shell there at the top of the screen.
New heading, 190. I still see some swing, but we're pretty shallow.
And so a little gastropod there, and it looks like maybe a dead sponge behind.
All right, come on out, video.
All right, when you're clear, pilot, let's shoot ahead. 190.
190. Quick zoom on this in the center.
Yeah, it's something in the center of the screen.
Don't have much time.
beer can.
Debris.
Grape soda.
All right, come on out. I gotta shoot ahead.
So again, looks like some corals on that big outcrop, big block. Sponges.
Watch lead nav.
Watch lead.
Yeah, a question I've had for a while now.
Shoot.
Can the shape of the rocks help you determine age? I mean, certainly some are going to be round and some very angular, but in general, is a rounder rock older? Its sharp edges have been worn down, or can you make no conclusions?
Nav, that's a great question. And yes, to a degree. I mean, just as you're suggesting, arguably the more we bash a rock around, the more rounded it becomes. But of course, it depends on what the rock's made of in the first place. And so, some rocks will be harder and naturally break in more angular shapes and be very hard to round, whereas other rocks will be softer and much more easier to round. As you've heard, everything's covered with this iron manganese coating. It's a real game to try and figure out those questions. They're really important questions, but it's so difficult without actually taking the samples.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I mean, my guess on this slope is that if we're seeing different roundness to the blocks, from angular to rounded ones, that's actually telling you more about the lithology. So we're seeing the difference between, say, softer limestones and harder, igneous frozen magma rocks.
Nope, never mind.
Thanks, Watchley. That was great.
Belay that, pilot. Sorry.
Zoom in on center.
A little sponge cone, yeah.
Come in tighter. All right, hold that.
And some associates. A little polychaete worm, I think, on the right. Or maybe just a piece of debris.
Come in a bit tighter. See if I can hold it steady. Yeah, hold that.
It just looks like a piece of debris. It does look like there might be something inside the sponge in the top left.
All right, come out partial. I'm losing it.
Thank you, guys. Was that a tiny starfish right in the top right of the screen just at the moment?
A little...
Just
see if I can get that.
Oh wow, that is very small.
Almost time to move, pilot.
Hey, full wide. Lost.
Thank you, guys.
Full wide.
So again, we're traversing over these big lumps of rock, trying to figure out what they are. At times I start to think they might be the sedimentary sequence, but you can see these are more massive. We're not seeing the honeycombed weathering that you see that's typical of the limestones. Though we know from work by the University of Puerto Rico that limestones have been dredged from around this depth. We've got some bigger sponges on the top surface of this boulder. And so passing up this difficult slope, the terrain is more complicated than the bathymetry we have. The bathymetry was collected at something like a 50 meter resolution, and we're seeing topography of a much
time for this fish, co-pilot?
more detailed level. That's 10 meter, which means
you have time, but then you'll get
we have to be very careful.
It's a vicious cycle.
All right, come on in on fish. Hold that.
Okay. I think that's another rat tail, I think. Shoreside will confirm, I'm sure.
Nope. Come out.
Thank you guys, well spotted.
If you can get well ahead, then you'll have time to settle down and take some nice shots.
Yeah, copy. Can't tell if the current is getting stronger or if I'm just getting worse at piloting.
You could shoot ahead and then do a little float test.
It seems like the current's been pretty difficult today. Everyone who's been in that chair has had a little bit of more of a challenge.
Yeah, it's a cross current, so it's coming from my starboard. And, it means I have to put a lot of lateral.
You can see the ripples in the sand right there.
Yeah.
Maintain,
beautiful ripples in the Sirius view.
to maintain my position, and it wants to spin me around.
Yeah.
So it's quite difficult.
Yeah, we can see it from the chair today. It seems like
so the current coming from the east, pilot, is that
waters.
correct?
Coming from my starboard, which would be the west.
The west.
The west, okay.
Yeah.
You can go into auto head when you're trying to do a shot, and then you take out that spin.
It's true. I could do that.
So those ripples you see in the sand would likely be caused by cross current.
Yeah, so if I go perpendicular to these, that my heading is 145. Yeah, you can just see things floating by.
Yeah. I agree, Jason. Ripples, I think.
Don't worry, from 2 to 4 we'll have Pilot Bobby on the stick.
And so now we've come up to maybe a slightly gentler slope. There's more mud cover with a boulder cover, but it's harder to see outcrop. In front of us looks like maybe a coral.
Alright, video, come on in.
Oh, indeed. Thank you, Jason. I just saw that. So we have another one of these beautiful corals.
I'm going to get closer. You can come in tight. Black coral? No.
No.
No. Bamboo.
Branched bamboo.
Pretend we're biologists. Something, an associate in the center.
So yes, the shoreside is confirming the pilots are good at this. This is a bamboo coral. And it looks like there's a whole bunch of associates in there.
Well, partial for a second. Hold that. Alright, come on in.
And there's some squat lobsters inside the
Right toe.
inside the coral.
that's
You
your
can
right
just
toe.
see them there.
The rock.
So I think there's 2 squat lobsters in there. Tim Shank at Hui asks, is there also a shrimp in there? Is one of them a shrimp? The lower one certainly looks like a lobster. The upper one is harder to see.
I believe they are both squat lobsters.
Yeah. So consensus here is 2 squat lobsters.
Alright. Now somewhat stable.
You can see the claws of the upper one, the arms. Beautiful team.
All right, let's.
But just before you go, some quick geology. If you can just pan a little up and to the left, there's a limestone crust, I think, or just a layer, which would confirm that we're in the carbonate. So
coming up.
Now looking at sonar, it looks like uphill it just moved about 10 or 15
So just
degrees
as we zoomed in on the coral, there was just a thin layer of rock over there. So zoom out just a little bit if you
Come
can.
on out, video.
So just that. So that can we zoom in on that layer that's just poking out the sediment?
Center.
Yeah,
on
center
the
is
lasers right now, or
just
up?
above the lasers.
All right, come on in, video.
So Jason Chater's kind of spotted that almost at the same, or before I did. I think we both saw it together. So yeah, up above us, this really looks like it could be a piece of limestone crust that we've seen many times before. If that's true, we now know we're in the limestone.
All right, come in tight. That's it. Yeah.
And I think you can start to convince yourself that there's this pocketed weathering. Yeah, if we can just keep panning along it, maybe to the left, that would be cool.
So what do you think your new slope is? 165?
Yeah, 165.
All right, come out.
Yeah, thank
Come
you.
out, video.
Thank you, guys. That was great.
So, pilot, now I'm facing what looks like uphill on my sonar. It's 165.
Copy.
So we can see that feature as it disappears out of view. The first thought is that maybe that's the limestone. It's evidence of these crusts that we saw especially on dive 3 and dive 6 that seem to form these layers. Jason raises the possibility maybe it could also be an iron manganese crust, but I think my 2 cents is it's more likely a carbonate crust, that this is indeed the limestone. And if that's true, that means we've crossed this unconformity, this boundary between the basement rocks below and the younger sedimentary rocks above. And that would be consistent with the email that Graciela sent me from the dredging, which recovered limestone and basement rocks from approximately 1,100 meters to
same
980
issue. Can we adjust
meters.
our heading again?
Sure, no problem.
So-
We have 7.6 left in this one, but we can definitely go from here.
Yeah, let's just go from here. 30 meters, 165. 110.
Copy that. 30 meters, 165 at 110.
30 to
Thank you.
40%.
I mean, look at the tether.
Yeah.
I mean, if it gets much stronger, I'm not sure. Not sure we'll be able to hold station. Yeah, I've felt it gradually increase as we've gone up this slope.
Andrea just returned, and I was just explaining to her about the giant squid, 3 octopuses. No, we saw some beautiful corals, some squat lobsters, associates.
Nicely out in front there.
Copy.
And we saw what we thought might be a limestone crust, in which case it means we're in the limestone.
Yeah, this will test your skills, Bobby.
Hello, everyone. I'm back from lunch. Time right now is depth right now is 905 meters. Local time is 11:54, and this is the 12th dive of our expedition to survey deep waters around Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
So
we're currently 20 kilometers to the southeast of the southeast portion of Puerto Rico. And we've been on bottom since about 8:30 this morning, local time.
Andrea, the other thing that's a development is the pilots are also fighting a current, the current from the west.
Okay.
And you can see those ripples in the sediment, which may or may not be related. But it's interesting how we started off with no current, and now we're getting one, but interestingly from the west.
Okay, interesting. I'm just looking through the event log to catch up what I missed in the last 20 minutes. And we're just doing another watch change. So somebody on Facebook asked what would have caused the death of all that coral in one spot. So some question on Facebook, and that's actually a really good one and something we've been discussing all morning in the chat log and here in the control room. And we have a couple different hypotheses. One could be some type of turbidity current or some type of flow could have come through and brought a lot of sediment and smothered the corals, causing coral death. Maybe there was a very low oxygen event that had happened or a large temperature shift that could have caused those corals to die. Alternatively, some of it could have come from falling debris above, and rubble could have fallen down from above. And some of these areas aren't very stable, and so you get a lot of rock falls and landslides, if you will, along the feature. And that could have led to some coral death in that one area or pile-ups of coral rubble. What's kind of interesting, though, is that a lot of the corals that we did see that were dead were in place. They were attached still to the rocks. They hadn't been dislodged, although we did see some dislodged, potentially octocorals or several dead skeletons still in place. So those are just some ideas. We're not really sure what could have caused that, but
Jason Chater from the USGS just event logged in and said, you know, be careful about trying to ID rocks without looking at things like textures. And again, that's a good point. I guess all I'll say at the moment is the little pieces of evidence that we've got is
pilot zoom yellow coral when you can. Go ahead.
Do that, yeah.
Did see a distinct change in the form of the outcrop, if you like, at about, I'm just looking at my notes, at about 1,000 meters to material that could be thinly bedded. We know from the dredging that the University of Puerto Rico did that they picked up limestones from 980 meters and below. But it is very difficult. Oh, and the other thing to point out, of course, is that the bottom of the sedimentary sequence isn't even limestones, or need not be limestones. So it is very difficult. And all we can do is use little pieces of the jigsaw puzzle to try to put together the story.
Thank you.
We just zoomed in on a scleractinian coral here, and Nalipsamia. We observed this on the dive yesterday. or 2 days ago, excuse me, at about the same depth. So we're at a depth of 903 meters.
Just getting a feel for the
And
current
confirmation
video.
that this is likely an Alipsamia
Yeah,
rostrata.
it's been a tough day for everyone sitting in that chair. So
So the video is trying to push you west. Sorry, the current.
yeah, it's trying to push me into the coral at the moment. It's a Freudian slip. I'm just gonna bump down on the camera. A hair. Thanks, bud. Hey, there's one of those lumps on there. Do you see it?
Yeah,
Andrea.
that's interesting.
I
Yeah,
would
we
like
were
to see the
talking
lumps.
whether that's a possible parasite that has colonized, kind of created that bulbous portion of the skeleton. And this species has been collected on other seamounts close to here, the Anegada Passage on Conrad's seamount.
All right, video. Come on out. Thank you. Full wide. Thanks, pilot.
Bridge, are we now?
Now, Bridge, go ahead.
Are you stopped?
Not yet. We have 7.7 meters left.
All right, let's add on another 30, please.
Okay. Copy that. Same direction?
Same direction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Which is 160?
165.
165.
So you're looking 10 degrees to your port right now?
10 degrees of port of the
move?
The move, that's right.
All right, I'm going to shimmy starboard as I go up.
So just as we move again,
5 degrees.
Perfect.
Forward.
we're seeing bigger chunks of rock.
Just want to, with all this current, I'm going to use your heading as a reference, so let's try to keep it consistent. So when I'm zoomed in, I don't get too lost out in the woods.
Yeah. Okay. I'm now on the heading.
Super.
But it's fluctuating quite a bit.
Yeah,
I
there's
think
a lot
it's,
of current.
It's
That's
struggling
okay.
with the current
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
That's fine. I just.
So I was just saying, we're seeing, we're almost returning to the more angular blocks that we saw deeper down. Again, coming back to Jason's point that it is really quite difficult. Literally, the character seems to have changed again, gone away from this more thinly layered rocks to these possibly more massive rocks. But it is all part of trying to put together the jigsaw puzzle, trying to get little pieces of evidence, each a little piece of the jigsaw, to build up the picture of what's going on. And as we come around the corner, there's a spectacular...
Ooh, Brisingid. Yeah, Brisingid sea
Fairly
star.
dark
Yeah.
Brisingid coming in.
Beautiful.
Really?
Curious what the coral is on the left, too, before we scamper away. It's something different.
Okay. Just settle here.
Yep. Thank you.
Bumping down. Okay, video, you can start coming in. We're going to go for the coral first. Would
Copy
you like
that.
the dark or the light coral?
Ah, both of them.
Or the cup coral off to the right?
Oh, look at that. There's 4 different corals there. There's a cup coral to the right. There's a stony coral and a black coral, and then looks like maybe an octocoral behind it. I would zoom in on the 2 corals in the middle.
The 2 corals in the middle, the dark ones?
One's dark and one's yellow.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Oh, I didn't see the other coral all the way to the right.
Come in a little closer, video. Thank you.
Okay, we're zooming. The red here is actually a black coral.
Okay.
Not sure what this is behind.
Take it a little farther.
I think it may be the same species that we have
zoom.
been seeing throughout the dive today. So strange. Not quite sure what this is.
Just getting closer, video. Sorry. Backing off a little. No problem, pilot.
Getting a view of the holdfast.
Hey, co-pilot, do you mind bringing in my starboard swing arms? I just
catch myself.
And a nice view of the black coral.
Catch myself sliding to my starboard a lot with this current. I don't want to bump them.
Sorry, your starboard.
Yeah, my starboard swing arms. Yep.
There might be a small squat lobster on the other side of this.
We're talking lower swing arms, stowing.
Nidarian.
Yep, right? Lower swing arm. Make sure you bring the lower all the way right first, and then stow.
All the way
I'll
right
pirouette
first.
around for the squat lobster launch lead.
Why do I always have so much trouble with this?
I don't know. Yeah, it's hard. That screen is...
It's definitely holes at the end of every single one of these branches that are open.
Isn't there a touchpad here somewhere?
Yeah, there should be a...
Oh, let me just...
should say co-pilot on it.
Oh, here we come. Come around and see the squat lobster.
Starting to settle. Fighting the current. Trying to, anyways.
Yeah, you can really see it pushing everything around.
Going down a little. Holding.
Great view of a Munidopsis squat lobster.
Jim, am I getting pretty far behind there? Or?
Sorry, I was distracted
Come
by
on
that.
out. I want to see what's going on here.
So I'm going to come around to the left and stay
A
with you.
cup coral, a very large Brasingid sea star up the right.
We're going to switch seats quickly.
All right, thanks. Sorry, watch lead. I just got myself a little disoriented with this current. Trying to pirouette around. I just had to settle in.
So I've come 30 degrees left.
So in the serious view, you can see some structure, some likely some vertical jointing and in the bedrock.
I was trying to keep you in view.
That's it. Gotcha. All right. Well, I think video actually we have to run. So sorry, watch lead. Did you get what you needed?
Yeah, I guess so. We have to run.
Yeah.
Oriented approximately northwest.
Pilot video, com check.
Southeast.
I have your video.
Roger
Sorry.
that.
Just getting myself situated.
Ditto. All cameras full wide.
Maya, off to
I
your,
should correct that.
off
It's
to your port, right?
Yep.
Okay. Coming back around.
Well, I
Hey,
can't seem to
fish.
stow that.
east
lower-
southeast
grab it as I
to
go.
west
Roger.
northwest.
It's going in.
Yeah. Hold
I
there.
think we've seen these.
Oh, great. We're getting a good view of a
I've gotta
Neoscopelus,
turn hydraulics
type of
on, right?
mesopelagic
That's
or
fine.
midwater
Yep.
fish.
Take it all the way.
Several of these
All
have
the way,
photophores
aye.
that
Whoa.
can run along the
There we
ventral
go.
portion of the body or underneath the belly side.
Jim, you might
So
need to speed up the
photophores
RPM
are
as well.
quote-unquote organs
let 'em
that
leave.
are light
Yep.
producing. We can bioluminesce.
Oh.
And he's gone.
So what, Todd?
Somewhere in the middle is fine.
For
for
what?
For those, for the craft, you need to crank it all the way up.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sorry, I just got a little close, so I pushed my port.
Oh, we've come up a bunch. 900.
Okay. Now that you probably don't care, I've got the starboard swing arm stowed.
Can we get the upper one done too?
Oh, you want that stowed too?
Yeah, and it doesn't look stowed. I see it sticking out still.
Oh, you're right.
The starboard one. I think you
okay.
stowed the port.
Oh.
You're on port valve pack.
Ugh. Sorry. You want it back out?
Yeah. Thanks. Oh, that's karate chopped down in front of us here. You see it in our view there. So you're going to swing that left. Bring it all the way up first so you don't hit the manipulator and swing it left. So stow fully and go left.
How do I tell if it's stowed fully?
Yeah, I can. Can you see it in?
No, I can't see
all
it
right,
there.
run
so
your
probably-
bubble cam up a little. See the bubble cam? There you go. Yeah, you're stowed. So just
Okay, so turn it left, you said.
Yep, turn it left.
Again, I don't know what to look at.
Coming up on a
And the
sea
depth
star.
here is 894 meters. Oh, did you see another fish?
Sea star.
There's a fish and
On the left.
yeah.
Are we catching up, pilot?
Your lighting's actually okay for that right there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put down here.
Another
and,
sea star.
grab a view.
Oh yeah, can we zoom on the sea star?
Yeah, we are going to. Just settling.
Thank you.
A lot of current, so I'm going to get a tow hold in.
Oh, right.
The slope is really flattening out.
Okay, video.
Okay to go in?
Oh, actually, stand by.
Roger
Just
that.
Lost my toe.
No problem.
Go ahead in.
Going in.
What is
Holding.
something different yet?
This one seems to be feeding. Oh,
Jim, while you're sitting there, if you can get a sense of the direction of the slope, we're going to need to put another move in here in a few
I
minutes.
got a lot more current now.
Seems like he's facing more or less upslope, right?
yeah, lots of current. Very difficult fighting the current here.
That would be
Small
down.
gastropod on the top of this rock. Doesn't look to be a hermit crab.
Barely hearing you, Todd.
I don't hear Todd at all.
Test.
That's better.
Okay. I wouldn't believe his sonar. He's sitting on the bottom.
Right, okay.
Yeah, see your sonar.
Yeah, but my sonar looks like
Gone in further.
You should generally be going to like 140 or so based on the bathymetry
So
map.
you can see the tube feet on one of the arms here.
Right
on the
now I'm
left.
150, so
Wonder if
that
it's
seems-
feeding on something.
So
we're
Andrea,
at the end of
why do you think it might be feeding?
The way that it's kind
Not
of
quite.
bunched up in the middle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bulge up in the middle makes
You going a little closer?
Yeah, take
Yeah,
it.
that's-
You got it.
That's a
So I
full
think there's,
zoom.
I want to say around 2,000 species of sea stars.
That's about 140.
And though we haven't seen 2,000 on this expedition, I feel like we've
seen a lot.
seen quite a diversity
Indeed.
of
I
sea
feel like I
stars.
left the lights in.
And I don't believe we
Yeah,
have
so
seen
the-
this
so
one
now
yet.
go to the starboard valve pack.
Yeah, it could be another slime star.
And then stow the lower.
Seems to have elongated tube feet at the ends of each arm.
And you'll see
There
it
it
in your
goes.
minif cam. Yep.
Yep.
Keep going a little farther.
Didn't I get it? I think
Okay, I thought I still saw it.
So right
I got
now
it.
we're looking
Yep.
at the side where waste is
Oh, I see
expelled.
the upper. Yeah, the upper. And, then if you
And
swing
the
in
mouth
upper
is on the
too.
other side of the sea star.
Just know I'm gonna. Actually, that one it's shallow enough. You can leave that one at this point, or it's
Okay.
the slope is shallow enough.
Okay, so am I done?
Yep, that's perfect. Thanks, Jim. I'm ready when you are. Video.
I ain't come out.
All right.
Let me just get the forward, get us in for
Hold on, I'm
15 here.
I'm happy with
Got a
that.
fish about to bomb the view. It's coming up.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Come out partial video.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Holosaur.
Holosaur. I'm gonna let him float off. He's off his
Sure.
close. He'll be difficult.
That's
We want to
all
take a
right.
peek at the gastropod. Do we have a ship move on the way?
So can you just, while we're here,
Just finish
snap zoom on the white coral to the right of the
white coral.
lasers?
Yeah. Sorry, I was going for the gastropod. Going back down. Right's a little more difficult than left, but I'll give it a whirl. There we go.
So what do you think, Todd? Do you want me to come
Come
around
on
a
in,
little more
video.
left?
Take it full.
I do. I think it's going to be closer to like 125 or 130 locally here.
Is that full, or we got a little more?
The general, if you look at the high
That's
pack
good for
screen,
me,
Got more.
for an ID.
130 is about the direction that would
You can
get us the
have
most
one here.
perpendicular to the
Yep.
average of the slope, I think.
Thanks,
So
Jeff.
that's
That's
full
good
zoom.
for
Maybe
me.
I'll just say 130 for now.
All right.
Come out.
Okay. Well, I'll come around to 130.
And I think, yeah, we're ready to come out. I'll catch
Roger
up.
that. And full wide.
Thank you. Lifting off.
So, pilot, Sirius is pointing 130, which is what we think is the local strike. What we should do
Bridge nav.
That explains a lot. I
Yeah,
was
Bridge, go ahead.
handed off with
Hi,
that
Bridge.
depth
Just
in.
wondering how much more you
There's
have
a
left in this
fish
current
straight
move.
ahead. Just made a strike on the bottom,
Yep.
moving
Okay.
from starboard to port.
I'd like to go ahead and dial in an additional move after that 1.3
Just a
meters
little
is left,
predation event
finished.
with him.
It's like another
Okay,
Neoscopellus.
copy. Where would you like to go?
We would like to go
Another
50
type of
meters,
mesopelagic or midwater fish.
130 at 0.1 knots.
All right.
So these fishes are
That's as good as we
normally,
can get.
they kind of occur close to the
Thank you,
bottom,
Bridge.
but they can also make daily vertical migrations to the surface at night, and then they do this to feed, and they come back to
Pilots,
steeper depths
50 meters, 130.
during the daytime
Dialed in.
to likely avoid
Our
predation.
distance to him is really changing.
Yeah, he's floating away from me. I can try to push ahead
No,
with
my depth of
Look
field
at how
is
big
so
his pectoral
shallow
fins
out
are,
there.
or her pectoral fins.
They're coming out.
Perfect.
He's a long way off.
I think it was good for ID.
Yeah.
There's another sea star here if you want to snap in a
Yeah, I
sea
see
the
it.
same kind. Just
You ready?
snap in. Yep. Go ahead. Is there a sea star or maybe another white coral? It's another coral.
Another white coral, yep.
Yeah.
All right, we can come out. Thanks.
Full
Perfect.
wide.
Awesome. What's the next move?
130, 50 meters.
Upslope.
We're on
We're at a depth of
130?
889 meters.
Work my way that way as we go uphill here. Got all my autos situated.
Is the 10 meter delta comfortable? Is that a good thing to aim for?
I think when
as
you're
long
out.
as long as you're far enough behind me like that, that's great.
And
Yeah.
that blue matting again, that sponge. I think we've seen it, but it's always visually interesting.
Okay, you want the blue matting or this
No,
bulbous thing here?
I think I'd go for the bulbous. We've looked at that blue matting before.
Okay.
Bulbous thing. The blue matting is a blue sponge. We observed that earlier today.
Yep.
Okay.
Come in a little bit? Or you want to set it down?
Yeah, I'm gonna get good lighting. I've got a lot of time right now.
Okay, good. I haven't seen this before.
We caught this on our breakfast relief watch, or maybe actually no, during our last before lunch watch we got this, but
Oh, we did.
something similar at least, yeah.
I think.
But
Okay. Snap zoom and we can head
well,
on out.
I don't have my upper swing arms. That's what's going on. That's why it's so dark.
Yeah, well, we're backlighting it.
Okay. Can back up a little here. Can leave
Yeah,
the
it's probably
zoom, leave the
helpful.
zoom where it is. I'll
It's
just
wide
back off.
open.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
You gonna move the swing arms?
No, I'll just back up.
Yeah,
Can we-
back up a
can we
couple
move the
meters.
swing arms
There's
back
another
in?
fish.
Bring them both into the light.
Everybody gets something from there.
Okay. Can try from there.
Just about. Okay to go in?
What's going on here? Stand by.
Still full wide.
Thanks.
Another fish.
All right, come on in.
Coming in.
Bulbous thing.
Hello, bulbous thing.
Little crab at the bottom.
There's a tiny squat lobster.
Yeah, top of that
sitting on
sponge.
top of that hexagonal glass sponge.
Come
Right
out
in
just
front.
a little bit.
It's
Keep
pretty
them
cool.
in frame.
You want the squat lobster?
Sure, if you have more zoom.
Do you want me to do some tilting for you?
All right,
I
video.
was just,
No,
I'm
off
also
the
just
bottom, so I'm
commentating too.
settling. Here, come on in, video. Get there.
Partial.
And
Close to full.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's full.
Got pretty hairy pinchers or chelipeds.
All right, video. Let's come on out.
Coming out.
You've gotten to my left. I'm turned to face you.
Okay.
40 degrees or something.
Holy cow. Roger that.
That's full wide.
Coming up.
All right, we're continuing our move. We're at a depth of 886 meters.
Snap on the red. Is it a shrimp or a fish? Quick.
Oh, good eye. It's a shrimp.
A little bit different shrimp.
Yes, it is different.
Let's just take it tight real quick and then we gotta go. Alright, that's good, thanks. Gotten a ways off track here. Settling. Yeah, why don't we either bring the uppers, tow them in a little, or bring them all the way in? You just want to stow them slightly, or
There's
it's not too steep here.
a bit of a
I've got
shadow.
a good dark spot up there, so.
Yep.
I think that's the shadow of the manipulator.
There's another
actually.
fish.
Yeah, we've been
Tripod?
seeing that on
Oh,
earlier
yeah, tripod
dives.
fish, right.
Yeah, there's a tripod, there's a fish upper, there's a possible holothorian above the tripod to
Below
the
your
right.
lasers.
See the, it's just lased right now.
Yeah, I see it. I'm settling. Coming in for it.
pilot, talk me through the...
Just stand by 1 second. Brain is
So port side,
only capable of so much.
upper,
There you go.
right,
We'll walk you through
or
it.
stow.
All right, video, come on in.
Port side,
Coming in.
We're working on the light here.
Yeah, go ahead, work on the light, and I'll just image him while you do that.
Great view.
Is that...
So this
better,
one
yeah.
is a different
Bring it,
species of
down
tripod
a little
fish.
more maybe,
I think
too.
we have seen this during this expedition, but it's called
Maybe
Bathypterus
it's all the way
It's
down.
all the way down. Is
gralitator.
out already?
Gralator, excuse me. So several of the tripod fishes have
ahead.
really
Starboard as
long
well?
pectoral fins extending from, long
upper
pectoral
swing
fin
arm
rays
stow?
extending from the pectoral fins. And you can see this one does not. So this is very characteristic
any
of
more
the
video?
species. However, it has these very long filamentous
Full
rays
zoom.
from its pelvic fins, which is
You can see his brain.
on the other side, and then
I don't see eyes.
on the
got
underside,
little
and then
tiny
long
eyes.
pelvic or long
Very,
filamentous rays from the caudal as well.
Very oval.
Got a strong lateral line.
Very nice shot.
Great shot.
All right.
So I'm still...
Ready when you are, video.
Yeah, let me just get it full
still
organism.
30 degrees
Yeah.
left.
15 seconds here.
Copy.
Jeff, do you want to get Jim to get the starboard lower out just enough so it's not shining on the arm?
Yeah, that might be nice. I had him stowed all the way because
Starboard lower.
the current. I keep
Lower.
putting my starboard towards the wall, but
Deploy.
just get the arm
Okay, and I'm
shot
coming
out.
out.
All right, thank you.
The
Since
zoom is
since we
stuttering
put
now.
the Predator there, Jim, when it's stowed, it just shines right on the arm.
It's, a
Yeah, so
little
you
bit
can
less
see it
than
in your
10
view right now.
centimeters.
Right.
There you go, perfect.
Oh,
A little
higher
less.
than that, right?
A little higher.
Looks like a
than that.
holothurian
Float.
on the right on the screen.
You want to just, you're off bottom.
Yeah, go ahead, snap it. if you
Something like
want.
that, something like 45 degrees like that?
Keep coming.
Yep. Bring it into view. Bring
That's
it in.
how we
You
usually
can,
drive
zoom
around.
as
It's
I
pretty
go.
safe that way.
Roger, I'll keep them framed.
Holding.
Okay. So we're looking pretty closely at our holothurian now, and you can see it's fairly translucent, so you can see inside
Deploy
the
port as well?
holothurian. These long, that
Great.
long,
Thanks,
darker
video.
structure
Okay,
is
coming
the
out. Thank
intestine
you.
or the gut. It's
Jim, you
contained
can
with
see it in
sediments,
the
as these
rail
are
cams
deposit
here as well.
eaters. So they're munching on
I don't have this
organic
touch
material
it.
and also picking up a lot
The
of
less
sediments,
you,
and
the
then
less you move up,
they
the
have really
slower it
long
moves.
guts,
Right.
so they're able
And,
to assimilate
pretty
or,
close return on your
take in all
sonar,
that
so
organic
kinda come
matter
up a
that
little
they
with
can
me
from the
too
sediment.
while you're at it.
We've also noticed
Thank
some of these sea cucumbers have kind of spiky looking tentacles on top
Still
on the
25 or 30
the
degrees left.
dorsal side of the
Yep.
sea cucumber, and those are actually modified tube feet.
There's been interesting things on the way, so I keep stopping.
Yep, no, that's what it's all about.
That's an interesting mound.
I'm just gonna.
This looks like
try to
one
get
dead
back on
coral
track a little
skeleton
here.
on the
Never
right.
Did quite make it last time. This is actually pretty steep off to my right here. So
There's a fish up ahead.
There's
or
a
an eel.
fish.
About halfway through
I
that
can see
last
his shadow.
move, guys.
Kind of far away.
Take another.
These guys dart away, as I recall. We're coming right at them from the lateral.
All right, snap from here then.
Yeah.
Hold
Yep.
there.
Another Aldrovandia
Little-
species. Oh, but a tiny little
in.
rat tail coming into
Hold.
view. Small
Go all the way.
macraurid. Oh, there he goes.
We've seen this guy.
Oh, was it a different fish we were looking for?
Yeah.
No, another one came into view as we
in.
were zooming in to the holosaur. So if you
Oh,
pan out,
sorry.
it might still be. No, it's okay.
Oh,
See
I
it.
He was
see it.
off
Yep.
to port.
There he is.
Yep.
Yep. There's another one shooting across.
Yep.
Plenty of fish here. We must be shallow.
878.
It's a really good point, Jeff. So we have come up. We're back in the shallower than 1,000 meters. We're at a
Right,
depth of
try and get this guy?
877,
Yeah, I
picking
don't
up more
quite
fish
the
here.
angle to get to his side, but you can come in.
Well, coming at him from behind, he's less likely to take
So
off.
a lot of animals on the
Hold.
deep sea floor rely on energy that is generated in the surface waters.
He comes
A lot
center, you
of
can take
this
it
food can rain down forms of particulate
Okay.
organic matter, marine snow.
Hold there. Starting to lose him
You
off
let
the
him
top.
go.
Deep sea can be very
There you
food
go.
limited.
That's nice for highlight.
And the deeper you go, the less food there is.
All right, Jim.
Unless
Coming up
there
to
are
you.
areas such as
Yeah,
chemosynthetic
10 degrees.
areas where
15 degrees left.
Kind of steep here, so I was
energy
turning
is
my head
created
facing the
from
wall.
different chemicals on the seafloor.
Jeff, if you get a chance to like zoom in on the face of one of those bigger rocks again, just a quick snap zoom of the texture.
Oh, off on the left, it looks like we might have the face of that one.
Yeah, I'm
See it?
sort of in a hurry here, but
Oh, yeah,
this one here?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Snap, go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's perfect.
Oh,
What is
no, it's
there?
actually sponges or some biological.
It's a sponge.
Sponges, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
But
a small brittle star on the left.
we can
Okay.
get the geology part of these.
Yep.
There we go.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice video.
That's good.
Yep.
Looks like there's a shrimp hiding behind that rock, too.
Great. There's some kind of jelly floating off to my left, but it's coming up on a little bit of a face, and Copilot's
Yep.
So I'm almost
coming to
on,
it skewed, so
I'm almost on my heading.
just want to make sure we race up this if we need to. All right?
Yeah.
Pilot? Okay.
Jim,
Probably been
thinking
capturing
about
a
our
lot
next
today.
move, is 130 good or a little bit further south?
All right, I'm going to scoot in a little closer
Maybe
to
a
the
little
base here.
I'm right on 130 now, and it looks like
Another
the
fish.
face is to the right.
Some strong ridges here in the sediment that make me think we're traversing against a
140,
current,
150?
where a current normally is.
Yeah,
I
maybe
turned
even
and faced the
155, which is
current.
our old average.
Yeah. Looks like a downwelling here,
but-
maybe. Yeah.
Want Pilot to come right
There's
some.
another fish, top right corner. I've not seen that one before.
Okay, coming up to it.
Oh, here we have an acropomatid or a Cinegrops. Cinegrops bellis. We have seen this on the expedition so far, and we've also observed
Got
this
a second
species on
here.
seamounts in the Anegada Passage.
So they're getting stretched out, though.
Yep.
Also common
I
off the
think I have a second.
southeastern coast of the U.S., so in the Gulf of Mexico and off of the eastern seaboard.
All right, video, we can come on in on this guy.
Come on in,
Fairly wide
thank you.
distribution, this species.
Going for the head.
Wow. Are we that close? Oh, it's just bigger than what we've been imaging.
Gosh, you could actually count scales if you wanted to. This view, it's great.
Would you want to?
Yeah, in some cases. For this group in particular, you need to count anal rays and dorsal rays. But there's some species that you can tell apart from one another based on the number of scale rows between the lateral line and the dorsal fin, or the number of scales along the lateral line, or the number of scales on the opercle, the presence of or absence of scales on the head, things like that.
I'll turn my head and we can get as much, make him as big as we can, but keep him in frame. You guys can count later.
Yeah, both Michelle and Mike Ford, yeah, there's that reflection in the eye. They probably do have the tapetum lucidum, or that layer in the eye that helps reflect light, capture more light and reflect it. So they are iridescent.
All right, video. Is there a shot you want, or you?
I think we got this.
All right,
I think we could have counted the dorsal rays there in the second dorsal fin. Thanks, guys.
So are we ready for
Very
another
good.
move?
Pilot video shift change.
It's not quite there, but almost, Jim. How would you guys feel about stepping it up a little faster, given that it's starting to not get as steep?
Back.
That would be good for us. Since it's flattened out a little.
Do that.
Go up to point 2.
Pilot?
Yep.
Co-pilot? Point 2? And
Pilot,
you
can
think
we
like
snap on this? No, we cannot.
150
Sorry.
for the next one?
They do
150-ish?
I was gonna say that was
Yeah,
hardly
but
your doing.
I'm on 135 now, and it seems like the slope's to our right. So, yeah.
Okay. Can you... It sort of seems like D2's pointed uphill, very locally, but...
Yeah, I think uphill is sort of this direction. That's what other feeling I get. But I could
Before
be
I
wrong.
crank you up to point 2, why don't you take the time to really be
Stretch
sure that
out.
you want to be at
Sure, yeah.
150?
You wanna-
I think
get up a
serious.
little. Jim.
Another Saccocalyx
But,
glass sponge
see what
on the
we
right,
got.
going out of view. We're at a depth of 865 meters, 865. We're going to just speed up the ship just a little bit. We're going to go up to 0.2 knots. We're not on as steep of slopes as we were earlier.
I've been
flattened
trusting
out
the
a little more.
serious heading more than I should, maybe.
And we can see that in the geology as well. You can see in the picture there's a lot more mud, and there's just these fragments of rock just lying, many lying on the mud, some poking out of the mud.
Matched up now, and we're 30 degrees
Almost certainly there's outcrop not too far below, but the slope is sufficiently shallow that it's allowed the mud to
There's
accumulate.
definitely some rocks to the right of Sirius, but I don't think
fill up the
slope is
holes.
necessarily further right.
Do you want to go check that out? See what it is? It's just a pile of rocks, or it's something different.
If you've got the time and they want to.
I'd love to go there.
Maybe the next move should be 150 or
I'm gonna
155.
go over here
Go
and
have a
peek.
peep.
Actually, I'm sure we want to.
There's bound to be lots of biology on those rocks.
Snap real quick video, just right there. Hold. All right, that's okay.
Oh, that's another, looks like a sponge.
Sponge. All right, come on out, video.
I believe we observed
coming
this
to
the other
address
day on the
this feature
South
over here.
St. Croix Mounds.
Yeah.
Tilt up a little. Got a fish.
Fish.
Swimming, it's just scurrying off. Seemed like another one of those eel-looking fish.
A holosaur.
Yes, that's the one. Okay.
Bridge nav.
Now, Bridge, go ahead.
You ready for another move?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's do another 50 meters.
Okay.
150.
150.
And a whopping
I'm gonna tilt down.
0.2 knots.
Oh, bumping it up. I got it.
Buckle up.
Okay. Thank you.
So pilot, as you get closer, if we could zoom in on the close in on a rock of your choosing, just to get the texture, just very quickly.
Yep, absolutely. Get it in the light here. So I'm still a ways off. Just came over to it. Closing in. See an interesting critter to look at.
Yeah,
in
it looks
little
like a
bit.
spiny sea urchin, sideroid sea urchin.
Can get that. As soon as
Or it
this
could
is a
be
nice
some
open
interesting
space
things
there.
on the right.
Okay. I'll go have a look in a second. Just settling in real quick.
Coral, big sponge that we haven't seen yet. We're at a depth of 859 meters, 5'9". Some interesting geology here too, Mike.
Well, we've gone back to outcrop again, but again back to this kind of slabby outcrop. It's not the fine bedding that I was frankly hoping we'd find. Thank you guys. That's great for geology. That's all I need to see.
Okay.
And so again, we zoomed in to try and get the texture of the rock, and you can see it's kind of flat.
You want the coral or the spiny?
A diagnostic feature of some of the limestone.
I'd like to go to the right.
Okay.
Not all the limestone is to see pits, to see honeycomb textured weathering. So we're trying to do a little.
Do you want me to keep you inside or stay on the heading?
Pseudo rock ID
am I
by
getting
looking
behind?
at the textures.
Well, you're getting to the right.
Yeah, okay. You can keep me in view.
You see
for
some
now.
joints,
But,
which are
I'm
dipping
gonna
to the
wanna race up
left
in a
and
second.
trending
Yeah.
almost north-south.
Okay, video.
So fluffy.
Come on in.
It's white and fluffy.
This guy here.
Yep.
Hold.
I'm laughing at my description of white and fluffy, but that looks like a chrysogorgid octocoral, and it definitely has an
Take it a little
associated
farther,
side,
video.
maybe a chirostylid squat lobster. Yep. So
Coming
first
up a little.
chrysogorgid for the day.
A little
And
closer.
again, if you've been following our dive, we have come across a couple different types of squat lobsters, but this is the first
video,
morphotype of this squat lobster, and
you.
seen in this chrysogorgid. Again, like I was mentioning before about species-specific associations with some of these crustaceans and octocorals.
Okay, come on out, video. Getting up. Video, or co-pilot, I'm coming up.
Okay, me too.
So again, you can nicely see in that picture the joint system dipping to the left, steeply dipping, and trending almost north-south.
So Todd should confirm. I think we're
Another
going 150.
sideroid spiny
Correct.
urchin.
150. 0.2 of a knot.
And we're traversing really up the side of a gully, I
nose-like
think.
feature here. My guess is after this feature we'll be heading back over to 130, but we'll see.
So it really is a big expanse. You can see that in the Sirius view. We really
Can we get a quick snap zoom of the whip coral? Sorry, Mike, to interrupt.
Oh,
Something
no,
different.
Not at all.
Quick snap video.
Definitely an octocoral.
Go ahead. Rest the way.
Could be a primnoid or a bamboo. Can we kind of go down the axis or pan
Go down the...
towards the base?
Yep.
Thank you. Do we see nodes? Looks like a bamboo, but... Oh, yep, there's one. Okay.
Got it?
Yep, thank you.
All right. Come on out, video. Popping out.
Watch your delta if you come shooting up, Jeff.
Yep, I see that. Coming up.
Yep.
If you don't mind just giving a good go, I'm getting behind you a little. Wouldn't mind having a little room to push ahead.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, we're at a depth of 843 meters. A really large sponge on the right. Oh, and a fish to the left. Fish. Can we snap zoom fish?
Urchin.
Different sponge though on the right.
Okay, video, snap on
Unless
the
that's
fish.
an anemone.
Negative bridge, but while I have your
Getting
attention,
another
how much left do we have in the
Neoscopellus?
move?
Ah, yes, that's why I called you. 15.4 meters.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Another 15 meters in the move, guys.
Thank you.
And then
Okay.
keep
let's
dialing
That's
it
good,
in.
thank you.
Let's look over at the sponge.
Yeah, it actually might be an anemone on the right.
Come on out, video. Cup coral is, as I zoom out, just noted.
So that'd be very
and
big.
Possibly a sponge.
Yeah, it was pretty
Is
large.
this full video? Thanks.
There it is, bottom right.
I don't have a lot of time. But I'll try to get it for you here. That's the same bulbous one we were looking at
Okay,
earlier.
just
Yep.
a different side.
Just
Got it
different
now,
side.
thank
It's
you.
got spikes on it like
Yep.
before. You can snap in just to make sure if you want video.
Great, thank you.
Great. All right.
Cool, thanks.
Video.
Feeling that point 2 now.
Yep, I'm a little left of track.
Good. Coming up, Jim.
Yep. I'm about on track now.
Copy. Mike, I don't know if it's worth noting, but in this area, our magnetic compass on Sirius seems to be a lot farther off than it is usually.
Interesting.
It's very unreliable at this this point.
Okay, so that that is actually a really nice observation. That's what you might expect to happen if we were still on basement, and we're certainly not far away from basement, even if there's sediment on top. Because of those rocks, they might have a lot of magnetic minerals in them, and we might expect the magnetics to be very different to the sediments deposited over the top.
Pretty quick.
All right.
Another one of those bulbous.
Yeah, Mike. So we got on Sirius, the only heading reference we have is magnetic, but on D2 we have both a very precise inertial heading sensor that gives us true north regardless of the environment, and a magnetic sensor. So we have a real nice comparison.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what I'm seeing on screen, the difference between the arrow and the sub.
This bridge at the end of the current move, if we can add
cool.
more.
New fish.
No, Mike, the green arrow is the ship's heading.
Okay, sorry.
50 meters, 130.
But
so a tinsel fish, yeah, our first tinsel fish.
What you're seeing on the left is D2, and on the right, the numerical reference is Sirius's magnetic heading.
So this is in the family Grammicolipidae?
I think we show D2's magnetic heading.
No, it's off. We can't run both at the same time to turn one on and one on or the other.
But it's getting collected as data, I'm sure.
No, it's off.
It's off.
What's really interesting to me, we observed this on the Seamount, one of the Seamounts in the Anegada Passage. It has this asymmetrical tail, which I'm not sure is known in any of the two species that it could be, the two species of tinselfish. But this looks like a kind of an in-between phase of a juvenile and an adult form. Juveniles can have long filaments.
Thanks. When I'm flying,
really
I use
cool.
my verticals. It looks a little better.
It's interesting, this really long upper lobe of the caudal fin.
Like this.
Okay, guys, you'll be feeling a move 130 now. 2/10 of a knot.
Copy that. Thank you.
Spun it a little back to the left.
Wow, awesome.
He's creating quite a bit of thrust with his little wiggles. You can see him kicking up the sediment more than I am.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jeff, for explaining that.
Does not look like it has Z-bias.
So we know very little about the biology of tinsel fishes. I mean, they do have quite a large distribution. You can find these in Gulf of Mexico and again up the coast off the eastern seaboard of the mainland U.S.
This new 130 move.
Awesome.
I have not seen this really long filamentous upper caudal lobe before.
He is spectacular.
So I'm just trying to get a little closer and settle in as he slows down.
I think that's what a tinselfish looks like when it's freaked out.
So the young generally have like irregular blotches, spots, dashes. So I'm assuming this is a juvenile stage of one of the two grammicolipids, tinselfish. They're really small mouths, so I'm assuming they pick small worms and things out of the sediment. Maybe pluck at sponges even. Gosh, I think we could count dorsal and anal rays here.
Andrea, what's a ray? Do you mean the small spine-like
the bony
structure?
bits of the fins?
The what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
The bony, the firm cartilage that make up the
dorsal rays. Yep.
The rays.
Right.
All right, video, I'm ready when you are.
Coming out.
Thank you.
Full wide.
Perfect. Thanks. Lifting off. Pushing on.
Beautiful. And we're at a depth of 828 meters. I missed some of that conversation that you were having with Jim. Did you something interesting to share?
I think in the end, not, if I correctly understood. What we were talking about is that
we have a little
the rocks potentially have a different magnetic character, and the basement rocks.
Ooh, very cool. Looks like we have one of the Dumbo octopods. Blake Vecchione, I think you're still online with us. Maybe you can chime in to the event log and help ID this.
Follow this for a bit.
Dumbo octopus. Opistoteuthis.
Yeah. Thanks.
Agassizii. Eye. Opistoteuthis agassizii. Eye.
I know who Agassiz is.
Awesome. We're at a depth of 825 meters.
Named for Louis Agassiz, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What's that on his back?
It's a funny structure.
So we're getting some comments that there's a similar species found on the west coast. It's been called flapjack devilfish. So I'm assuming west coast of U.S., the Pacific, Mike?
I've turned myself full circle almost here.
He looks kind of cute. How can you call him a devilfish?
If you want, I can come wide and we can reacquire.
Got him.
All right.
Had some really amazing finds today.
Yeah, indeed.
He spun all kinds of circles for us so we can see all his sides. An excellent specimen. Wish I could give him a little award. Alright, video, I'm going to let him float off if that's okay with you.
Sounds great.
Thanks.
So I've come way left.
Great, guys. Thank you.
Yeah,
first Dumbo octopus. Oh, we saw a blind Dumbo, I think,
We've seen
first
a couple
days.
bigger ones.
Yeah, different species.
Yeah. Oh, it's a different species. I see.
Jim, can you spin right so we can see what the next move's going to be?
Yep.
Not to mention the slope is getting kind of close to you, relatively speaking.
Am I pretty far off track at this point?
Yep.
Back.
130, right, Todd?
We're at 130 now.
Yeah, we're just chatting here in the event log that throughout this expedition we've really seen few cephalopods. So overall, just a couple sightings of these Dumbo-type octopuses, and
coming up, Jim.
I don't even think we have seen. Oh, we saw one squid that was about a meter in length, but maybe one smaller ilex. But that's about it. Very few, whereas in other areas we have noticed several different species of squids and octopods.
My head on 130. Just went by a fish. Sorry, we got really behind on that.
Okay.
Octopus. I actually chased it a little behind us. So
got another fish straight ahead.
Snap real quick, but not staying long.
Bridge nav, how much more do we have left in this current move?
Thanks. Sorry, can't stay much longer than that. I'm going to really push out, Jim.
Yep.
So the
Bridge
octopus that we just saw, the Opistoteuthis, spends a lot of its time sitting on the bottom, on the benthos, the deep sea floor, whereas the blind octopods that we observed the other day spend all of its time in the water. Thanks for that information.
We'll be going 50 meters.
Okay.
120.
Is that a fish or
2/10 of an ounce.
It's a fish in the back. Yep.
Take it from here.
Another demo sponge.
While you're doing that.
All right.
We're moving to 120, guys. The ship has 1 meter left in its current
Another
move.
cuskeel.
It'd be great if we could get an ID before he runs away, but I'm going to keep coming in on him.
Oh. Very straight lateral line on that cusk gill. A couple different small corals on that rock as well.
Barbara John from the University of Wyoming just emailed in and called the octopod Casper the friendly octopod.
It's at about 20 centimeters in length.
Yeah, I'll push up and get the lasers on here for you. Far. Try not to get it on its eye.
Watch leads, Nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
If we try to make it to the depth contour that you're trying to get to,
yes,
that's about 1,200 meters over ground,
Okay.
straight uphill at about 120.
All right, video.
If we maintain a speed of 0.2 for the rest of the dive,
yes, please.
we will be coming off bottom just after 4 p.m. local, which is coincidentally right about the time we will have to leave bottom to make it to the surface.
Well, that worked out pretty well.
Hold.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we got to keep trucking if you want to make it there.
Right there.
Yeah, this one's a little tougher.
Take it a little farther. Good. You seen this?
Sounds good to me, Nav.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
we're just getting another great image of a neoscopelid.
Alright, video. I think we've seen it. So unless you want something, I'm good.
I do. I'd love to hold on for just another couple of seconds.
It's really large pectoral fins. Beautiful.
Okay.
Something back down. Okay. Let me look at Jim.
Pretty good, I think.
Go ahead, survey one.
I should be right on our track heading.
Yes.
I already saw
Can
that
I,
fish.
Yeah, that
are
was
you
the
going to
one.
be fooling around, or should I? Here, I'll leave it like that, and you can do what you need to do.
Same cusk gill in view right
Go
now.
ahead. Have at it. Did you follow that discussion, Brian?
So we're at a depth of 800 meters,
Okay.
806
We're gonna-
meters
if
to
we
be
wanna make it
exact.
to
And I'm
the,
just thinking
target
that
depth,
we
we're going to keep going.
aren't seeing
Too tense
any
knot.
of the zoanthid covering the potential sponge as we saw a little deeper. We picked up at about 1,100 to 1,000 meters. Well, the
Similar as the
same,
last one,
yep,
yeah.
same species as the last cusk gill.
Knots to meters per second. It's about 2,
Okay,
but
thank you, video.
you
About the
just-
same
could you just
size
use
as
2?
well.
Is there a calculation there? I'm not hearing you.
Oh, something different yet?
There is, but Brian's playing with the computer, so I can't
close.
fool with it at the moment.
Oh, I see. I was doing it on
It
my
might be a
calculator.
beardfish.
I
I'm
don't-
guessing the way it's kind of moving
I know
along
it's
the
about 2.
bottom. Sometimes when you
Not
see
a mile,
these
6,000
fishes over and over and their
feet, right?
behavior is pretty
Yeah.
characteristic. So yeah,
Right.
this is a beardfish that has 2 long chin barbels.
Oh, this is the one
Searching
we missed
for
last
food.
time, and I only had to take a quick
That's
one.
right. Yep.
All right, come on,
Where's the
video. I'll
ship
get
worked
closer.
in meters per second?
I think I talked about the behavior then too.
Okay, we're full wide now.
So these 2 long chin barbels searching for food in the sediments.
Silent.
It has a really distinct swimming behavior.
Yeah, I got a little behind you on.
Some of you
altitude,
who
but-
may be familiar with
But
shallow
you're,
water
you're heading
goatfish,
good.
they
Yep.
exhibit the same type of searching behavior. They have these
slightly
chin
lower.
barbels as well, but 2 different families of fishes.
I'm sorry?
Getting a little
These are
blinded.
Polymixiidae,
0.51.
beardfish,
Yeah,
and
I can do
of
that,
course
but
goatfish
okay.
are in
2 is
the
close
family
enough.
All right.
Mulidae.
The flashes are enough for me to fly to the fish. I just need to be able to see. Okay, you're good. Let's go in.
Oh,
He's a tricky
yeah, they're
fella.
pretty fast.
Do you want the lasers? Or?
Interesting sponge
briefly.
in the background too.
I
That
can
we're
just
zoomed
keep
in.
him on to see how big he is real quick. Maybe 10 centimeters in length. It's hard to tell. And
Briefly, the geology, if you look there, you can
down
see
there,
lines within those rocks. That really does
Wide.
look like bedding. I'm definitely going to guess that those are
all right,
sedimentary rocks.
Come on in again. Hold. All right, lift off a little. I think they know what it is, and I can't seem to get them to stood still. So.
Yeah, don't have to worry about the more image of the beardfish.
Thanks. All right, video, come wide.
Thanks, Brian.
So Jeff, again, if you can get a chance sometime to zoom in, there's another fish there, I think.
Yeah.
But if you can zoom in on a rock surface at some time, that would be great too.
Okay. Oh, the fish seem to be off my track, but we can snap.
Looks like another
Get
tinsel.
farther behind. Go
Roll
ahead,
to the
video.
left.
Yep, another tinsel fish. Yeah, and I'm seeing this asymmetrical tail. And this looks more like a Grammacolepus.
Thank you. Right as we do, he decides to change course.
Interesting. So I'm guessing the last one we observed was a subadult.
It's starting to really get turned over to my left.
Yeah, I'm coming left to look at you.
Yep. All right, video, come on out.
Pretty spectacular, guys.
Thank you.
Just gonna lateral a little and then go up.
A large coral there.
I'm coming back around to the track.
I think we're behind. Are we behind?
I
Jeff?
raced off to the left here a ways chasing fish, and
Okay.
now I just gotta come back over to my starboard and.
Guys, is there any way we could throw some of that light a little bit more forward?
Yeah, absolutely. We can bring our uppers all the way into the middle and point them forward.
Thanks. Yeah, we've got a lot of light right at the bottom, but not enough out further.
Copy
So
that.
I've got a crab coming in.
Upper swing arm up.
Stow, yeah.
Jeff,
stow it first.
Oh,
yes.
If you
Yes,
get
Mike.
a chance to focus in on that rock, that would be great.
Absolutely. Let's do the rock. The crab will crawl into a more convenient place in a minute. Go ahead, video.
Oh, yeah.
He's lively.
So, ignoring the squat lobsters or crab, I'll quickly do the geology. It definitely looks like you can see the lines which are dipping from the top left to the bottom right. That definitely looks like bedding within these rocks. I'm pretty sure these are the sedimentary rocks.
You guys okay if I do a 100-meter move instead of 50?
Sure.
130 still
This
okay?
guy seems upset that I'm sinking without him.
120 was the last move. Maybe.
So I'm happy with the geology.
Can you pan up to the crab?
Yep, coming up to the crab.
Either that or we finally found an animal that will
Bridge
chase the
nav.
lasers.
Nav Bridge, go ahead.
Are you ready for another move?
Just trying to make small moves here so I don't overshoot. Be there shortly.
Absolutely, I'm ready.
Okay, let's do
So
100
this looks like
meters.
a crab, not a squat lobster. Possibly a
20
lithoted.
degrees at 0.2 of a knot.
Great.
Copy that. 100, 120 at 2/10 of a knot.
Thank you.
First crab of the day. We have seen several squat lobsters, but not the other duckpod crustaceans, this crab.
Lasers
Although we
off.
have seen some shrimps.
Okay. Backing away a little, video.
Getting a good shot of the coral on the left.
Am I getting behind co-pilot?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
I can just.
I'll catch up here. I think we've got this pretty well.
Yeah, ready to come out.
Ready? Go ahead.
Full wide.
Lasers on.
100-meter move, 120, 0.2 of a knot, guys. Just dialed in.
Rock nicely.
Sorry, that was 120?
120 still, yes.
Okay, so I'm on the right heading.
Lift up a little and
Pilot.
move on. Thank you, pilot. You're on the track to the move,
I am.
co-pilot. Great.
Within 5 degrees anyway.
That's close enough, certainly. And you are looking down on me. I'm rising.
Me too.
Get over this rock.
So briefly to recap the geology there, again it's always difficult, but there appeared to be fine-scale laminations, lines on that rock face, which could be explained if they were bedding. Again, it's always difficult to be 100% conclusive, but it looked like it might have been a sedimentary rock. There is one other issue though, it looked like it was not in situ, it was a block, and so likely it's rolled down from the hill somewhere. So we don't, at the moment we're seeing a lot of talus, we're not seeing the in situ outcrop.
It looks like the starboard upper might still be
to be absolutely sure.
Move that up when you get into a situation where you're comfortable. You can wait until you're happy, but
starboard upper. So I want to go up.
Yeah, up. Is it up all the way? I can't. Oh, maybe it's the other side that's not up. Just noticing they don't quite match. There you go. Yep. Now it looks up. Looks better.
Just wasn't patient enough.
That one's a little slow at the beginning.
The left one is too snappy.
Yeah.
Thanks for the adjust. It looks a lot more even in my scope.
Good.
And we're at a depth of 784 meters.
Fish in the water column near Sirius. I don't know if it's bobbing too much to grab. There's one in my view as well. Guess we're going to get a head on. He's doing the same.
Some very
thing as
large
all the
Dumbo
others.
sponges.
Come in video.
See a couple different species in view.
Awesome.
Another neoscopelid.
Another neoscopelid.
Looks like the compass is turned off. On the RV. Okay. Hey, Todd?
Yes.
Why is the compass turned off on
Well, tiny fish just came.
the fins is on.
I think there's a sponge in the background
one or
as
the
well.
other. I think the way the code is written.
Sponge in the background.
The fins
Can I actually?
Oh, go ahead. Mike,
Can I
just
hide Jack for the rock?
And it
Just at
takes
the bottom
over
of the
as the
screen.
heading
You see the
reference.
brown rock?
I see
Just
on the bottom.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
That would be
Unlike
great,
John Howard's
please.
software, where you can have both on and
Sorry.
select which reference you want.
So it's a software issue.
Yeah, I think so.
Again, this chase of trying to
It could be valuable
see
science data.
It could be.
underneath iron manganese coating.
Hold on. Right video. Sorry.
I know
Am
rocks
I full
are.
out or am I zoomed in?
You're zoomed in.
No, you can keep it. I was wondering if I was super close. Or
Okay. You want a partial?
Yep. Go back in.
Again, the rocks are less interesting
all
in
the
some
way.
ways than the
Settled.
biology, but to ground truth what the rocks are,
Hey, co-pilot, can you take my camera for me? I'm just
we
trouble
need to
keeping
take the
everything
opportunity
on.
when
You gotta
we
hold
see
it.
a face of rock which maybe pokes out from under the iron manganese coating.
Just trying to get the brown rock above you. Just pull it towards you. Yep. Right there.
Oh, the
Farther.
big one? So we
That
just
one right there. Coming center. There we go. How's that, Mike?
That's great.
Okay.
I'm going to guess that is carbonate. It looks similar to the stuff that we were crushing in the jaws yesterday. Again, one can never be conclusive, but it certainly looks like that lighter color coming through.
Hey, video. Come on out.
Thank you.
Is there a sponge or
It's a bit like one of those ugly fish.
is there anything? Do we want this sponge here, Andrea?
No, we're good. I think we got a good view of it. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lifting off. Coming up, co-pilot.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, my dear.
If anything, a little left to track.
Great.
That should be about on track.
Scooted over here to get that, so makes sense. So another black coral.
Looking at fisheye, you're pretty far behind, Jeff.
I am.
Look at the fisheye. See
Oh,
where
yeah,
you are.
Okay. Thought my light pool meant I was really close.
Well, I'm looking
that's
almost
my
vertical.
camera.
Jim's looking pretty
That's my
vertical, and you're
camera.
still not in the field of view.
Jim, that's my camera.
Oh shoot! Sorry.
I fixed it. I'm fixing it. That was disorienting. A little bit. It's all right. I've got other ones. Keep me.
just while we're flying, we got a question on Facebook, which has got passed to me. It's a question that's been asked a lot during this cruise, and it's basically how long does it take the iron magnesium oxide layers to form?
Yeah, can we zoom in on that, please? Go ahead, Mike.
And the answer to that is it varies. At a mid-ocean ridge, it can be really very quick. Out here, it can be somewhat slower. We'd think, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but I'm going to guess on the on the time scale of decades at a mid-ocean ridge, maybe on the time scale of centuries out here.
There's a lot of sponges nearby. I don't want to squish one.
We are zooming in to a lobster-looking creature. I'm curious if it is another polychelid or a blind lobster, but I'm not sure yet. Maybe it's just a really huge shrimp.
Okay. What's the view you need? Is this okay, or do you need to get around?
Yeah, lateral view. I think it likely is.
I'd like to get a critical on this.
It's got really long pinchers.
Lasers off.
Those jaws are...
They're wild.
Yeah. The claws, I should say. Oh, this is the one we saw just the casing of last.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah, I don't see any eye or eye stalks.
This guy is poised and ready.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's about to be attacked.
Can you tilt back to like 90 degrees just so I can see how far behind I'm getting?
Look at fisheye, Jeff.
Gosh, it's got really huge claws.
You can tell with fisheye.
So yeah, we observed a blind lobster. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Can't remember.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
But
we were a lot
I believe
deeper.
it was. I believe it was dive 11.
So yesterday. All right, I gotta go.
Go all the way to the north.
It's really hard to confirm whether or not that is another blind lobster. It's hard to tell.
Video can come out.
The claws look a little different to me. Could be just a large shrimp. I don't know. Actually, I'm not confident on that idea at all.
Cirrus's light pool on the bottom.
Yep. Oh yeah, look, there's Cirrus light pool ahead of
Maybe if we come across another one, we'll get a better view of its dorsal
Maybe to come up.
Yes,
A lot.
please.
side.
A lot. Like a ton.
My delta's 10 meters.
Yeah,
Yep,
but
it's
you're
gonna
near
be
the
a lot
bottom.
smaller soon.
Okay.
I'm coming. Making tracks as we go.
Some trash in the water.
There's a fish on the
those
left.
are all fish. Yeah, there's two fish.
Two fish. The one on the left
right,
as well.
One on the left.
Okay. Thanks.
The one on the left looked like the bearded one.
I just got an email from Dr. Tim Schrader at Bennington College up in Vermont, and he's been watching and was commenting on some of the geology and some of that sedimentary rock I pointed out just a little whiles back, and he said he thought he could see cross-bedding in that outcrop, and that could that be part of a deltaic sequence that formed at the base of the limestones. And indeed, there are clastics that are found at the base of the limestones.
Is there a software bug list?
Guys, purely from the geology, if we could quickly, zoom in and keep going, that.
Yep, absolutely. Just gonna,
I just need
get over to where the rocks are here.
a quick glimpse.
Lateral over. Right, video. If you want to come in partial, so you can see the texture on the rocks. Good there. And the light.
That's great for me, guys.
Several different, again, Desmo sponges here. And crusting forms as well on the rock. Picking up a lot more sponges as we get a little shallower.
So again, you can, try to convince yourself that we're seeing some sort of layering, which is dipping away from us, that sort of horizontal in the screen, but dipping down away from us. Again, they're starting to feel like sedimentary rocks.
All right, video. Come out. Full wide.
We might see that better as we just come around the side. Yeah, if you look at it now, you can kind of see the layering, which is running from middle left to bottom right. I think we've crossed the unconformity now. My guess is if we could pick up a piece of this stuff, we'd find it sedimentary. You can see the thin bedding. I mean, again, it's something that's kind of subtle, but dipping from the center of the screen to the bottom right, you can see these thin 10-centimeter layers. And maybe even if we come to this,
that looks different.
What's the
mushroom?
Where?
On the left, is it just a large dead fan sponge or something different?
Go over there and see. If it piques your interest, it piques mine.
Oh, it's another one of these globular sponges.
Very big then.
I don't have my search pattern for these. They're new this dive.
so that's again a great picture, both biology and geology. You can clearly see, I think, I'm getting more and more convinced that it's the bedding and then the biology on top.
And another Bersingen sea star on the right. Really large sponges here. So this substrate is very stable. These sponges have been attached for quite some time.
Just make sure the tether doesn't hit your goose bus there, Jim.
We really only saw when we first arrived on the bottom. If any of you are just joining us now, we arrived at the bottom and immediately noticed a lot of dead coral rubble, scleractinian coral rubble, as well as what appeared to be octocorals dislodged and still attached to the hard substrates. But we got up above 1,100 meters and haven't seen any more of the dead coral.
So almost everywhere I look now, I can see this bedding. And in fact, this surface coming up, this flat surface, is similar to what we ended at the dive on yesterday. This flat surface might be the top of bedding planes within the sedimentary rocks. I think I'm pretty convinced now we passed the unconformity. Where exactly we passed it is still a question, and it's one of the things to do tonight or tomorrow when we get all the wonderful video back and the stills, and we can review what we've seen.
More of those sponge. They're all over the place here.
Yeah, they are. And we have not seen them yet during this expedition. What is coming up right below the lasers now?
Yeah, that caught my eye as well. I'm slowing.
Oh, I think it's an urchin.
Can you take the camera? Or?
Yeah, you can take it. I'm settling in. Hold on. Wait to tilt until I get my 10-foot hold.
And when we zoom in on this too, we'll look to see if there's any associates. We have seen polychaetes associated with these urchins, as well as different cuscales, juvenile cuscales.
Thank you. Sorry, back up just a touch. There we go.
So you see these long spines, and that's new. These kind of like paddle-shaped at the end of some of the spines. Unless that's a little sack of toxin. I made the mistake once of poking one of those. Oh yeah, my finger went numb for a while.
For how long?
Probably only about a half hour or so, but in my mind it was maybe 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a macro.
I remember a recent encounter with a jellyfish frond.
2 feet. I'm going to run over there.
No, this is fine.
Okay.
It's really great, and you can see these long 2 feet extending underneath.
It'll be a real dynamic shot. And
another spiny-skinned animal, an urchin, an echinoderm.
All right, coming wide.
And urchins can feed on various things.
Time-lapses
you know, depending upon the species, they can be scavengers, eating on dead material that falls to the seafloor. They can feed on corals. We've seen several urchin
intervalometer.
species feeding on corals.
Whether we can.
They can be carnivores
time the
too,
turn
prey on
on
other
and do an
animals.
intervalometer. I'm not sure what the
Besides
options
corals.
Are, but it'd be interesting if it's good.
And they also can be deposit feeders, I
but if you
believe,
guys get a couple days ago, it's
ingesting
fantastic.
organic material from sediment.
Are you ready to dial in another move?
Right, I'm going to hover
Absolutely,
above and look down. I think I just
Okay,
saw a
if
fish
we
going
can
between
go
two of these rocks.
100 meters at 130.
Pretty much
2
right
tenths
above
of a
you.
knot.
You are?
Copy that. 100, 130, 2 tenths.
Thank you, Bridge.
All right, video, snap in.
Snapping in. I see a tail.
Looks like a rat tail.
Little baby one. Just trying to get the top view here because it's behind the rock.
Did we lose one of our lasers?
No, it's
block it.
It's hitting the ball or something.
Okay.
Blocked by the drawer. All right, video. That's good. Thanks.
Okay.
I gotta run.
Full wide.
Guys, we're going to shift to 130. Continued.
It's not another sponge in the middle.
100
It's
meters,
huge.
2 tenths.
Yeah. Coming up.
Sounds good.
Pushing ahead. Really feeling that quicker move on this.
Maybe launchers report to boat deck. Ryan, boat deck.
Right, that was 130.
130, correct.
These sponges have definitely become the most common sessile species in this area of this transit up the northern flank of Whiting Bank. Something different on the left. Do you see that, Jeff?
Yep.
Okay.
The one with things coming off the top.
Yeah.
No. The crown looking guy.
Looks like a crown.
It's like a mosque.
Coming in for it. Far away.
A lot of different hexactinellid sponges on the rock in the distance. I'm guessing this is a type of sponge, but it's wild looking.
Take your camera.
Yes, please.
Go up slightly.
Up slightly. Looks perfect to me.
Another spiny sea urchin on the upper right.
And, go ahead, video. Yep. What you gotta do.
Crazy.
We'll just
Wow.
show them the texture for a minute and then I'll frame it.
You want to tilt up and down, Jim? Feel free.
I like your name, Amanda. Calling this a Medusa sponge. We saw Medusa basket star the other day too.
Looks like a lot of lobster claws reaching out.
Yeah, it does.
Kind of branch like that.
So this, I believe this is mostly dead. Some growth on it. So maybe we'll come across a live one.
There you go. That's good, Jim. That's great.
Coming out.
So who is that on the rock to the left of the sponge? Let's see. Amanda on shoreside pointed something to the left of the sponge.
This sponge here?
Yeah, I'm just looking for it. Hold on just a second.
Starting to walk that way. You want to tilt up a little?
Oh, red. Something
red.
red.
Go back down. I think I see it. Sorry. Keep going a little more. More. Going. Just coming into
Oh,
view.
there.
The sponge mat or in between the rocks there?
Oh, you see something in between the rocks?
I can't tell. Get this first. Getting behind now.
It definitely looks like a sponge.
Come on in. Quick. Sorry, down a little.
Come on, John.
Yep. The crusting red sponge.
Sponge it is.
Yes.
All right, let's run.
All right, thank you.
Coming wide.
Yeah, your pen tilt
We're
back.
good.
Your tilt back.
My rotator.
That's a crazy looking sponge. I have never seen anything like that. I don't know if anybody on shoreside, if that's common to them. Shout out in the event log, let me know. But that's new for me. And we're at a depth of 737 meters, 737. Oh, there's another one.
Snap to see if it's alive.
What are we looking
Don't
for?
have a lot of time. Alright, video
That
starts,
large plate
starts
sponge
swimming.
too. Looks almost like a piece of plastic.
Hold. Okay, you can go in a little farther. Appears to also be dead. Can't tell. Maybe the tips are
Maybe
still
the
alive.
tips are still alive.
Come in a little farther, video. Is that all of it?
Yeah, it looks it.
Okay.
Crazy, thank you. Yeah, Michelle Sherry's just commenting. There's sponges are more numerous here than corals, and interestingly, 2 days ago we were at a depth of about 920 to 820 meters on 2 different mounds, and sponges were present, but corals were definitely more abundant.
Fish on Sirius.
Pushing up, Jim.
Yep.
Okay, what do we have here?
Stocked sponge.
Guess so.
Rat tail fish. We don't have a lot of time. Just
Yeah,
trying to
zoom
catch
rat
up.
tail. It's an Izumia.
Oh, ahead of me.
Okay. Go ahead, video.
Yeah, are these all dead sponges, I presume?
That one looks alive. The white.
We have an
tulip shape.
Izumia rat tail.
One live sponge and backing up for the rat tail. Maybe. Could be. There he is.
Could you back out to, when you're done with this, to the round structures that are possibly dead sponges?
Absolutely. On partial video. So for the, sorry, back out, I mean.
Does that one have a parasite on its left side?
Did you want more of that, or do you want the sponge?
I'm sorry, could you zoom in one more time on that fish?
Absolutely.
I think I may have seen a parasite as it turned, but
Trying to get it a little closer and light it up. The white will pop
Or maybe
more with
I'm-
a little more light. Okay, go ahead, video. That's just coloring. Can't tell though. Oh, in the gill.
nope. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, video, come on out. What's the? What are we looking to?
So yeah, you see all these darker brown lumps? Those
I'll get
sponges
one a
or
little farther
geology?
out.
Is that geology or biology?
I was wondering if they're just, highly weathered pieces of the carbonate.
Just several pieces
Yeah.
in this area. Several zoanthid
How's this one?
stalk sponges, sponge stalks
Snap.
colonized by zoanthids.
I mean, it looks like a piece of carbonate that's had a sponge grow on top.
Sediment, but
Yep.
fuzzy.
I
And
think both geology and biology.
Indeed. Or actually, here's an idea. Is it
An overturned sponge.
cemented? No. Cemented. The sponge has somehow cemented the mud, and so you've got little bits of the sediment, of old sediment sticking up, and all the rest of the mud has been worn away at times.
catch up to you.
Possibly.
So in some
Let's
ways,
come up with this little ridge here, right under
the
me.
sponges create their own little hard substrate.
I don't know about that. I would go with the first, with it being on rock first. But
Sirius is hovering over this local high, so I'm going to climb up on top here. Keep him from getting too close to it.
Thank you. That'd be great, Jeff. So a nice serious view of D2 in a kind of gully. And D2 is now coming up the side of that gully. A gully made by two biggish outcrops.
What is that?
What's that?
There's a fish. Lower left.
Oh, another sponge.
Lower center.
Yeah, another rat tail. Had a tall dorsal.
Many different species of sponges here. A lot of different demo sponges. The less glass sponges at these depths. You see glass sponges a little deeper, although they can occur at these depths. During this dive, at least, we observed hexactinons a little deeper. We have a fish in the background.
Yeah, assume fish from here, just in case he scurries. Just an ID. Can get closer if we haven't seen it yet.
I think we have seen it. I'm just waiting for it to turn to confirm it. It's a Hoplostethus.
That's a full iris without gain.
Thank you.
You see?
Maximum zoom.
So, Andrea, we've seen lots of sponges, fishes, starfish, or sea stars. What would you like to see in the final 2 hours of the dive?
I would like to see some snapper fishes.
Some snappers.
Yeah, that'd be great. So that is a Hoplostethus. It's in the Ruffy family. Some of you may be familiar with orange Ruffy, which are trawled for in other parts of the world, such as off of New Zealand. They trawl for orange Ruffy. It's a commercially important fishery and one that's not very sustainable. A lot of these Ruffies can live for a long time. It takes them years to reproduce. And to collect them, they often trawl and dredge up the bottom and collect a lot of corals and sponges as bycatch in the fishery. One that I personally like to avoid. It's another sponge species. And a field of glass sponges here.
Here's a little live field of sponges. So are those sponges attaching to the sediment, or is there a piece? Right.
Yep, they're anchored into the sediment. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of curious. Are they anchored into onto a piece of rock that's kind of buried underneath, or just anchored in the sediment?
Good.
Great.
But these actually have very long, stringy-like roots that help them to anchor. And
okay.
So we're just seeing a portion of that stock, but they can go pretty deep into the sediment.
Running that direction.
Now we're doing 120, right?
130 currently.
130. Okay. So I'm about on track.
Copy that.
I've gone over several different types of habitats throughout this dive. Just in terms of, these talus slopes and these high vertical faces, and then now we're in more of a soft sediment area with a lot of attached sponges.
Well, the highlight for me, maybe not for the pilots, was when we were in that vertical cliff face. And I can't wait to see the video and look at it more carefully, because there was certainly some exciting geology in that cliff face, but it just went past so quickly.
Yeah, that happens to us sometimes. Those cliff faces sneak up on us, and we gotta run up them.
Totally understood, but
getting a bit far out ahead of me.
The fish coming up.
Actually, it seems to be crawling. Oh, maybe it is a fish. It's very odd. Going down. Video, let's run in on this.
The shrimp.
Possibly a shrimp.
Oh, we haven't seen this one yet. Good eye, something different. Got really long antennae.
That is some
The eyes are really
color.
cool.
Got your tilt.
Oh,
I had your tilt.
Seem like the eyes are pretty large for this small ship.
It's just off.
Pilot, I would love to get a macro if we can. I know it's on the move.
Yeah, okay. Just
I will defer to your direction.
Anticipate a little here. So he is scurrying. We might just have to go in and chase him a little. Oh, I have. Co-pilot, could you tilt down a touch for me?
Shoot,
Down.
other down.
Yep. Just down a little. There we go. I'll take the camera back. Just going to try to fly and do it all at once.
Get the camera.
Thanks. Alright, video. It's coming really close to me now.
Yep.
Nav bridge.
Trying to get it settled in.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Yeah, we're ending that move. About 6 meters left.
Thank you, Bridge. I think we can put in one
Gosh, look
more
at those eyes.
move.
It's like a rainbow.
100 meters.
Beautiful.
Really, really interesting.
At
eyes.
130.
Look like they're on long
2/10 of a knot.
Copy that, coming right up.
Thank you, Bridge.
Wow. Amazing.
Sorry.
Continuing that move, everybody. Another 100 meters, 130. 2/10 of a knot.
This is settled with the coral between us. But
See, moving its pleopods or swimmerettes, which is the abdomen there. Got these fairly large eyes on quite long stalks. In between the two eyes is the rostrum.
The eyes are amazing.
They really are, reflecting all colors of the rainbow back.
Uh-huh.
And likely they're on long stalks and are so large to capture as much light as it can.
Right.
In an area where there's a little bit of blue light left.
Prismatic refraction in there.
In deep ocean.
And the other thing to me that's noticeable is the big long antennae. Is that the right word?
Yep. So they're extended backwards, doubling the body at least. Good way to feel any predators coming up from behind.
that was alright. Some good shots.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I'll be able to pull some stills from that.
See where I was dragging my toe around trying to chase him. Rat tail swimming. Getting a little behind, so.
When giant step for D2.
Coming up. Pilot.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
Just want to verify, what is our target depth that you want to reach at this minimum depth?
500 meters.
500, okay. Yeah, just another confirmation. If we continue this speed, we should definitely make it to 500 meter depth contour right around 4 p.m. local.
Great.
Or a little sooner.
Okay.
And at 500 meters, it will only take us about 15 minutes to get to the surface. Or
15 minutes?
Coming up,
15, 17 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So again, just briefly, the geology, it really looks like we've found the carbonate. You can now see this complicated weathering.
You can come over if you want.
This hint of bedding within it. I'm sure if we were to bash that, we'd find carbonate.
What's that?
I think I found a live version of your sponge, hopefully.
Straight ahead.
Yeah, a couple of them. I'm going to try to get in close so we get a good view. 1 second. Actually, wait a minute. That one looks more alive. Changed my mind.
You changed your mind, the one on the right.
Yep. I'm going to go for that one.
I'm still kind of questioning, these sponge carbonate mounds that we saw a little earlier, what exactly those are. We know there's sponge on it.
Right here on the bottom.
I'd put a little money on the fact that what you're seeing is a root system stabilizing the sediment, and the sediment then has been scoured out around them.
Well, I'm even curious if we're not seeing the top. We're seeing actually the bottom. They're flipped over.
Oh, I don't think so. There's too many of them. There's one right here on the right.
Is there?
Right.
Ah, okay.
I'm no expert. I just
just
felt
it's a conversation to have,
just felt like when we zoomed in, and maybe we find another example to zoom in, that it looked more like the sediment around had been removed, and what was left behind was the original substrate, which might be if we've got currents coming through.
Yeah, so I think Jim just pointed out one on the right that's on a rock. So if we take a look at that, maybe we'll get a better idea of its actual structure. And then, and yeah, maybe you're right. It's just accumulating mud around it.
Video come partial. Just backing up, trying to find it.
What are we looking for?
There's another one of those mountains that we're looking at in the sediment.
Actually right below you, yeah.
Okay. Come down here.
It's on a rock.
The scientists
keep going.
The scientists are betting drinks on the answer to this question.
I think you may be right. I'm going to take back what I said. That gives us a better idea that it's attached to a rock here, what it looks like.
Okay, video. Come on in.
Ooh, nice shot of a black coral behind it, too. Ooh, you can come out a little bit after you get a tight zoom. Like to see the whole structure of it, too.
You're incorrigible, Dr. Quattrini.
Ready to just frame it for her. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. All right. Well, you win. I buy you a drink.
No, I was talking about the whole crew. That was the bet.
That was a plural you.
Yeah, collective you to all of us. Thank you, Andrea. We're going to look forward to
very kind of you.
Tonight?
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, coming out and full wide.
Thank you.
Just got your bottom right corner of my plus, and I'm looking almost past vertical.
Okay, I have a little steep thing here to check out on my way through. Can't go under it. Don't want to go around it.
That's a children's book, you know that?
Yeah, I do.
Wasn't so long ago. He's a child.
Is Michelle Scherer still on the line with us? I know she had called in earlier today. Gave us a little Spanish translation. I'm curious if she's still on the line. Can we get a snap zoom of
Sure, I'm standing by.
Hi, how are you?
Uh-oh. I think I've passed it.
You did pass it.
Sorry.
That's okay. I was
I'm
talking.
still playing a little catch-up.
I was mid-talk. If we see another one of those eels, we haven't gotten a snap zoom.
It's an eel?
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's a different species than the holosaur.
I think I see one in the distance, so I'll go see.
So, Michelle, I'm just curious if, we're still a little deep for snapper habitat, but does this help you in any way
yeah.
understand the benthic habitat of the seamount? And
Is that a little shark?
Almost looks like a shark.
Go a little
Yeah,
farther.
I think it's been really enlightening
Hold
to
there.
see
It's gonna come
how
into view in a second.
different communities are dominating,
Crawling,
depending
sea
on
star.
a combination of depth and habitat. So
Don't wanna stare,
compared
just
to
wanna
what
stop
you were
here.
seeing south of St. Croix versus what we're seeing
no,
now,
actually, what is it, 30
in terms of the community, indicates how valuable it can be,
Right.
and the fauna that occupy it. That's a nice chart.
Yeah, so we're looking at a cat shark right here, Skylarinus, likely Skylarinus boa, which I believe is endemic to the Caribbean. And cat sharks can lay their eggs. We often see cat shark egg cases on corals.
So you can see all those colors.
Have seen also cat sharks lay their egg cases on line and trash, but generally corals and some shipwrecks as well. Some areas where cat sharks aggregate and lay their eggs on shipwrecks.
I'll run it over.
So you can see the cat shark bringing in water. There
he goes.
Kind of pumping in water over its gills. And the spiracle right behind its eye is just another respiratory structure.
Parasite along just aft. A little further left down this right side of his body.
Oh man, the shark gills, you can see them. That's amazing.
Can I push in on those?
Yeah, hold on.
Yep, you can see 5 slits.
Got a little bit left.
Yeah. Oh, those are
you
so cool.
See the texture on the shark as well.
This is full.
Thank you. Just gonna frame his head with that. Stay right where you are. Same wise. You give me a countdown for what you can use for video, and I'll hold it.
Give me about a 10 count on this.
Okay. There's 10.
All right.
I'll run down to the
so this cat shark species, just looking at its pumping water, taking in oxygen over its gills.
Yeah, thinks he saw a parasite, so I'm going to look for it.
Oh yeah,
there
hey,
it is. Little,
good
little
eye. This one looks like it may have blood in it. Amanda Demopoulos and I have talked about these external parasites.
Yep.
On fishes, generally are red, and that means they're feeding on.
He's got little wiggly legs.
On blood. See if she chimes in the event
saw
log.
The top half. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Yeah.
There it goes.
Wiggle.
He's trying to pull the shark along. That's what it looks like. This way, I said. This way.
Or at least compensate for the drag he's generating.
I'm not here. Oh, it's a beautiful fish. Shark, sorry.
I'm just going to frame this up.
It's quite a delay. Amanda's just commenting now. So it's a red Nathan, and I believe the red is blood inside the actual Nathan.
Here.
Hopefully it'll leave of its own accord.
Make a loud noise.
Oh, swimming away.
Cue. Asking you.
Great image work, guys. Thank you.
All right, that was great.
Thank you,
Jeff.
guys. That was great.
It's always nice when the talent cooperates.
Chase it on serious.
Someone give that shark a contract.
Jason Chater, event logged in again about 5 minutes ago from the USGS. And remember, Jason is one of the experts on this area. And he made the important point that, yeah, we definitely are in the sedimentary sequence, but which part of it is more difficult to tell? Here on the southern part of Puerto Rico, the sedimentary sequence broadly consists of 2 units. The Juana Diaz Formation, which is the lower part, and that's made of clastic rocks, of sedimentary, of sandstones interbedded with limestone type rocks. And given that we didn't really traverse from the basement rocks to the sediment rocks not long ago, we're probably in that unit. So we're below the massive carbonates that we've seen on a lot of the dives. We're in this mixed clastic, or likely within this mixed clastic carbonate unit that lies directly above the basement. One of the issues is the thickness variation varies a lot, or the thickness varies a lot over the island, depending on the topography on which these sediments were deposited. Each unit in itself can be several hundreds of meters thick. And the overlying limestone formation is called, I think, if I get the pronunciation right, the Ponce Formation, named after a town on the south of Puerto Rico. And the town itself was named after the first governor of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, we've seen it. It's great when the lasers hit their really shiny scales and you can see them reflect. All right, thank you, video.
Yeah, that is a fairly common fish so far during this dive, this Neoscopellus.
We must find your red snapper.
Or queen snapper.
Ooh.
Can be a little too deep for red snapper still.
My apologies for my ignorance.
No, not ignorant.
Ignorant of all things fish.
Comes Josh.
I mean, technically they're red in color, so you're right that way.
Gonna let
coming up.
Josh get in here. Jeff.
Coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting us out of this situation. Pass off in a more comfortable one.
And we're at a depth of 671 meters,
Are
671.
you on pretty much on track
Today is the 12th dive
Yes.
of our expedition.
Pushing out a little more, then I'm going to hand over to
We've
Josh.
been surveying the northern flank of Whiting Seamount since about 8:30 this morning, and right now
Okay,
it's
maybe a
local
little-
time,
a little right at
13:46. We have
Yeah.
about 2 hours and 15 minutes left in the dive today before we have to come back to the surface. Sadly, this is our last dive of the expedition. So after we come up, we're going to be heading back into port into San Juan.
All right, Josh, I'm setting you up.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hello, Josh, the pilot. Just to let you know, we're cruising along at 0.2 of a knot.
Okay.
Modestly low slope, but some slope.
And we just had a pilot change.
Come on in, video.
They're going to zoom in here on this crinoid. Beautiful Comatulid crinoid.
Track is 130.
130, copy.
So these are known as feather stars.
Tried to play the magnetic.
And we're actually looking at the oral side. A lot of the echinoderms that we look at, we're seeing the boral side. The oral side is underneath. But in the crinoids, we're looking at the oral side here, and the anus is also on this side. So they have U-shaped stomachs, which is a little different from other echinoderms. And then on the aboral side, there's all these, I believe they're called cirri, which they use to attach to different substrates. So to the left of the crinoid, can you guys pan left just a little bit?
Come out partial.
There's maybe a cup coral. Oh, up top.
Set 12 o'clock.
Bridge nav.
Come on in.
Beautiful hexactinelled sponge on the left.
I don't have much more time.
So is that cup coral attached to just a small bit of rock right there?
Could be. Looks like it.
Beautiful.
Bridge nav.
All right, I've got to scoot here.
Go ahead, Nav.
If you want to
Yeah,
come
Bridge,
out
I see we're almost finished this move. Can I give you some more numbers?
Yes, please.
Another 100 meters
Okay.
at 135.
Okay.
0.2 knots, please.
Copy that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, so I think even from here, if you look at the textures of these clasts, it looks like we're starting to see this honeycomb type weathering, this pitting on the surface, which is characteristic of rocks that are calcareous.
Then we can move on. That's really interesting.
So we're getting a closer zoom of an Ophiocanthid brittle star. 3 of its arms are have been broken off and look like they're regenerating. Actually, the one on the right, you can see it's begun to regenerate. The very tip of it is a lot skinnier than the rest. Great view of its maneuverability on the seafloor.
Alright, when you're ready, video.
Josh, when we've done with the sea star, can we
And
just
I'm
have a
good.
quick look at the surface of one of the rocks, just as we leave?
You want to come in tight on this?
No, that's great for me.
Yeah. Alright, this is full.
See serpulid tuberums on the rock.
Alright, come on out.
And on the left, several encrusting sponges.
I've got to move.
Alright, pull out.
Yeah.
And another Neoscopellus fish. That's a really good view of the sponge
Josh.
there.
Indeed.
Wild.
Todd?
I think you're pretty far back.
Yep. And to my port, starboard.
Yeah, you want to come left. Oh, yeah, I think you want to come left a little more. Don't go by my heading, or about 25 degrees different.
We're 25 degrees different.
Yeah.
Yeah, track is
You want to be
130.
on 130, or even left of that, because you're off to the right. That's
So-
looking better.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, just catching you on the bottom right.
And the geology looks a bit different here to me again.
Yeah, I think if we just move, you can see it in Sirius. We can actually see the bedding again. I think we're starting to see more calcareous stuff. We're starting to see the pitting that's often symptomatic of the calcium carbonate in the rocks. As Jason pointed out, it doesn't mean that we're actually in the true limestone sequence century strict to. The underlying sequence can be up to 200 meters thick here, and it has limestone beds within it.
Quick zoom on fish.
And so we're just seeing the variation in the stratigraphy.
Again, another Neoscopellus, and you can actually see here the rows of photophores. There's 2 rows at the very bottom of this fish, kind of ventral side or the belly side of the fish.
Alright, that's all we're going to be able to get. There's a big fish above me.
Oh, yeah?
Sirius.
If you look at Sirius.
Or zoom Sirius quickly. Video.
He's gone.
Pilot repeat.
Zoom Sirius. No,
Yeah,
he's out of
too
the
late.
light.
Too late.
Could we do a quick snap zoom on the rock that's just coming into view?
Where am I?
Just
With
above the
your angle?
lasers. If not, don't worry about it.
Which rock? To the left?
Where the lasers are. I
Where
think
the
that's great.
laser- Right.
Oh,
Going
any of
quick?
that. Yeah, any of that stuff. Just come up. That's great. Come out a little, if that's okay.
Come on out, video.
Yeah.
Hold
That's,
that.
that's great. Don't worry. Thank you. That's great.
Left behind.
Yep.
Sorry.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Full.
I just want to clarify, I said the last dive of the Okeanos, the D2, and it's just of this expedition, not of the season. After this, they're going to be steaming west, going through the Panama Canal and taking about 27 days to get to Hawaii. And we'll be having several weeks exploring offshore waters around Hawaii and in other areas of the Pacific. But this is the last dive for the expedition, the Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands expedition.
Coming up at you, Jim.
Yeah, come up.
And we're at a depth of 651 meters. Our temperature here is 9.3 degrees C, DO, dissolved oxygen 3.97 milligrams per liter, and salinity is about 35.1.
getting into the more detailed geology as we fly past, one interesting difference is that there's platform limestone sequences both to the north and the south of the island of Puerto Rico, but they're subtly different. And one of the differences is the rocks that we might be traversing over now. The lower sequence of clastic rocks is much thinner to the north than it is to the south. The sequence to the south can be up to a couple hundred meters thick. But it is not just clastic rocks, it's mixed clastic rocks and limestones.
It's back.
Yeah, it's back, but I've seen that drop out a few times this cruise. Time code. He's listening to me. You can tell him.
Have we seen this fish? I'm assuming we have.
Yes, it's a beardfish. We have. You can keep moving. So I just, out of the corner of my eye, saw this white sea star that has very long arms. We've passed it, but if we come across something like that again, oh yeah, there's one center.
Come on in, video.
Thanks. Okay, another brittle star. Oh, I'm not sure if this is, I think this is the same one we imaged earlier that had the arms regenerating.
All right, come on out.
I'm happy with that, thanks. So just a brittle star there, same species I believe we were just imaging maybe 10 minutes ago.
Have we seen this sponge?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's amazing. We just saw it for the first time on this dive, and we've been just talking about it the whole time. It's crazy looking.
I mean, I'm assuming it's a sponge.
Yes, good assumption.
Josh, can we just pan quickly to the left, just at that? You see the rock that's going to view now, and quick zoom behind that sponge.
Coming on over.
I mean, we don't have to dawdle too long. And I just picked it out because I think you can nicely see the bedding in it. You can see the layering in it now very nicely. Again, just confirming that we are in this sedimentary sequence. Thank you, Josh. That's great.
You're welcome.
And a nice coral on the left. A couple of them. See 3 different. On zoanthids. Oh, this is, I think, one of the first curly-cued. We observed this maybe at Pichincho and the platform in the Mona Passage. This kind of curly-cue axis with colonized by zoanthids, or these colonial anemones.
Come in on zoanthids.
Can you push the focus in on the white corals too after you're done?
All right, video.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to move along. Come on out.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, video.
You're welcome, Andrea.
So we're just having
Stand
another
by for sea change.
pilot change, which actually I think might be the final pilot change for the cruise. Thank you, Todd.
Executive Officer 217 at your convenience.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Jim.
All right, gentlemen. We're going 135 degrees at 0.2 knots.
You gotta push. I gotta come up a lot. I'm very close to the bottom right now.
Josh is currently pushing himself.
Okay. So if you bring your heading to port, 130, that's my heading right now. So you can see how far out to starboard you are.
Okay, I'll set up here, pilot.
All right. Video's with me.
Watch lead pilot.
Yeah. Hello, watch lead.
Hi, Bobby. How are you?
Doing all right.
Okay, so just one kind of final geology request if we get a chance. What I'd love to know, if we get a good enough outcrop and we haven't got it here, is what's the dip of the rocks that we're seeing. We're now in these sedimentary beds on top of, or towards the top of the mountain. And if we ever see, some nice enough outcrop where we can see some dip to the bedding, then it would be really cool if we could rotate and bring the camera to horizontal and try and get a dip. And that's,
yeah, you bet.
That's pretty much the final geology request, other than just keep looking.
Video, why is our screen looking so dark here?
I can brighten it up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, does it look dark to you over there?
The foreground looks really hot, and the background looks pretty dark.
Looks like our lights are up. That's why I was just checking.
I'm going to swing out your upper swing arms, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, the lighting.
What kind of slope are we on right now?
Pretty steep.
Yeah, that's probably why.
The average slope in high pack is rising 10 meters over 30.
So we see some holothurians there, I think, as we go past. So again, we've got blocks of...
Doesn't really matter.
Of the broken up sediment.
The ship's door is open. The ship's door is open. Please come and pay out all outstanding tabs. The ship's door will be open for the next 15 minutes.
Okay, so we'll start again. So we're on this muddy slope. Occasionally we can see outcrop poking through. Most of what we're looking at is broken up bits of the sedimentary rock that forms the lower part of the Oligocene to Miocene sequence. These are the clastic and limestone sedimentary rocks that are found on the south coast of Puerto Rico and on the north coast of Puerto Rico, although the sequence is slightly different in the south from the north. And we're currently at 613 meters water depth, and we're proceeding upslope.
I didn't
to about 500 meters
water
water
depth.
It's
very green and blue.
Yeah,
especially looking for fish, and in particular deep sea snappers and deep sea groupers.
All right, Roger, video, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
So Michelle just typed in and said, what's the origin of all this mud carbonate? Again, I'm not an expert, but I'll try. So the basement rocks are island arc rocks. They're volcanic rocks which formed in the Cretaceous to the Eocene. So they formed, maybe started forming as much as 130 million years ago and continued to form up until about 30 or so million years ago. And those rocks were probably above sea level at that time. And then they slowly subsided, and as they began to get eroded, the new sediment, the Oligocene to Miocene sediment, was then deposited to fill in that topography. And so the lowest most units of that sequence are a mixture of clastic rocks and calcareous rocks of marls and limestones. And those are the rocks that we're seeing now that are broken up into these black pieces.
Yeah, I think we can move on. Come on.
Now, I just noticed Jason chimed in and suggested that, well, he didn't suggest, he answered a different question, which implied that I missed Michelle's question. Michelle, if you were asking, well, what's the origin of all the mud, which indeed is carbonate mud, as Jason said, it's pelagic. It's little shells just falling through the ocean and building up on the sea floor and forming this pelagic mud.
Do you notice two dots kind of bottom of the screen?
That covers up the rock surfaces.
Those red ones?
See, all right, there's a little tiny thing right bottom of the screen right now. It's on the seabed, bottom of the screen. There's a small little object. Now I'm going to place the two dots that I see kind of right above it. So right there, there's two dots. They look like they're riding the camera. I thought they were dirt outside, but this was a day ago that I saw it. This is not critically important, but it looks like two small black pieces of dirt or something.
Yeah, I do see that.
Okay.
Very faint.
Very faint, almost look like shadows being cast or something.
It might be some kind of reflection as well, I don't know. I mean, it's something that Carl and I have talked about.
Alright, front row, let's find the next Dumbo octopus. Or
Bridge, Nav.
How does that look, Nav? The colors?
Hey, when you're at the end of this move, could you add another 100 meters, bearing 135 degrees at point 2?
Copy that, coming right up.
Thank you, Bridge.
Okay, standing by for zoom when you're ready, pilot.
Yeah, I'm way out on my tether, so we got plenty of time for this one.
Okay.
So
come in nice and easy. Here we go, that's it.
So we got some more spectacular biology here.
Go ahead.
Zooming in.
Yeah.
A
You
nice
got the right idea,
anemone.
co-pilot.
I'm going to frame it up.
Yeah, let's go in full zoom and get your focus first.
Okay. Pushing in. Full zoom. Or actually, not quite.
Again, very beautiful
Nope, that is
creatures.
full zoom.
Very beautiful photography.
All right, as you wish, video.
And we've seen several of these today, and so, often with slightly different colors. We've seen darker ones, more purpley ones.
Okay. I think that's good.
Let's move on.
Okay. Zooming out. Full wide.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. And so again, while we're moving, we got another question on Facebook, and the question is all about the rock types lending support to the organisms. And the question really is do organisms prefer some rocks rather than other rocks?
Look at that.
And is that hard to figure out?
Came across a whole school of them.
It's all yours. Are you going to post-process?
No, I think that's all the same as this Ford.
I know what they are. I know what they are.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was eating chocolate in the other room.
Try to grab this first one to give us a clue where all the rest are.
These are bathyclupeids.
So let me get.
Which are deep sea herrings.
You could get that one. That one that's close up in the left part of the screen.
So this could be the whitings.
We can
maybe.
Get the others in the right.
So those I've seen, we have observed these on Conrad and Dog Seamounts in the Anegada Passage, and they're all hanging like this down. And if you look in the back, they're actually feeding on something in the sediment. The one just kind of came down and hit the sediment.
Leave the closest one alone.
Good way to kind of be stealth in the water column. Hanging down with their mouths pointing down, feeding on
would you like to go on
things
any
in the
video?
sediment.
Okay, zooming in.
Sorry, it didn't work. The one I was going for.
Mike Vecchione, too, he comments they've always been vertical with head down when he has seen them.
Bring you down to the one that was closer to the bottom right there.
So they're actually, I don't know, Mike Vecchione, if you could type in the event log where you have observed these bathyclupeids before. I've only seen them here in the Caribbean and at the Anegada Passage, but they do have a wider distribution. They're presumably widespread throughout the western central Atlantic.
Yeah, we're going to try to chase this one.
Okay.
Very cool.
So they mostly feed on small crustaceans. Oh, okay. So Mike V also off the Bahamas.
Can I zoom in a bit?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, zooming in. Holding.
And I know that there's 2 species that do occur in the area.
He's in semi-light. Backing out. There we go, that's good. Put them back in view. Backing up.
I'm going to zoom out just a hair. Oh, you got it.
Again, I keep commenting throughout this cruise, there's a lot of adaptations to either
all right, let's let him go.
Find prey, find food in the deep sea, or avoid being eaten. So, again, you can see as the fish turns one way, it kind of disappears. Only until it turns laterally can you see it, but if it's turned the other way, it's pretty hard to see. They're almost like rowing their pectoral fins too, kind of to stabilize, keep their balance above the sediment. Cool, thanks.
Moving on.
Very spectacular. Thanks, guys.
How many would you say there were?
Where do I need to go?
About 25 or so?
Yeah, I'd go there. Yeah. I'd go there. So to finish off the question I was answering, or trying to answer, does the type of rock matter, and can we tell? And so the question really was, given the variety of environmental conditions, like depth, like current, etc., amount of sediment, how easy is it even to tell whether a particular rock type, whether creatures like one rock type over another rock type? And the answer to that is it is difficult. It's one of the things that in a way we're doing. We know so little about the seafloor that we probably don't have at the moment enough information to totally answer that question. We do need to collect more data, but equally I think we probably know that some creatures prefer some rock types compared to others, much like on the surface of the land, where you can actually map geology by looking at the variation in the vegetation, because some types of plants like the soil that's produced by some rocks more than other rocks. And so it makes sense that some creatures will colonize some rocks more than other rocks.
Sure. Lead the way, Nav.
We are now at a depth of 596 meters. Temperature here is 10.4. We've come up in temp and dissolved oxygen 4.0 milligrams per liter, 4.06.
So, Bobby, maybe we're going too quickly. Is there any chance of rotating to your left and see if we can kind of judge the dip of the surface of, for example, that rock in front of you? Camera horizontal,
yeah.
if you can do that.
And then we'll go look at that object that just appeared.
I'm sorry again if I was hijacking.
Fish, huh?
Yep.
So camera horizontal.
Do a quick zoom when you're ready.
No, that's too far out video. We're not going to go from here out there. There you go. There's a... I know, everyone. Hold on. Here you go, watch lead.
That's great.
This is horizontal for you.
That's great.
And now we're going to go look at these two fish
Yeah,
that
do
are
it.
coming into view.
Thank you. That was great.
So there's two tinsel fish.
Sorry, man. It's too far away. We're not going to go zoom. We're going to get much closer.
That was great, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, I would definitely like to get another view of this tinsel fish. There's two species of grammicolipids. We saw a couple earlier, and I do think we saw a subadult or juvenile form.
Hold there.
Holding.
Yep.
And this one, if any of you were watching a little while ago, we had the fishes, tinsel fish that we saw had very asymmetrical tails, had these long filamentous rays coming off the upper lobe of the caudal fin or the tail fin. And this one does not have that. This, in fact, could be Grammicolepis. Oh, I think we're stunning it.
Going back.
Yeah, just real quick. We're going to bounce a little closer to him.
Full wide.
Geology and biology again. You can clearly see the bedding dipping to the southeast.
Go ahead.
Okay, zooming in.
You want to bring the port lower down?
Yeah. Help light him up.
Do you think this tinsel fish is avoiding or is displaying some avoidance behavior with the ROV? Looks like it's really trying to turn around.
Zooming out a bit. Holding.
Oh, yeah, big brittle star on the left.
Go ahead, video.
And there's a couple shrimps as well on the ledge above the brittle star.
Are you happy with that, watch lead?
I'm happy with that, thanks.
All right.
There may be a small fish
There's another one on the other side.
below right. No, actually a smaller one.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to zoom out?
To the right.
You can pull out.
Okay.
I kind of kicked up a...
No, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to lose anything
Full
that
wide.
was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, full wide.
Couple different brittle stars I don't believe we have observed yet during this dive.
Yeah, I lost the one that was on this side. Moving ahead. Okay, co-pilot is report serious out degrees uphill. Adjust the ship speed. Are you sure about that? Are we verified? say about 20. Watch lead, any interest on the...
No, we can keep moving. We have 2 Novodynia bursingids.
You got it? Yeah, we'd like to get something new for you in the last hours of this dives.
Thank
Is that
you,
a large
pilot.
coral in the background there?
That's new. Yes, several things we haven't seen. Don't know what this is yet. It's beautiful. Is there a tiny fish? Silver? Several brittle stars wrapped around this coral of some sort. I think this is a black coral.
Co-pilot,
Gonna
if you'd like
venture
to
a
take
guess.
my
Well, we need
camera.
a closer zoom. I think the skeleton is bare. It looks like a black skeleton. And just, yeah, lots
Very
of
nice.
ophiuroid brittle stars here.
I'm going to zoom in just a little bit.
Yeah, if you want to go all the way in and grab focus, I don't know if that's helpful for you.
1, 2, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Go partial for now.
Yep.
At least 10.
Pilot at will. Or video at will.
Can we also get a tight zoom on one of the brittle
Yeah, it
stars
does.
discs, like the one right in the center?
Yeah, you got it, watch lead.
Thank you. So you said,
That's
Bobby,
much better,
you
Josh.
needed to find something new, but
Yeah, that worked out for us.
yes.
And video all in when you got a moment.
Okay. Zooming in.
So we have a black
Full?
coral here, an Antipatherian.
Right.
It is live,
Right.
although the
They're going for the,
bottom
central disc.
skeleton portion of the
Thank you, co-pilot.
skeleton was dead. There was no live tissue on part of it. Getting an amazing view of the brittle star, or the snake star, if you prefer.
Try to come
Ophiuroids.
port ever so slightly.
Oh, that's fine. Right there.
Hold it there.
Quite a bit of texture on the disc, the central disc of this star.
Yeah, I've done them.
And again, if you have been following us during this expedition or this dive today, we often see certain species of brittle stars,
All right, video.
ophiuroids,
Up to you.
surrounding sediment, and
Yeah,
certain
that's
Call what
species
you want.
living on the coral colony.
I'll pull back a little bit.
And if we could, when you guys are done doing that, just get another just good overview of the whole colony and then go towards the base.
Hold right there.
Trying to hold here. Holding. It's really neat with their arms just out there floating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always find it
Definitely.
fascinating
Yeah,
that some are
that's
wrapped
great.
really
Yeah, let's
tightly
get a full
around.
frame.
Others will
And then
be
we'll head down to
extending
the
out,
base.
collecting food. And again, the camouflage, look at that. You kind of zoom away and the ophiuroids disappear with the black coral skeleton.
Are you on your heading, co-pilot? What's the heading? Oh, so you're not really coming towards me either. Okay.
Okay.
And then when you
Zooming
pan
out.
down, could you put the lasers
We're gonna get
on?
the base.
Yeah.
Actually, that's full wide.
Thank you.
Copilot, if we can come down and get the base. There's lasers on the base.
Zooming in.
Do you see the fish anymore?
Nope. Pulling back.
It's way
It's
down,
down
there.
there.
It is.
Yeah,
in
there we
front of
go.
the rock. Yep, just to the left of the lasers.
Okay, zooming in. Holding
I think
there.
it's up above.
That's it right there at the base of the rock.
Oh, I see now, yeah.
It comes up
It's
and
got
does about a
curly
90
cue,
degree.
yeah.
290 degree
Great
bends
eye.
and up.
Thank you.
Okay, zooming out.
Anything else, Watch Lead, before we leave?
Nothing for me. Anything for you, Mike, or Shoreside?
I think I'm
Video,
fine.
you happy with what you want from it?
Could we tilt back up to the top and maybe zoom in on the whole mess of them?
Yeah, we got just a minute, though.
Okay.
So let's do it quickly.
There we go.
Yeah, the same for the top of the coral bush.
Zooming in.
Very nice, Copilot. Very nice, guys.
Very nice.
And once you have it video, it's time for us to push off. But
okay.
You got some time.
Try to count how many brittle stars there are on this one coral, but
Indeed.
a little difficult.
Let's see if see the underside of that one.
Good shot of its oral side, mouth cavity there.
30 seconds.
And you see those slits on either side of the arms? Those are actually called bursa. I believe
Okay,
they're
pulling
used
back.
for gas exchange.
Full wide.
Okay.
So we have, let's see, 1, 2, I don't know, at least 10.
All right. Going to peer wet around this to the right and then head off forward.
Nice.
Several more as we come around it.
And time to leave it. Off screen left.
It's like condominiums for ophiuroids.
Got me on fisheye. See your light pool. Pushing ahead. Yep.
Few anemones on the rock.
Very nice, guys. This is another one, but smaller. Ooh, just going to have to pirouette around this one. You can go partial.
Okay, zooming in.
Yeah, hold there.
Holding here.
Yeah, almost looks similar.
Oh yes, another black coral.
Camera coming down. There we go. And moving on. Full wide, please.
Zooming out. Full wide.
Go ahead, Nev.
Back on track, Copilot. Perfect. Thank you.
Copy that. Coming up.
So I'm not sure about the heading offset. RV's disappeared off the right side of the screen 3 times.
That could just be my driving. Is this a urchin or an enemy at the base video? Let's
Well, it's something different.
Ready to zoom when you are.
yeah, snap zoom for
I think
ID.
it's
and
an
then we'll
urchin.
go in closer if we want.
With great.
Gonna want a closer
find.
look there?
Again, these this
Okay.
will be fine,
Okay.
but you can see these the spines are encased in these kind of float-like structures. We really don't know what the function of them are.
Full zoom. Whenever
We
you
have seen one of these before on a previous dive, but it looks like a different species to me.
Zooming in while we got it. That's full zoom. And zooming out. Full wide.
Yep. see if there's something in this rock patch that I can image. Another anemone. Video snap zoom on the red.
Zooming in.
Urchin.
Holding here.
View. Yep.
Oh, another urchin here. Spiny pseudoroid urchin.
Just come wide.
Zooming out. Full wide.
We're at a depth of 586 meters, 586. We have about another hour and a half left in the dive today. This is dive 12. We are currently 20 kilometers southeast of the southeast corner of Puerto Rico, surveying Whiting Bank or Whiting Seamount.
So we're traveling over this sedimentary rock outcrop, which is buried in the mud.
Is this a
sedimentary
sponge
rocks.
watch lead?
Excuse me?
Is this a sponge?
It is a sponge, yeah. Looks like a maybe dead.
Yeah, don't look too happy, but
Doesn't look too happy. There may be something on it, actually, in the right corner of it.
yeah, we'll try to get quick eyes on that. Video?
Zooming in.
Bringing you up. Well, that's not going to be very useful.
Holding here.
All right, let's go. Yeah, hold
Well,
here. Come,
maybe
actually,
a
come out
crab.
just a little bit partial.
Okay.
Right there.
Holding.
Maybe if you spin. Oh.
Working on it for you, watch lead.
Oh, you know what it is? It's a crab carrying a sponge on its back. It's like a decorator crab.
down.
You can see, yeah, now you can see it.
Standing by for
So
zoom.
there's a glass
Stand by.
sponge on the top.
All right, ready for zoom.
Zooming in. Framing it first. Pushing in.
Very cool. There's something else on the sponge, living on the sponge, like a worm maybe. That's kind of interesting. So we're looking at a type of decorator crab. There's a piece of glass sponge on its back.
There
Again,
we go.
good
Finally
way to
got
hide.
in a happier position.
But I'm curious what's coming off of it. There's this like lighter pink color within the sponge. Ooh, that shrimp is interesting. That's different.
I think I'm drifting out on you, huh?
That's full zoom.
Can you come down and get the shrimp too?
Making this difficult on you, video. Sorry.
It's all right.
Keep drifting in and out.
Not a problem.
It's great for me, guys. Thank you.
All right, let's
Hopefully
come
shore
back.
side can
Okay.
help with an idea on the shrimp.
Pulling out. Full wide.
And moving on.
So it's interesting that we've been in this depth range on previous dives in the Mona Passage, Platform, and Pichincho, and really picked up some different things here today.
Nav, pilot.
Go ahead.
Very large diversity of
set
sponges.
So that we can get another driver in here.
Several different sponges here. This site compared to the Mona Passage sites where the tops of the rocks were covered with the Corallistidae sponges, and I don't know if we have seen those yet today.
You should reach 500 meters.
And also picking up different fishes here.
In an hour and 10 minutes. Or an hour and 20. And then we'll have about 20 minutes.
Some sediment traces. Perfect. Cup coral on the rock right in front. Possibly a Giovannia species.
Your watch lead.
Another one.
Unless you call out, I'm going to try to keep moving and see things we haven't seen. But I'm always happy to stop. So.
All right, we'll do. And I might just be narrating as well.
Sounds great.
The fish is new. We can take a snap zoom of it. We have seen it during this expedition. It's a Jeffy Roberix, I believe. We'll get a closer view, though, here in a minute.
Persingid sea star, I believe.
Another small red crab on this rock.
I think it's a crinoid.
I think you're right. It might be a crinoid.
Took a gamble.
Also known as a feather star.
Also very good. So another crab carrying a little bit of sponge on its back. And then we're just zooming into this Jeffy Roberix Darwini, guessing named after Charles Darwin. It's a pretty big one.
Zooming in.
So we did observe this species on the Platform and Pichincho sites.
Free to go all the way if you want.
Around this depth, and we've also seen this on Seamounts in the Anegada Passage. Beautiful shot. See the long spine coming off its opercle.
Oh, too far.
Good diagnostic character.
Yep. It's perfect right there. You just want to stay here, I'll keep them framed.
Let me bring your camera down so you can keep your zoom.
I'm happy with that whenever you guys are.
Video?
Yep.
All right.
Zooming out.
Oh, and a Chrysogorgid. Ooh.
Full
Are we
wide.
leaving?
Do you want to see it?
Yeah, please.
Be happy to.
There's a squat lobster. I think we've only gotten one close-up of this. It could be something different species, but we did see one Chrysogorgid earlier, deeper today.
Go ahead, video.
Zooming in.
Full zoom, please.
Zooming in.
So, there are a few different Chrysogorgid octocorals here on this rock face. Squat lobster's hiding its face.
Is that good, watch lead, or would you like to get closer? That's full zoom, but we can try to...
I've got a little
I
more
think
zoom.
it's fine if you can make the squat lobster just move its claw.
Josh, get the manipulator ready.
Okay. I'm ready.
I say that because the rostrum, which is this pointed structure between the eyes, is very useful for characterizing genera of squat lobsters.
I think it's time for me to move on.
Okay, thank you.
Zooming out.
Another little tiny sea star there. Just there it goes. Yeah. Another different variety.
And yeah, you can see quite a bit of sponge colonization here on these rocks. Smaller sponges than we observed just a little while ago, but
here, or partial on this guy.
Zooming in. Holding.
My left toe's gonna hit. There we go. There's the clearance. All right. Being told I have to move on.
Okay, zooming out.
Full wide, please.
Another Christic orchid. Is that a different?
Full wide.
Yep,
oh,
that's
a
the
different
second one.
Okay. Thought so. Do we have lasers on still? Yep.
There you go.
Thank you.
Looks like another one of these.
Black corals? Possibly. Maybe not.
Quick partial.
Zooming in.
Looks like we have a plexaurid.
Holding here.
Possibly Paramercia. Very cool. Then another Asteroschema, snake star, brittle star. More than one. I have collected these Asteroschema snake stars in the past, and I was so surprised how long their arms could be. You know, this small disc and has these arms that can be.
Sorry, that was a bit wavy, honey.
I don't know, maybe 2 feet, half a meter even. Huge.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll
That's nice.
wrap up around this coral, so this coral can support
Quick full zoom.
the weight of this brittle star.
Main disc.
And they're called a snake star because of the character of their arms.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright.
Great.
Now I'm
thanks,
really in
guys.
trouble with my co-pilot. Time to move on.
Time to
Full wide.
move. So we have a nice Paramercia octocoral with this
full wide.
Asteroschema snake star. So again, we're at 580 meters. Seems like we're picking up again new species here. Fish assemblages appear to have shifted a little bit and picking up new corals and sponges. And moving over mostly soft sediment now.
My job is to get to 500 meters.
Next thing's just around the corner.
Looking at high pack.
Are we getting to the top?
Yes, we're at the top.
Okay, interesting.
There's 400 meters to the next contour, so we're going to rise 70 over 400.
Okay. And so if you want to pan up and around once in a while too, we don't have to just look at, at the bottom, but see if there's any fishes in the distance.
If we're going to look up in the distance, I'll bump up the gain.
Watch lead, Nev.
Yeah, go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, at this speed we should reach the 500 meter contour about 3:45.
Okay.
And then we're hoping to take the last 15 or 20 minutes until off bottom to do some pilot training.
Okay.
If we get there in time and there's not a giant coral garden, I hope that will
all right, sounds
be okay.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like a sponge maybe.
Another urchin with these spines enclosed in these bag-like structures on the top of the disc.
This is just a rock outcropping. Partial, please, radio.
Zooming in. Holding here.
A couple brittle star arms extending out. So is this? What is this? Just I've seen this in the past. It's just a small flat sheet of carbonate. Or
yeah,
something?
I'm guessing there's a little excavation under the flat sheet of carbonate. The brittle star is in there. So yeah, I mean, my guess
Want to go in?
is rock is not far beneath.
Setup, but
Oh, what is that?
let's come wide.
Oh,
I'm gonna get closer to that. Come wide.
yeah, that's interesting.
If I hear a response from watch lead like that, it
Ooh, we haven't seen that.
means we should spend some time and get some real good imagery. All right, co-pilot. Might need to tilt my uppers in. Go ahead, video.
There's a
We're also
10-second
bringing some more
delay,
light
I think.
for you.
Shore side.
At your command, or at your desire.
Okay. Zooming in.
See the ophiuroid brittle star peeking its arms out. It can, still collect food, filter out particles in the water column. That thing on the right is really crazy looking.
Ooh, thank you.
I guess so, yeah.
Too much light?
Some type of anemone. The tentacles
No,
look
that's
really
fine.
strange.
Go ahead.
That's fine.
Yeah, go
Zooming
ahead,
in.
sorry.
That's full zoom.
The angle of the camera, I'm not sure we'd be able to get much closer and still get a useful angle. Oops, sorry. Coming back up.
Very odd. Anemone. I believe it's an anemone.
Nav, Bridge?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Bridge.
Hey, I am done with this move, or 3 meters from the end. Wondered if you would like to keep moving.
Yeah, can you add 200 meters to that?
Copy that. 135 coming up.
Thank you.
Maybe. People aren't back on shore aren't really sure either what this is. It looks like it does extend pretty deep, though. If you can look up just above the mouth opening, it looks like it's going back in between these two rocks.
Is it some sort of slug?
I don't think so. I think it's a cnidarian. Wow. Oh, maybe the brittle star will make it retract or something. Oh, it's not even moving.
Stars love to do that.
Is it stuck? Is it getting stuck?
Nope, maybe it'll pull it out.
Maybe it will eat the brittle star.
Oh, there we go. Oh. Well, that's a
anemone.
pretty good view. I'm full zoom right now.
Can really see it now. Whoa.
Thanks, brittle star.
We need a small remote control brittle star to send in to interact.
Very different anemone with these tentacles. Very white, thicker at the bases. And did it just drop some of its arm?
No, I
oh, no,
think
okay.
it just unhooked itself.
Unhooked
finally.
itself.
It looks like he's going back.
So you can see it, the very spiny brittle star here. Wow.
All right. Unfortunately, I think I need to move
Need to
on.
head? Well, I'm glad you stopped.
Zooming out.
I don't think he'll be coming out for the light anytime soon.
Gosh, that's a pretty big brittle star underneath that rock as well.
Full wide.
I think we only saw about a quarter of its arms.
From the starboard feed.
Holothurian?
Yeah, there's a bunch of these
I wonder if it's the
blowout
same.
croppings.
Another brittle star. Oh, that one looked to be a little different.
So yeah, it looks like there's lots of this crust, which we have seen in many places. And again, very suggestive of the carbonates.
A couple of shrimp at the bottom left.
Yeah, those were big.
Can we zoom in on the white stuff? Because that's probably just a cross-section through the rock to actually see the true nature of the rock again. And maybe the shrimp at the same time. If it is a shrimp, is it a shrimp?
Yeah, I think so. I think we were calling those candy-striped shrimps on previous dives in the Mona Passage.
First.
Okay, zooming in.
Sure. I'm easily pleased. So yeah, I think we can see there's the carbonate. There's a case where the crust is broken and fallen down in front, and we're seeing the carbonate underneath.
Are you happy with that, Watchling?
I am very happy with the geology.
Get that, sure. And then,
yeah, there's another species. Oh, there it is.
Nope, almost.
He'll help me out.
Oh, look at that. I'm not sure if we have an ID on this yet. We were calling them candy striped.
Looks like someone came along and
I'm
just
gonna zoom out just a bit.
Yeah, it does.
Definitely look like
I think I'm throwing him off a little.
And just look at its rostrum.
Look at it. It's really long. Good job, Mike.
Is he doing wheelies?
He is.
Or not wheelies, 360s. Yeah, that's
you just have to stay still and he'll show you all his angles.
Pirouetting for us. Well, it might be carrying eggs. Can you zoom in on the belly?
Zooming
kind
in.
of midway.
That's what I wondered, actually.
That's not as convenient.
Probably. It's hard to see, but you can definitely see it's darker, and a lot of the eggs that shrimps carry are often blue, dark colors, so.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Kez trying to grab him again as he departs. Okay. He's just...
Pretty sure, yeah. You can see on the right side of it, it's gravid.
Yeah, full zoom?
Zooming in.
We don't have a lot of time before.
The candy stripe just makes it a little hard to see.
Okay, full wide, please.
Okay.
Great, guys. Thank you.
Nice attempt.
Yep.
Full wide.
Yeah, so when you were 25 or 30 off, he was departing off starboard, and now he's departing off port. So maybe it's only like 10 or 15 degrees off. Could the declination not have the...
So we're at a depth of 564 meters. Another Jeffy Robarix. Ooh. Just went under
I guess
that.
we're not stopping there.
Looks like a small squat lobster on top.
Yeah, I'm moving pretty quickly. Trying to get out in front again.
Looks like a line. Yeah.
Can we see an end to it?
Yeah, you might want to look at that.
What do you need? What do we need to do? Okay.
We just got a sighting of something floating in the Sirius view. I'm just going to stop for a moment and take a look at it.
I don't see it anymore.
Did it go off screen or did it disappear into the black?
There it is.
And then bump up the image.
It's on. Is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't see it now.
Yeah, we can see it back here.
You can.
Oh, is it old? Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. Ed confirms that it's monofilament line.
Yeah, Copilot, did you copy that?
I'm trying to give you a light background to see if it pops.
So we've encountered a fishing line, and we have to be careful. We can't get entangled in a fishing line.
I'm going to straighten up before I get myself into trouble.
And so
I see it off in the distance there. Yeah.
We are trying to find it and then decide
way to Sirius
how
to
we
starboard.
can maneuver around it. Because the vehicles are tethered together, if one went under the fishing line and one was the other side, we could get snagged.
The 6-8.
Do we need to come to a stop and do some inspection?
We could. We have time. Bridge, Nev.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yep. We come to an easy stop here.
Sure, no problem.
We're at the 564.
Okay, the ship is stopped. At the steps here should be stop moving in a minute.
So once again, to recap, today's dive was up the north face of Whiting Bank, or Whiting Seamount. Whiting Seamount is actually a rotated fault block.
I don't see it.
And we started at 1,300 meters, way back at 7:30 in the morning. And we've been diving ever since, and we're now almost at 550 meters. And we traversed
come up and see
some interesting geology from the basement through into the sediments that
I'm not
lie
sure what it looked
above
like to you,
the basement,
Josh, but
and
it looked to just
likely
be a section of line.
into the
I didn't
carbonates
see it
on
continue
top.
off screen, but that
And
might
of
have just
course,
been
we
our
saw some
perspective.
spectacular biology, especially some
Right.
spectacular fish.
Right.
And we're currently stopped at this moment because we saw a fishing line, and we have to be very careful if we run into fishing lines because we can't. It would be very dangerous to snag the vehicles. Remember, the vehicles are attached by tether, both to each other and to the ship, and it would be a very unfortunate event if, for example, we
I
snagged
think we're okay.
our tethers around a fishing line.
Yeah, you just get closer to it.
The dive today pretty much started on
Bridge,
a
Nav.
very steep slope, which was controlled by
Nav,
the
Bridge, go
original
ahead.
fault.
Yeah, we'd like to continue our move. You can add another 200 meters, bearing 135 at 0.2 knots.
And in places it became vertical. And
Copy
our
that,
pilots
200,
had great fun
135 at
maneuvering
2
around
coming up.
almost vertical cliffs. But we've now come up nearly to the top. We're on a much more gentle slope. The rocks are largely sediment covered with this carbonate mud. And we're proceeding to 500 meters, which will pretty much be the end of the dive. And here we've got another view of this carbonate crust. And actually here you can see what the rock really looks like. You can see the white coloration, which is the true color of the carbonate.
Keep my lights out.
Yeah, your video looks much darker.
Should say forward.
So one wonders, Andrea, you know, how much biology actually lives in those little caves that the crust is forming. I mean, we've been following it for quite a ways, so there must be quite a bit of this stuff.
I think so. I mean, we definitely just saw that huge brittle star extending its arms. We didn't even see the entire length of the arms. And we noticed one of the Jeffrey Roberic's fishes, the Darwin slime head, kind of going right underneath it and disappearing. So it looked to be a little deeper.
So I know.
Can we get a zoom? I'm sorry. Can we get a zoom in on the pink coral anemones on the left? I'm not quite sure what they are. Go ahead.
Video.
Wow. I just took a little bit of geology there. We can see the crust actually broken and collapsed.
Hold it.
Which again gives you an indication that there's a big space under there to allow it to collapse like that.
Okay, great. 2 anemones. I'm not sure if we had gotten a zoom of those yet, so I just wanted to confirm. And I'm happy with that.
For what?
Thanks. No, another shrimp. I think we just imaged that a little while ago.
Full wide.
No, I was just bringing up the question that I think Graciela asked many dives ago, which was how big are the cracks that fish could maybe get into?
Oh, thing poking out? I didn't see the feelers. I thought it was just a sponge.
These brittle stars are fairly common here. Can you guys turn the lasers back on, please? Thank you.
So again, we're following these carbonate crusts. I mean, they must form most of the surface, and the mud is just draping over them, mostly covering them up.
Another slime head, Darwin slime head. A few different shrimps sitting in the depression.
Now the slope, and therefore the orientation of the carbonate crust, is very different to the bedding that we tried to measure earlier on. The bedding was appearing to dip literally in the opposite direction to the southeast, whereas obviously the slope is dipping to the north. And so these crusts are either some sort of draping on the top.
Can we get a zoom of that sea star, please?
Standing by for zoom.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no.
Go for video.
Zooming in. Holding. Zooming in.
Is this our corn cob sea star? Oh, it looks a little different. Wow, look at all the tube feet. Look very thick underneath this. So the white, brighter white color that you see kind of rimming the outline of the sea star, the tube feet.
I'm moving on your video.
That's right. Just
Maybe another different sea star than we've observed yet.
do you want me to come back?
No, stay there. Okay. Co-pilot, can you tilt the light down for us?
Nav watch lead.
Watch lead nav.
What's our distance to 500 meters? Depth.
Go ahead, video, whatever you have.
Okay, zooming in.
It is 330 meters.
Thank you.
I thought we could get a better view of the 2 feet, but it doesn't look like it.
Again, noticing this just really interesting texture pattern on these sea stars. Pretty amazing to me. And this is a pteraster, which is actually another species of slime star. So we've seen several slime stars today. Great. Thank you, Chris Ma, for the ID via Twitter.
Happy video?
Yep, happy.
Okay.
Zooming out.
So Jason Chater from the USGS just event logged in and commented on the carbonate crust. Made the excellent point that they might be very recent. They might be recent cementation of the mud itself. We see this actually in the deep oceans. Limestone mud can basically become cemented and become hard. And because it follows the slope, these crusts, we just keep seeing them are following the slope. And at an angle to the bedding, it implies that they're younger than the sedimentary rocks underneath. And so it might be a process we call diagenesis, or more recent cementation due to fluids flowing through, maybe the limestones underneath, through the sediment on top and precipitating calcium carbonate to form these harder cemented layers. They certainly form nice little caves for things to live in.
How did you guys feel about speeding up to 0.3?
Can do that.
Watch lead nav.
I heard that, Nav. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just looking at high pack, and it looks like at 490 meters, there's another steeper part that maybe would have some more rocks and biology.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So if we sped up, we could get there in about 35 minutes.
Sounds good.
Right.
Sounds good to me too.
Thanks for keeping us on track, Nav.
No problem.
Lasers. Did you turn off the lasers again? You like to do that. Thank you.
Jason raised the point about the void space underneath, and made the suggestion. Well, why is it there, and is that related to the thickness of the layer above? And so, is that a biologic or a physical process? Is it something to do with the cementation process, or is it that the material below somehow gets removed, is not cemented and gets removed? I mean, I guess one of the observations I'll make is that we've seen these crusts almost everywhere we've dived when we get to the top of the hill slopes.
Bridge nav.
And I kind of agree with Jason. I mean, it really does feel like these are
Yes,
a more recent cementation
Yeah, I'd like to do
event
a slightly different move.
that occurs on
Okay,
the top
copy
of the
that.
seamount.
Would you like to go from the end of our move or from this position here?
From this position is good. It will be
Another holothurian.
320 meters.
We have a fish coming up.
Bearing 125 degrees at 0.3 knots.
Okay, 320
zoom
meters,
on the rat tail,
125
that would be
degrees,
wonderful.
0.3. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, we're speeding up a little and changing our bearing to
This looks like a
135. Sorry,
Coryphaenoides,
125.
possibly Rupestris.
To hopefully get us to some
Rupestris, which
more
just
terrain.
chatting with Adela Roa Verone earlier today. Oh, wait, maybe I spoke too soon. Ooh, this could be something rare.
Zooming in.
Very cool. Wow. So I think, yeah,
Does that
it's a
speed
little
us up?
tore up. I'm going to confer. I think it is a jelly nose and a Teleopotidae. Very good. So these are fairly rare sightings.
Is that full?
I've got more.
Let's do it.
They are known as jelly noses or
Still got a little
tadpole
more, but-
fishes.
That's probably good. At the moment.
Let's get some battle scars.
They're usually found within this depth range from about 200 to 800 meters. They can feed on benthic invertebrates. Also, they do feed on ophiuroids, and we have seen several of those today on the sediment. I've only ever seen one of these in situ before. Can we get a close zoom on the head, please?
Video?
Zooming in. Holding here.
Serious
So
is
their
probably
their
speeding up right now.
head, particularly their snout, is very soft and gelatinous.
Ooh, that's me. Okay. Bringing them back in. Hold there.
I think the last time I knew that this group was really in need of some taxonomic revision. There's
There we
two
go.
genera, but it wasn't
Had
even
to
it
quickly
doesn't
get
even
around
very
them.
clear if they should be
Co-pilot, I think we
two
should stop
separate
the ship
genera or
here.
not. The one may be actually juvenile of
Bridge,
the other,
Nav.
so likely a
Nav, Bruce, go ahead.
Teleopus species.
Yeah, can we do an
Can
easy
you turn
stop
right
to
on
film
me,
this
co-pilot?
fish?
I think I'm
Oh,
coming
sure.
into
Yeah, it
the
looks like it's been scraped up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Likely guys stubbed my back
maybe it
toes.
got away safe and sound.
Okay, the ship is coming to a stop. Let's see if some time.
Something underneath.
Oops, sorry about that video.
It's all right.
Yeah, I see that.
I think I'm coming out of room to.
Do you want me to zoom out a bit?
No, I'm bringing you back up as he floats in.
Yeah, there's maybe
Yeah,
more.
there's
I think there's
just a
3 or
little bit
4
partial.
genera.
Okay,
I think
yeah,
in the
sorry,
Atlantic
it's-
there's
it's
at least only
Just maybe
2,
frame it
a
up.
Teleopus and Igemaya,
Yeah,
I
I've
think
hit,
is the
hit
other
a
one.
pile of
But
rocks, so I've lost my room to.
I think there's been
travel
confusion
with
as
it.
to whether one is actually a juvenile form of the other.
And we can see there is even rocks in the Sirius view.
Does look
Yeah,
like its
I'm
stomach
up
is
against
full.
the
If
rock-
you kind of look
rocks,
closely,
I'm
you see
gonna have
this stomach
come up.
is
Compartment.
kind of
Oh,
misshapen
zooming
and
out.
has some
Hold there.
Holding.
dark color in it. Looks like it's got a full belly. Yeah, we'll get the lasers on it, guys, if you can.
That's a nice shot.
Awesome.
All right, I think we have to let him go.
35 centimeters
Can I
or
zoom
so.
in as he drifts off? Okay.
Well, actually, we also had lasers on him when we first came in.
Okay,
so
perfect.
A little bit better shot of the lasers.
Okay, thank you. I got too excited. I didn't recall that.
Yeah, it can
Yeah,
be hard.
35
We're
to
a little
40
more square on
centimeters.
to him. All right, let's leave him be.
Zooming out.
Forward.
So that's a very rare sighting. That's really
Oh, wow.
exciting for us. Several people shoreside have never witnessed it in situ or on the seafloor. I've only ever seen it once before. I want to say off of North Carolina, somewhere on the eastern seaboard of the U.S. So very cool.
Go ahead, workshop.
Pushing ahead.
Track
Can you
you.
pull up? Can you pull up app
Thank you.
cam just for a quick second? Doesn't really matter what screen.
Aft.
Which is that? Okay. It's the first time I've wished we had a camera pointing backwards. You know, low and backwards. as opposed to just tether cam.
Why? What did you see, Bobby?
I didn't see anything. It's, as we were following that fish, I came into that rock pile.
Oh, I see.
It would have been nice to
Yep.
essentially have a rear view mirror. Although that's not very often that you need something like that.
And we're at a depth of 542 meters, 542.
125, you said?
I'm going to have to
Yes,
look up
125.
the records of the Atelia potids.
So you have to
I'm
go
not
to
sure
Port
if any
Bobby.
have been collected in the Caribbean before. Oh, I know that they have been collected just north of South America. So yes, they've been collected in the Caribbean Sea.
Okay, ready to continue? 125.3.
Pilot's ready.
Bridge nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Hey, could we do a move 300 meters?
Seems like we have a lot of
300
range
meters,
extensions now
bearing
for several of the
125
fishes that we've
degrees at
observed throughout this
0.3
expedition.
knots.
Copy. 300 meters.
A lot of
125,
really interesting
3/10 of a knot
anemones,
coming up.
sponges that
Okay.
several of us have never seen, midwater jellyfish, but thick jellyfish. It's been a really fantastic expedition. Fortunately, we only got 12 dives in when we could have had 21, but it's okay. It's a start.
Everyone's seeing that brittle star in the background that just did a cartwheel.
Oh, there's a terabellid polychaete, the
Go ahead,
yellow. And it looks like we're zooming in on a crinoid, but I see a
crinoid.
yellow polychaete.
Okay, zooming in.
Do you want to take a closer look at the yellow
Actually,
polychaete?
We've seen
stand
them
by,
in
pilot.
the past. I think we're okay. But if you want to do a quick zoom on the crinoid.
I lost my video for a second.
Oh, yep.
Video's back.
If you would, video. Going on this guy.
Sure thing.
Beautiful stocked crinoid here.
Full zoom?
So I find it really interesting. Stocked
Full
crinoids,
zoom.
I believe there's only about 600 known species of stocked crinoids or sea lilies,
Alright,
but
I think it
the
was
fossil
one.
record has about 5,000 species. For a long time, they were only known from the fossil record, and it was
Another
thought, even
hologram,
my
clear
invertebrate
version.
textbook said that you know, they
Video
were
steps
very
on the
rare and
clear item.
hadn't
Copy
been
that.
seen by many biologists. So until we started exploring deeper waters, did we realize that they were fairly common.
I believe we can come wide. I've seen this
Copy.
creature before.
Picking up some more holothurians now.
Indeed. And some more cross them. Look at all the brittle stars.
Look at all the brittle stars.
Hiding in like...
Well, according
That fish? Center?
Standing by.
Red thing?
Yeah. Or is
Snap
that-
on it.
Snap, please.
is that some trash?
No.
It's a fish.
I saw pink.
It is a can.
Let's come wide.
So it seems clear that little caves are brittle star habitats.
Indeed.
Interesting, starting to see more holothurians again. I guess the muddy bottom.
Yeah, video, I'm going to keep it up in the water column a little bit here.
Copy
as we
that.
try to locate targets.
It looks like we're kind of heading downslope, but we should be going up.
Yeah, watch lead. I'm not going with the direction of move, so I'm kind of going back and forth. And
cool, thanks.
My heading's all over the place.
That's good. Just to clarify.
Perhaps we need to shift the ship over. It seems like we're in a sandy patch, heading along this path of rocks.
Yeah, I think we're on the edge. I think we're on the edge of the gully here.
Yeah.
If we do want to follow these, we could slow down and move the ship over.
Yeah, that's fine as long as we're still trending upslope.
I think we're all right. I'll come back into view.
We're facing southeast right now.
These rocks don't last very long.
Yeah. Would this be considered talus?
I think all of the slope is the outcrop is very close to the surface. Here, I think we can see outcrop with bits of talus on top. The thing is just weathering in situ. And my guess what it is a more resistant band of the carbonate material that's just a little harder to break down, and so it's kind of breaking down in situ, and the blocks on top are related to the outcrop underneath. As we fly past, Bobby, can we just quickly zoom in on the rock very quickly? If you don't.
Video, if you would. Go.
Thank you, guys. You don't need to stop. That's great.
No, geology.
Yeah.
You happy with that?
Good shot of the biology, the crab in the center.
Yeah, if
something
you want,
new.
while we're here.
I do.
Something new for today's dive, at least.
Tiny
possibly in this expedition. So
this
eyes
crab
are
is?
yeah, its eyes are really
wide, then.
really wide.
Going in
set.
for a closer?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's never seen one of those before. That's pretty interesting.
All right. Hopefully I won't shake it too much and scare it off. That is an interesting shape of geology, though. That circle. I'm with you, co-pilot.
What happens if you set down in the middle?
We're not gonna find out. Video, if you would.
Full zoom for crit. Come out a tiny bit.
Wow.
Great shot.
Great shot. His eyes look really set pretty far apart.
It's a crimp.
Anybody shoreside know what this crab is? I do not. Yeah, yeah. Kind of position, the back two legs are positioned a little funny, I guess. Good for me, thank you.
And it was interesting, there's a lot of colonization on the, I think the northwest side of this block.
Yep. Yeah,
that's a
this
good
looks
observation.
Like halfway between.
And coming back to the question we had from Facebook is,
so
you know, how much is dependent on current direction? Or
Oh yes, absolutely. A lot of these animals are feeding on things floating by. They're sessile, so they need and require currents to bring food. So often in areas where there's strong currents, we see a plethora of sessile fauna. And you can really see that on different sides of rock faces or different sides of mounds. There'll be a higher abundance of sessile fauna on one side or the other based on currents.
Yep.
Pilot, can we have a quick look at the face to your right? I mean, just wander around the rock, zoom out and...
Video?
All right, coming out.
Sorry, I didn't quite get you what you wanted.
Oh, just all the colonization on
we'll have enough to work with, though. Thanks, pilot.
Top right side of that rock.
Top right side.
Yeah.
Is there a fish? Ooh.
We've got corals and anemones.
Yeah, those could be gold corals. I don't know. Did you ask for a zoom in on that side?
I think you just did.
But I heard you say something about.
I did. I wanted to go and have a look.
Great.
You're converting me. What can I say?
Awesome.
We're gonna have to just do a quick one
Oh,
video.
that's fine.
Sure thing.
Yep.
Going
Snap.
in.
Looks like gold coral.
Give it all
Oh,
you have.
there it is. Yep, little cuskeel.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
All right, I have to move on.
Lots of
Coming
stuff. And brittle stars in there as well, and that anemone.
For what?
Beautiful holothurian trails there.
Oh yeah, that one, but that's a pretty long one.
Uh-huh. And we can see some ripples in the mud.
Science, do we know how long those holothurian tracks might last?
I don't know. This one looks like it lasts quite some time. Maybe a couple different holothurians made it. You mean how long they stick around in the sediment?
No, how long the tracks would
The
be
trails
there before
are?
the currents would change them or wash them away.
That's a great question. I mean, you know, again, another theme throughout the whole dive series is time. It's how long does it take these slopes to form? How long is it between the rock falls? How long does it take the manganese coating to grow? And how long does it take the sediment to build up? I mean, I think these are all really key questions, and they're actually tough to answer unless you sit down there and observe it.
Thank you.
Another rock pile here. Brittle stars, again, very common in this area.
White? Is that just a sponge?
Yeah, it looks like a sponge.
Okay.
Looks
yeah,
to
we
be.
can come wide.
Okay.
I thought it was a very different sea star.
Good to get those views. There's a different anemone, though. We saw that up at Chincho. Red spiky anemone.
We've got
Actually, I think that was at the
fish
platform dive in the Mona Passage that we saw that anemone.
Is that a snapper by any chance?
Is this one of these snappers?
No.
It's another.
This one?
Looks like what we just imaged a while
Yes?
ago, but let's go in again.
It's the one we just saw.
This is an easy one to remember if you think about Charles Darwin.
Oh, it's Darwin. Okay. I should have remembered that.
Darwin's slime head.
Darwin's slime head.
This pile of rocks
Ooh,
is off my
another
heading.
crab.
Yeah,
I wonder if that last crab we observed was one of the same ones without anything on top, a sponge,
What?
because it looked very similar to that. And I noticed that one was carrying a dead sponge.
Yeah. So again, just briefly to explain the local geology here, I think what we're seeing is the series of sedimentary rocks. Some are strong and some are weak, and so we're finding the outcrops where the rocks are just a little bit stronger.
Which is this very interesting thing.
Don't see any lines.
This is very interesting.
Can you bring your camera down, Josh? Make sure there's no lines below it. Yeah, they look like we're clear.
That's got a fin on the
aero
end of
or
it.
hydrodynamic. Yeah.
Yeah, is it another one of these helicopter dropped sonar buoys?
Some kind of a tail cone?
So, can you tell us a little bit about that?
I don't know much. I know when looking for submarines, they'll send out helicopters and they drop little sonar buoys in the water to listen, basically.
Oh,
and somebody called in and said that that was the thing that we saw 2 days ago. But if it is a parachute...
Someone made it home.
Fish?
Ah, look at that. Home for a fish. Another slime head.
Okay, video.
Wow. Yeah, cup corals. Oh, look at that on top.
Yeah.
Is that an anemone?
Bridge nav.
I mean, there's two anemones on the right, but this...
yeah.
Go ahead, Nav.
No.
Could we come
not
to an easy
urchin.
stop here?
Possibly
Sure,
a
no problem.
sponge. Guess it'd have to be a sponge.
Yeah, we'll stop so you guys can get situated before we move on.
I saw the bright
There's a
orange.
crab
I thought
inside.
it was like
giant fish.
Fly trap or something.
Yeah, that's weird to me, that globular structure on the top.
We
Another
can get
candy
a
stripe ship.
Serious, can I zoom in?
We'll get a better look at that for you, Watchley.
Yeah, I think it's
The
good to
globe on
document
top.
this, though. This is really fascinating.
Yeah, we're going to image this while we're here, and then I'll come around the side and get the globe.
Somebody will tell us what it really is. It looks like it's got a canvas bag inside. It doesn't seem to be any electronics. Okay, that's a good suggestion, Jason. Jason suggested maybe it's a target because of its color. He suggested that the day glow color is something that targets are typically painted in for practice.
And they drop it from parachute and then target.
So I'm just having a conversation about Ed about what this may be, and he mentioned that there are slits in the parachute,
Coming out.
and that's used to slow down the.
Yeah, it's come full wide on the D2.
Jason's
D2 full
pointing out that
Come
we
get a
are
profile view.
very close to a Navy training range.
So you'd shoot these
Coming out
down
in
so they
Sirius.
could be shot down.
Full Ecopilot. Certainly a very bright color.
Hi, Priscilla here. Cannot see anything, but I'm joining the conversation. So can you describe what you just said about the Navy range that you're at?
We're very close to the Navy range, yes.
Go ahead, video. Going on the globe. Huh, interesting color.
It's hard to get anything
Yeah.
even remotely natural. This it's practically glowing.
Yeah, well, let's just see if
Sorry,
we can pull out something
I
else. then.
didn't quite get you. Can you speak up?
Full zoom
Is it
for
some kind of
focus.
artifact that you found?
I mean, we wonder if it was a practice target. That's our best guess. It looks like it's attached to a parachute.
Co-pilot, I'm going to bring you a bit
And
closer
because of the
to this
color,
and
the bright
rocks.
orange, we wonder if it was just a
I don't think we need to stay
target
on this
used
thing
for
much
practice
longer.
shooting or something like that. But we don't really know. We're just guessing.
Bridge, nav.
Some kind of
Go ahead,
connector
Nav.
here.
Yeah, could I get a move 15 meters bearing 210
Maybe
at
someone will be able
0.2
to
knots?
ID it for us later.
16 meters,
A
very
little too much coverage there. You can see the wires.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, ready for me to come out?
Yeah, let's come out. I think we can move on from this object.
Yeah.
We'll just do
Full
one
wide.
more. Gonna come up and
Go around the back side of it.
well, I was gonna come up and look down on the tail, see if there are any markings. Doesn't look like it. So let's fold down for me. I don't see any markings. Yeah. All right, let's move on.
So I have Sirius moving closer into this line of rocks.
Interesting.
Came around.
Well, it's been a
Yeah.
great dive all day. We have about a half hour left in the dive. We're at a depth of 525 meters,
So
525.
The bearing of this move is 210, so we could head that way. And then we'll continue on up.
Somebody just join us, or did we lose Graciela?
This is Graciela rejoining.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
I was at a meeting with fishers on the East Coast.
Hi, Graciela.
So is it some kind of
Oh, I forgot
artifact
to ask
that
if
you
you
found?
could pull
Because
a
I
sonar
can
target
see it,
from
but I
that.
cannot see anything because I'm driving.
Do you happen to know?
So we
It was
found
with the
this
rocks.
parachute and this bright orange tail fin, and it
Come
looked
back
like
to the
it may
rocks.
have
I
been
wanna see
some
what this is
target,
right here
practice
first.
target that maybe, or it could have been delivering a sonar target or something.
This is another shark. Nice.
Another cat shark. So yeah, that could have been like a target practice, or maybe it was a type of drone that, you know, was deployed in the underwater to look for submarines, something like that, Graciela. We're not quite sure. Hopefully somebody on shore that's watching that may have experience with those can call in and help us or send us an email. That would be great.
All right, moving on.
And I'll send it over to my Navy friend.
Moving on.
That would be wonderful.
I just have a compliment you all. I was at a meeting with Fisheries just now. They're all divers, so they have really been enjoying the expedition.
Wonderful.
They all commented that it was kind of a bit too deep for them.
It was too deep? For what? Another slime head.
She's there too.
Can you zoom on that rock, though, on the yellow coral? I think that's all gold coral, but I want to double check. Several anemones. Again, we kind of reached this depth about 550 meters, started picking up more anemones. Yeah, it looks like zoanthids here, at least 2 different color morphs, possibly 3.
Sorry, I was not as well prepared as I thought I was for that stuff.
You know, I've seen a lot of zoanthids in other areas, but it just seems like all of these dives so far, particularly the shallower ones where we found gold zoanthids, gold corals, zoanthids covering sponge stalks, and possibly the zoanthid covering this large branching sponge earlier. It just seems they're very diverse and common in the Caribbean, I guess a little more than I have seen in other areas.
And again on the east-facing side of the rock, which is similar to that other one.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, our next move, which will hopefully follow these rocks uphill.
Can we get a zoom on the fish in the background before we move anywhere? It's kind of left. It's different.
The small one.
Yeah.
Go ahead, video.
I think that's another Hoplostethus.
It will be bearing 130. So after this fish, you can get aligned.
So yeah, we have a Hoplostethus type of roughy. I think we observed one of these earlier today. Thank you.
For what?
So 130.
130. How much time are we doing on time?
We're good. We have to be off bottom, actually coming up at 4:15.
Okay, so 45 minutes.
Yeah, we'll give the last. Yeah, so you'll want to be getting arranged by 4:10.
Sorry.
130.
Yeah, just came into a field of urchins.
Okay, you guys ready for the move?
Ready.
Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, could we get a move 100 meters bearing 130 degrees at 0.2 knots?
100 meters bearing 130. Roger that.
Thank you, Bridge.
So we're currently at 520 meters, almost near the top of Whiting Seamount or Whiting Bank. We've been diving since 7:30 a.m. Eastern time today. And we've got about 40 minutes left of the dive. We started at 1,300 meters on a steep face, which was originally a big fault, which controls the
130, right,
Whiting Basin. And we came up that slope looking at the geology and the biology. We found the basement rocks to Puerto Rico, the Cretaceous to Eocene volcanic and plutonic rocks that make up the core of the island. And then as we came upslope, we ran into the younger sediments which sit on top, which can be found off the north coast, on the north coast of Puerto Rico and on the south coast of Puerto Rico. This is a several 100-meter thick, in places up to 2 kilometers thick, sequence of clastic, sandstony, shaly, marly rocks at the base, grading upwards into massive limestones. And that's where we pretty much are now. As we came up the slope, we crossed into those rocks, and we're traveling across a muddy plain, which is just sitting above those sedimentary rocks that form the top of the bank. Earlier, Andrea asked me, well, do we have an analogy for this? Well, it's pretty much like the Basin Range in the western U.S. The state of Nevada is a similar terrain. It's a terrain formed by extension. It's where the continental crust has been stretched, and in stretching it forms faults.
Bridge nav.
And those faults rotate and slide to form ranges or mountains like we're on at the moment, and basins in between. And so the basin and range terrain, as you drive east to west across Nevada, is exactly the same as
the rocks curve around
where
to the
we
south.
are now. We're coming towards the top of one of those ranges, which in this case is called Whiting Seamount. And we saw these guys yesterday. Another spectacular, more spectacular biology.
Zooming in.
And I think they're a type of coral, I think. Crinoid, says Scott. Sorry, I should have got that right. So these are a crinoid. We talked about these earlier. They're very prevalent in the fossil record. Right. They're a very long-lived
something in the center
type of animals. And you can see the arms of the crinoid.
Maybe not.
And Andrew was saying that certainly when I was an undergraduate, I was always told there weren't many of these things around today, but as we've explored the deep oceans, we've found more and more that there are a lot of crinoids alive and living, even today. Thank you, guys.
Sorry, I probably should have told you I was moving to the stock.
No, that's all right.
No, that was great. No, you guys can do this better than I can.
It's cool. His stock looks like it has feet.
Yeah, well,
it almost looks like the stock could move.
Indeed. It's anchoring itself in that crack. So we've
just so as I can make my rotate, unfortunately.
It's fine.
All right.
Okay.
Come on, please. I think that would just going to be too fast for anything useful.
That's
that
right.
rotate.
Nice.
All right.
Nice attempt.
So Michelle, yeah, we're heading towards 500 meters. We're at 520 meters at the moment. Just occasionally stopping if we see something cool. But we're heading there.
Yeah, we're on the move.
Pretty much as quickly as we can.
Yep.
Something in it?
Brittle star.
And then, Bobby, if you can kind of peer up and about, left and right, off the seafloor here and there again, that would be useful.
Go ahead, video.
I know we have Sirius view.
Just get a snap zoom. Okay. Figure out. This is just lighter sediment, I guess.
Something burrowed into that crack, maybe?
All right, come on.
Zooming out. Full wide.
Let's look off into the distance.
A lot of urchins.
A whole line of them.
Yeah, wow, look at that. Field of urchins.
I thought they were rocks.
Have we zoomed in on any of them?
We have not.
Let's zoom in on one. Try to ID it. Looks like there's something sticking out of the center of everyone.
Go ahead, video.
Zooming in.
I guess not, just more spines concentrated in the center there.
Zooming in a little further.
So I'm guessing these are likely scavengers, these urchins, aggregating in an area. Maybe they were feeding on something, or there's more organic material here.
Full zoom.
Zooming in. Full zoom.
A tiny little shrimp to the left.
Carrying on.
Yep.
Happy video? All right.
Wow.
Full wide.
Sea urchin aggregation for sure.
What is that? Zoom in. Is that just a...
I'd have said about 30 to 40.
Trash.
I don't know.
No, isn't that biological?
Might
Dead
be.
sponge.
Something that's been processed.
It looks like it could be.
Full wide.
Another species on the left. It's a little different.
Did you all look at it, Washley?
Sure, do we have time just to pan back?
Not a lot of time.
Yeah. Right there.
And front row, I just want to remind you that Dan Boland's sitting quietly in the back.
Is it an anemone?
Ah, good, he's watching. Yeah. Go ahead, video.
All right, zooming in.
Yeah, we observed
Holding
this
here
on
for
the
now.
platform dive in the Mona Passage. I believe it's some kind of anemone.
Okay. Ready for our zoom when you are?
Let's see what his associate is.
Well, you don't really...
Kenny striped shrimp.
Okay, I gotta go.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, pulling back.
I almost lost your light pool.
That's full wide.
May have a bad habit of doing that. Bring the camera up. Moving on. There's a
So we have
spiral. There we go.
a first grade class watching us today.
Go ahead, snap zoom.
Okay, zoom
Mrs. Myers, first grade class at Pearl River Central Elementary School in McNeil, Mississippi. Hi guys, so happy to hear that you have joined us and are watching today. Hope you are learning a lot and having fun watching all the amazing life on the deep sea floor. Right now we are at 513 meters, and there's a black coral in view with an ophiuroid brittle star. So 2 different animals.
Hi, guys.
I'm going, Josh. I'm going.
You're fine. 64 degrees.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos los internautas. Estamos en el Bajo Whiting, al sureste de Puerto Rico. Actualmente se está navegando para alcanzar una profundidad de 500 metros para poder buscar y tratar de encontrar algunos de los cartuchos que se encuentran en las áreas profundas de este bajo. Esperamos poder identificar cuál es el hábitat y acaso y la comunidad de otros peces que pueden estar asociados a los cartuchos por esta zona. Nos queda muy poco tiempo de buceada, pero esperamos poder maximizar el tiempo a esta profundidad, que es el límite más profundo que se conoce que se pesca en esta especie.
Gracias, Michelle.
That was my plan in moving you over 15 meters. It's to find the ridge.
Anytime you want to do that, go for it. It's amazing that we can do these translations with you sitting in your office, I presume, at the University of Puerto Rico, and us here on the ship about 20 kilometers southeast from the coast of the southeastern portion of Puerto Rico.
There's another fish up there.
Different sponges here than we have seen. Yeah, I see the fish in the left, in the background.
Going to see what this was. Looks like a sponge.
Bridge now.
Yeah, let's get to the fish.
Yep, moving on to the fish.
Thanks.
And then something large on the coral. Something large on the rock, which turns out to be another rock.
Go ahead, Nav.
Hey, how much is left in this move?
I just finished.
Where is it?
Okay, could we add
No, it's not.
another 10 meters to that, please? Thank you.
Another slime head, I'm presuming. Mm-hmm.
Down a little bit, try to give you more tether.
Video, let's ID this.
Okay, zooming in.
Has that bright red pectoral spot. It's a pretty good key. Got the lasers on it.
Holding here.
Very nice.
Come out a little bit so we can get full lasers.
Zooming
there
out.
we go. Good with that, Watch Lead?
Yep, thank you. Let's keep looking for fish. There's a fish in the cave.
Another
little
one
overhang.
sticking out there, his tail right above the lasers.
Full wide.
Oh.
It's
Can we just get a snap zoom of this coral? I don't want to spend too much time on it. Just
we're waiting a little
it.
bit on some tethers, so we're going to take some time and get a beauty shot here.
There may be a fish underneath the ledge on the right as well. No? Okay. A sponge. Ooh, this is a pretty coral. This looks like an octocoral. Something different. And then there's a little cuskeel. Ah, our first Eumnida picta squat lobster for this entire expedition. We're at a depth of 506 meters. Interesting.
Okay, co-pilot, I think I'm going to need you on this one.
No, maybe I spoke too soon with the squat lobster. We need a better look. Beautiful purple octocoral.
Let's do it video.
Okay, zooming in.
Lead it video. Lead the pan and tilts and whatever you need. Look at that purple.
Yeah, it's
gorgeous.
Just framing this for a second.
It's definitely a plexurid. Likely, it looks a lot like a Paramyresia to me.
A lot going on that guy.
Yeah.
It does look like a Eumnida squat lobster as well.
Was it the one on the right or the left that you wanted to look at, Watch Lead? Don't think she's lashed on. Well, let's start with the one on the left.
The one on the left. And then there's looks like a chirostylid on the right.
Zooming in.
Wow. Huge zoanthids. couple snake stars.
Holding here, framing him up. That's perfect right there.
I can't get over the purple of this coral. It's beautiful.
This was some pretty good navigation to get us right here in the last 5 minutes.
Well done.
Just want to say that.
Nice work, Nav. Nice work.
Thank you.
So humble too.
So, can we kind of pan around this entire coral, see what's on it, and then do we have another 10 minutes?
Well, unfortunately, I think our final 10 minutes are going to be used for pilot training.
Oh, really?
Actually.
Oh, okay.
We'll check with Nav to see what our final...
I would like, if we could, I don't know what the pilot training entails, but it would be beneficial for us to not just focus on things that are close to the sediment, but kind of look out, see if there's any fish in the distance, things like that.
Yeah, I think we have a little time. We can get shoot
coming
this coral and then look for some fish.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tilt up, maybe? I think. Oh, yeah, there's the other crab.
Oh, yeah. Is that another anemone? Kind of a ring anemone. It kind of wraps its arboreal end around the coral skeleton. Okeanos brittle star on the left, and just noting here that it's on a dead coral skeleton. And this is a beautiful Kyrostylid squat lobster.
Nice.
Okay to continue left?
Yep. Okay. Are you set down?
Yeah.
I can see the zoom creep slowly jumping backward in my monitor.
All right, I think we can come wide and get a few more frames.
Thank you.
Okay.
Full
Zooming
frames. Hold there.
That's beautiful.
Hold on, taking my camera back.
2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5.
let's frame it up.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in just a bit.
Yep. Perfect.
Get the base in there. Play around with it a little bit.
Okay, at least
Beautiful.
6 different animals colonizing this plexurid octocoral skeleton.
All right.
Very cool.
Your happy video.
Okay, just a few more seconds.
Deep sea Christmas tree. I like that.
And zooming out. Full wide.
So, pilot, let's just maybe move off behind you, take a look for fish.
You just let me know, pilot. Moving the camera up, looking for anything in the water column or off in the distance.
Move off into the sediment here and look around.
Are we still moving, Nav?
No, we stopped a couple of minutes ago.
Watch seat. How high up would you like
Oh,
to go?
not so high. Just just above the seafloor, but kind of looking around. And we have the
Bump up
serious
gain.
view, but
This will help.
We've been
sometimes when we're just focused in the soft sediment, we're not getting a good view of what's ahead that we may be scaring away. So
we'll have Bobby take over for the coming up part. You just can drive around using serious view. So no, that we're 500 meters down, so relative to the ship doesn't matter. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Bobby.
Goodbye. So maybe this is a good time to start saying goodbye and thank you to everybody. We've had a great time. This is our 12th and final dive. tonight we head for home, back to Puerto Rico, and we'll go our separate ways. As Andrea said earlier, this isn't, of course, the end of the exploring.
Right,
the
get
explorations will resume soon in Hawaii, but certainly with different scientists. And so I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that dialed in, either through the conference call or through the event log, and all those people that are out there that may be still watching even now who just dialed into the web. And so just going down the list, thank you to Amanda and Amy, Brendan next door even, Catalina, Dwight, Cheryl, Jason, thank you in particular, who helped me a lot as a geologist, Michelle, Mike Ford, Randy Singer, Santiago, and Susan Shaw.
Yeah, and I don't want to forget some of the other folks that have called in periodically. Graciela Garcia Moliner at the Caribbean Fishery Management Council has been extremely important for this mission, as well as Michelle Scher at the University of Puerto Rico, Tim Schenk, Taylor Heil at Hui, Yuri Tenbrink in the beginning of the expedition helped us out a lot at the Hui ECC.
And then we've got Scott France,
and Michael Vecchione. Michael Vecchione.
I have to mention my wife, Barbara John, otherwise I'll get in big trouble. And all the other people that chimed in, Chris German.
Keep an eye on your heading as you do this.
Anyone we forget?
Around to.
I didn't manage to get home on time to watch the last few minutes of the dive, but I want to, on behalf of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, thank you all onshore and the crew and the scientists at the Okeanos. Thank you very much for the opportunity to explore together the waters around the Diamond. And we hope to see you sometime in the near future.
Oh, thank you. Us too. We hope to come back exploring this area. It's very interesting biologically. There's some collections that need to be done so we can confirm some species identifications, likely some new species that we have seen during these dives, but we do need those collections to confirm that. It's been a great expedition. I wish we got all 20 dives in, but hey, 12 is better than 0, so we'll take it.
Gracias. Graciela.
So we are not quite done with the dive. I just want to say there's a little bit of pilot training, so we are still on the hunt for fish, so don't turn off yet. And also we are going to have a conference call at 16:30.
Okay, well, the other thing is that people have been talking about the incredible technology that you have been using, that people really think that they're diving, that they're underwater with the G2, with stereos. So, congrats to all the engineers that put their heads together and armed these ROVs, because it's just been amazing. So thank you.
I will pass that along to all of the team here. They are all fantastic videographers on board that are doing such an amazing job. The pilots, the engineers, the ship crew, NOAA expedition coordinators, and of course can't forget Brendan Reeser, who has really been instrumental in getting all the data back to shore in time and uploading all the data to the FTP site, working on the servers. So couldn't do it without this entire team, shoreside and on the ship, including the ship's crew. So.
All right. Why don't we try zooming?
Okay, zooming in.
And we should also say thank you to Brian and Casey and Dan, who's the newest addition to the team, all of which are probably sitting next door. Or all of whom. Yeah. Ed just pointed out that Dan was in fact in front of me. You get all the fun, Dan.
It's proportional. There's a deadband that you can walk into. It doesn't rotate. It only goes up and down.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, this is...
Yeah. It's a bit of an art to operating that camera.
Zooming in. And I can zoom out on your request.
Randy, honestly, that made me chuckle. The Jeff Robarix is getting a facial from the Brittle Star. Very, very funny.
All right, can we get full wide?
Going full wide. Full wide.
Thank you. Why don't you pull up and pick something else and try to get a look at it without sitting down. There's another fish right there, too.
Interesting, Michelle and Graciela, I still have you on the phone. These Darwin slime heads, do fishermen, we're at the depth where fishermen do fish. Have they collected several of these with their vertical long lines?
I'm not aware of it.
No? Okay.
Maybe Graciela has it on her. Can you describe it? Because I'm just on the phone.
It looks a lot like an orange roughy. It's in the same family. It's large, oval-shaped, pink. It's got a bright pink dot on the pectoral fin, or at the base of the pectoral fin. It's got a large, oblique mouth.
Zooming in. I'll hold here.
I did just get in trouble. I should thank my wife for all the geological observations she sent. She's a structural geologist at the University of Wyoming, and she's been tuning in a lot and sending various observations, which have been very helpful.
Wonderful. Thank you, Barbara.
Zoom out a bit. I'll hold here.
Can we pull out and keep kind of looking out in the distance a little more?
Yes.
Pilot?
Yes, we can.
Gotta train you. Part of the training is listening to the biologist who wants all these things in the back row. Nice work.
Tracking you with my camera.
Dan, you're a natural.
And Michelle Scher is just saying you graduate if you can catch a snapper before you leave that chair. And we are at a depth of 504 meters, 504. I really am very impressed that we made it this very long transit up to this depth. We started at 1,300 meters today, 12th dive of our expedition today on the 29th of April, 2015, surveying the northern flank of Whiting Bank, about 20 kilometers southeast of the southeastern portion of Puerto Rico. A lot of sponge diversity here today, a lot of different fishes. We at least came across two different assemblages. Some fishes were different at about 700 meters, below 700 and above 700.
That's it. We're at a leash.
Several different coral species and sponges.
Back up. Can do.
Couple of new sightings today. We had the jelly nose, the teleopodid fish. All right, I think that is going to be it for us today. We're going to be coming off the bottom here in just a couple minutes. Right now our depth is 501 meters.
And we should do our final thank yous, which of course are the mission team themselves, and especially the ROV team. And everybody that's helped make this mission such a success. Thank you, guys.
We're going to have a conference call at 16:30 just to kind of wrap up the mission. But for those of you listening, maybe in another 2 weeks or so, we're going to have a post-cruise science planning call just to discuss some of our findings and talk about any collaborations and potential use of the data from the cruise. So call at 16:30 and locally, and talk to you soon. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.